What is up, everybody, and welcome to CTW Live. I am your host, Seamus Zarlingo. Alongside of me, Griffin, Aldrich. And Griffin, can I get a confirmation right now? Can you see everything up on screen?
I can see everything on screen, and the pick
Good.
is
Nice.
in, ladies and gentlemen. Woohoo! I'm hyped. I'm from Maine. I grew up 30 minutes from Newport, so this is big for me. So I'm hyped about this one.
Can you believe I'm just now seeing the live screen? It was just showing starting. I had some internet issues on my end, but
I know.
looks like we're good to go. Looks
I got
like
a
we're
little
good to go
scared.
for draft night here.
I was
Looks
a
like
little
we're good to
scared.
go.
I was like, Seamus, where'd you go? The pick
No, the internet was not working for a second there, but we're good. We're good. However, it seems as if Griffin, if you want to announce the news here, because I'm a little behind. I'm a little behind right now.
Give us a second.
Well, first of all, folks, welcome on in to the Celtics Talk Weekly
Don't spoil.
2025 NBA Draft Special. We'll be here live all night long for the NBA Draft, all night long. Okay, so we'll be sitting here chopping it up throughout the night on every single pick that goes down. Pretty well every single pick. I feel like, let's see.
How's it
So
We're watching this from. I'm a little behind, so I'm gonna say that right now. I'm a little behind, but right now
I am as well. I'm not even to the. I gotta get to the actual, the actual stream. That you're behind. I'm behind. Literally, from a. I don't even have the. We got a lot of work going on behind the scenes here.
Yeah, but this
Let's.
is exciting.
Man, I am hyped for the draft, Griffin. You have no idea how
I am
long I've been
so
going.
ecstatic for this
Oh,
draft.
here we go. Okay, I have it on. Here we go.
All right, wait, hold on. I don't see Adam
See,
Silver
I don't
yet.
know how do we cover this correct? Like, see, I kind of went over this in my mind of how we'd cover each and every pick, and I wonder if I can move over here and do this.
Yeah,
So I
you
can
guys
actually.
will set up in like a certain.
All right.
Oh, the pick is in. Here we go.
All right.
Here we go.
You might be ahead of me, so be mindful.
Hey!
You guys heard that back there. Cooper Flag, first overall.
Big Coop.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, the big surprise of the night, folks. Cooper Flag to the Dallas Mavericks. So there you go. Cooper Flag officially a Dallas Maverick. Wow. So Cooper Flag, finally a Dallas Maverick, folks. Finally happening live here on Celtics Talk Weekly. Cooper Flag with the 2024 Western Conference champions, the Dallas Mavericks, of course, as he flocks down to Dallas from Maine, but also via North Carolina and Duke and Durham.
No, this is super exciting. Again, I was 30 minutes away from Newport, Maine. I played football at their high school when Cooper Flag was probably shooting some hoops. And we actually talked about Cooper Flag. Oh, you see the Newport gym up there.
Oh, yeah.
The gym's roaring. Let's go. But we talked with Coach AJ on the video yesterday on the podcast, episode 52, Celtics Nation Rise. Oh, there he is. He's officially a Maverick. I know it's the Mavericks, but I'm so proud of Cooper Flag. You know, he's been like literally he lived right by me, and like this is actually so cool to see him now in the NBA. So what a moment. I remember hearing stories when I used to play like pickup that everyone was like, oh, Cooper Flag isn't gonna be anything, da. But like hearing these stories from in Maine when they were like, you Maine guys used to talk smack to him, and then he would go play pickup with you Maine guys and just destroy them. And now he's the first pick in the NBA draft. But we were talking with Coach AJ too. He knows actually one of the players who's now playing for SMCC, Jace Bessie. He actually played on the same AAU team as Cooper Flag, the main one. So he's going to tell us some stories throughout the season as he learns about Cooper Flag. But super exciting to see this pick. The San Antonio Spurs are next, but just so proud of him. The potential that you could see with Cooper Flag is just going to be incredible. And just what he can do on the court. You know, Brian Scalabrine finding him. Obviously, Seamus and I had this conversation earlier Sorry, I'm going off too, Seamus. I'm just so excited for him. Like, you guys don't even understand. I probably even saw Cooper Flag face to face before, but I never knew who it was. Because obviously, like, his peak. Like, you guys need to understand. In 6th grade, like, he shot off. Like, in middle school, he shot off. Playing at Skowhegan, which was right next to my hometown. And he's just incredible. And it's just the fact that he came from a little town in the essential boonies of Maine, and now is the first pick in the NBA draft.
I got to say, my uncle, shout out Uncle Brian and Aunt Liz out there up in Maine. Been up to Maine before, and this pick definitely, I it definitely hits home for you, Griffin. Hits home for me a little bit. Not as much because I've only spent 3 days, 4 days in Maine, but still, Cooper Flag first overall to the Dallas Mavericks. This was consensus all year long, and the biggest appeal for me outside of all the skill with Cooper Flag, because we know the skill that comes with Cooper Flag, the playmaking, the physicality, the defense, but it's really the competitiveness of Cooper Flag. He's one of the most competitive players in this entire draft class, and that is what you want to see on your NBA team. Is you want to see competitors. And you want to see guys with mature personalities as well, guys with drive and guys with good character in which you want to see on your roster from years in advance from right now, develop and get even better. Because when you get to the NBA, we all know these guys are already pretty good players, but there's another level to reach. And in order to reach that level, you have to attack the routine every single day, and you have to attack it in the same way, essentially every single day, which is a hard-nosed way. And Cooper Flag embodies that beyond. And I believe Cooper Flag in the future soon will be a face of this league. I believe the next generation, it belongs to guys like Cade Cunningham, Paolo Banchero, Cooper Flag, Victor Wembanyama, the former first-round picks here in the last half
Speaking of
decade.
Victor,
Zachary Reese-Sachet, I don't know if he's in that category at all, but hey, we'll throw him out there too.
That is, but the pick is in for the Spurs. And I just want to mention, I will be going to a Celtics game when Flag is there. And I have to say, too, Seamus, Ace Flag, his brother, he's on the stage with Cooper. That is another name to be prepared for in the future years. You never know. His brother is very talented, but the pick is in for the Spurs. Who we got going number 2?
The hat never. Oh, so you can't see the NBA hat back there.
Who's the? No, put the NBA hat on, Seamus.
I don't know. No, see my issue.
No, do it. You got to do it. Just do it.
It doesn't really. See, here's the thing. This is a a strap hat right here. This is got the St. Louis Hawks on the back of this hat. I got the St. Louis Hawks. Doesn't quite fit. That's the issue here. It doesn't quite fit. I guess that's like every other like draft prospect, like first overall pick. Like here we go, like the fit.
Yeah, no, do it. Put it on. All right,
draft.
Do we have?
See, this is how they literally fit. Like if I was on the draft stage, I'd be like this, like shaking Adam Silver's hand, like.
Well, hold on. I'll do a draft hat with you. We'll go with the draft hats, but mine isn't really a draft hat. But
my draft hat doesn't fit. Look, literally, like
it either. I have a bald head right now, Seamus. Here.
Well, yours doesn't fit because it's too big. It's too big.
Well, no, it's a snapback, so I could fix it. But
come on. Come on.
Not.
I do. Look, wait. Let me go get the. Let me get this. Hold up. Let's go over here. Sorry, off camera, folks. Still over here.
The pick is in.
Well, we're good. We're good. We got the Celtics draft. Oh, here comes Adam Silver. Here comes. Oh, you're a little ahead of me.
Oh, we knew it.
Dylan Harper officially to the San Antonio Spurs at number 2. Also, this is the Celtics. That's a little dusty. Oof.
Give it up for Dylan
Harper. That hat.
Give it up for Dylan Harper. I will admit I'm a big fan of Dylan Harper. Wait, Seamus, can I send you a picture to put on the stream?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Let's go find it. I'm gonna send it to you because I don't want to mess with it and like mess up the stream. you guys, this is gonna be completely different. Like this, I feel like we're gonna have more like commentary. I feel like this is like more like not takes. Like this is gonna be.
This is the ultimate. The hat does not fit, Griffin. Look at this. This hat definitely does not. Like I can't even get it onto my. When the Celtics pick comes up, you'll. This is what we're gonna be rocking. This is what the hat that doesn't fit, right? The hat that doesn't fit.
Wait,
The
what
hat
should
that
I?
doesn't fit.
Should I get a Celtics hat for the Celtics pick too? No, I'll wear the Celtics jersey when it comes to that. Seamus, this is more like a stream. Like this is gonna be fun. Like we should have. You know what we should have done? I should have gave you the jalapeno popper recipe. No, that's for the NBA finals.
NBA finals. Gotta wait a whole year.
When the Celtics
wait a whole year for that. Wait a whole year. Well, anyway, Dylan Harper, number 2 to the Spurs. Dylan Harper, first of all, let me just go through some notes here. We do have a lot of notes on guys tonight, and we're going to get into a lot of discussion and react to this draft as it goes along. And the top 2 picks are now in. Cooper Flagg, number 1 to the Dallas Mavericks. Number 2, Dylan Harper to the San Antonio Spurs. Talked a little bit about Cooper Flagg, and we've talked about him ad nauseum. I mean, let's face it, in the last couple of weeks. But let's talk about Dylan Harper. I mean, some of the draft notes I have on him here is great downhill attacker, great athleticism, great speed, great attack going downhill. A strength of his is finishing at the rim. He's very smooth with the ball. He's 6'4" with a 6'10" wingspan. That's very big. That's a very big trait for any NBA player. Is if your height, right, is shorter than your wingspan. If your wingspan is larger than your height, that's a big advantage for NBA players because length matters in the NBA, and that's what we're going to be getting into with a lot of these guys. A lot of these prospects tonight is the length of the prospects. I mean, they're pretty lengthy guys, especially in the middle portion of this draft. It seems as if the NBA, the prospects, the scouts, they just find these guys. They know exactly what the model and the mold for an NBA player should look like, and they find these guys out there. But Dylan Harper, he has a very tight handle, can change pace with the ball. Very shifty player. He is a ball dominant guard. I will say a lot of skill offensively for Dylan Harper, and I would say out of the draft class in which we're seeing here, I would consider him the second best prospect in this draft. But I do have some questions about his floor. He's a questionable pull-up shooter. Okay, that's never an amazing thing when you're talking about a ball dominant guards, when you're questioning their pull-up ability. And again, he is a very ball dominant guard. And I do wonder what the fit will look like with Dylan Harper. And hey, Griffin, did you notice who was standing next to Dylan Harper up there?
I'm trying to get the picture to Seamus. I'm trying to do it. But his dad, Ron Harper's down there. But wait, don't even mention it for a second, Seamus. Don't even mention it. I'm trying to send.
Well, I won't mention it. I'll keep going into Dylan Harper here, but he is a questionable shooter. And I will say the fit in San Antonio. First of all, San Antonio, you're taking the best player available here with Dylan Harper, but De'Aaron Fox in San Antonio, Dylan Harper in San Antonio. I almost see that as a Chris Paul, Dennis Schroeder, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander type of mix and match there, where you have the younger guard come in and you have the veteran guard who plays similarly and in the same way and can really teach him things about the league, teach him things about professionalism and everything that goes down in the NBA and how to play the point guard position. I think that's going to really benefit Dylan Harper, is to be there in San Antonio next to De'Aaron Fox. The only thing I question is, in the future, what does San Antonio's backcourt look like between Dylan Harper and De'Aaron Fox? I think they're a little redundant for each other. It's a little strange. De'Aaron Fox keeps finding himself in situations where he seems to be a little redundant with the other guards in the facility. Look at Sacramento. You have Davion Mitchell, Tyrese Halliburton, and De'Aaron Fox all in that situation at once, and they're all redundant for each other. But I do wonder if a move comes in the future for the Spurs. But I do question, with Dylan Harper on the roster, the Spurs should be a little more competitive next year in the West. I question what his actual spot is going to be, because he's a ball dominant guard, and if De'Aaron Fox is there dominating the ball as he does, and you have Wemby too, who's going to demand more usage this year, what does the usage look like for Dylan Harper, and can he play more off ball this season? Because he's going to have to, with a lineup of De'Aaron Fox and Victor Wembanyama alongside of him. But there are some questions with Dylan Harper. I do question his floor just a little bit, just because of the pull-up shooting and the fact he is a ball dominant guard. But then again, he's 6'4" with a 6'10" wingspan, very long. Very precise passer. He's a good playmaker with the ball. That's one of his main strengths: playmaking and finishing at the rim, getting downhill, making things happen. He gets to the free throw line a lot too, which is always great to see. Some of these guys in the draft, they just don't get to the free throw line too often. That's something we always think about within star players' careers. If you can get to the free throw line more often, that's how you get more points, right? If you look at Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's career progression, he got to the line more and more and more. And you look at his point total, goes up and up and up. He goes from a 23-point per game scorer to a 30-point per game scorer just because he's getting to the free throw line more. Now he's also, taking better attempts, shooting it at a higher percentage as well. But getting to the free throw line is so crucial. Talk about that with Jason Tatum too. That was a big thing with Drew Hanlon and Jason Tatum early on in Jason Tatum's career, is about getting to the free throw line. And Dylan Harper does get to the free throw line. But I ultimately do question, he does need the ball in his hands to succeed. So I do question that with Dylan Harper, but I like him. Anyway.
Who do you have?
No, I believe the Sixers are going to take VJ Edgecombe here. I think they're turned off of
Edgecombe too. I think
Edgecombe has the chance to be an all defensive type of player. Philadelphia, there's been rumblings. The whole pre-draft process, they could do anything with this pick, but it seems as if they're going to keep it. Seems as if they're going to go with Edgecombe. And it's a smart pick because if you think about the makeup of that team, you have Embiid and Paul George there. You're going to have to ride with Embiid and Paul George for as long as you can with if you're the Sixers. Embiid and Paul George, they're basically hoping those guys are good. Okay, they're basically hoping those guys are good into the future. We have McCain and Maxey. If those guys, somehow, some way, you're able to sell Paul George, Joel Embiid, get off their contracts. You have Maxey, you have Jared McCain, and then if you had Edgecombe there, Maxey and McCain, I don't see them as completely defensive oriented. They can get after it on that floor, but Edgecombe, he can come in and be a legit all defensive type of player. However, the pick is in Griffin. So
here we go.
Here, Griffin, turn it up. Well, turn it up on your end.
2025 NBA Draft. The Philadelphia 76ers select VJ Edgecombe.
Hey, let's go. Good pick. Clap it up.
VJ Edgecombe.
Seamus, I know we got to talk about Edgecombe, but put that picture up that I sent you.
All right, let's throw this up into the stream. So Griffin,
in a second.
All right, let's
take a second. Anyways, I don't think they'll.
Oh, these are some good photos. This is a good photo.
Well,
wow.
Straight up, I don't believe. You don't know. I don't know. I don't think they will. I think they'll keep the 28th pick. We'll talk about that shortly, though. We'll talk about.
Well, I do want to mention this though. We did talk about it a lot earlier.
So if you want to go check that out.
Yes, we did talk about the Celtics potentially moving up earlier, and it was throughout the live, but particularly at the end, we were kind of dissecting the teams in which the Celtics could move up with. But we are definitely in the territory of watch out right now because, first of all, let me take this out. Take this out.
Seamus, don't raise your voice, all right? Don't raise your voice like that because every time you go, what? Like that aggressiveness, Seamus, it scares me because, like, what happened before? It really scares me. I'm not going to lie.
This hat, my normal hat doesn't feel as cool now that I took off the draft hat. Let's see. So I want to talk about this, though. Celtics moving up potentially. And we'll talk about Edgecombe here in a second. VJ Edgecombe officially heading to the Philadelphia 76ers. Now a rival of the Celtics, VJ Edgecombe, a bitter rival. But we were talking about the Celtics moving up earlier. I want to say this. The Celtics, if we're looking at what range the Celtics can move up into, right? The big question is, what would you have to give up if you're the Celtics moving up in the draft? Okay, because Ace Bailey, number 5 there, or not Ace Bailey, what am I talking about? I'm looking at a mock draft right now. Sorry, folks. But number 5 there, Utah. What do you have to give up to get all the way up to number 5, 2 picks from now? Is it Jaylen Brown? Is it Derek White? If that's the case, I don't think the Celtics are doing a trade where they're trading. Hold up. I don't think they're trading up to number 5 to specifically give up Jaylen Brown and Derek White for that. But what's the rumor here?
There's a rumor. Can I use sources from Celtics Talk Weekly group chat?
Of course. If you have inside sources, just call them inside
it
sources.
looks like Justin just sent something. Bulls are looking to trade Lonzo Ball or Colby White before they make their number 12 pick tonight. So, just a rumor. What are your thoughts along that, Seamus? But wait, hold on.
Okay.
Before we do anything else, can we pull up the picture?
Yes, let's do that real quick.
Before it gets too late. Let's do it.
So okay, so this is in relation to the Dylan Harper pick, and this is Griffin right here. Griffin, I'll let you explain this one.
All right,
this is definitely relevant right now.
So if my brother, well, my brother did see this and he was so pissed, but that's his favorite player, and if you guys don't know, that's Ron Harper Jr. He was a member of the Maine Celtics this season, and he was part of the Celtics summer league team. Got the chance to meet him before he actually got traded to signed that 2-way contract with the Pistons. But just a great opportunity. What a nice guy there. And yeah, a lot of fun.
There you go. So Griffin, some draft connection there. So Griffin, you have connections to the top 2 picks. You got Ron Harper Jr. and you're from Maine, of course, from Cooper Flag's homeland.
I met Ron Harper Jr.'s brother. Wow, that's crazy. I technically met MJ. If you want to get into that, I technically met MJ.
How does that equate to meeting MJ?
That's totally a joke, but because I met Ron Harper Jr. Ron Harper Jr., his dad Ron Harper played with MJ, so technically, I was in close contact.
I don't know if that counts.
I don't
know if that counts.
You guys know. But all right, who do we have? The Hornets taking.
So the Hornets. This is where, in my mind, the draft actually starts because there was a lot of talk about.
We got a special guest.
Yes. Let's do it once again, folks. Justin, welcome back to the program as we sit here reacting to the top 3 picks. Any surprises to you, Justin, in the top 3 picks so far? I'm going to go ahead and say maybe not.
Cooper Flag was a stupid pick. I
am done with this. No, first you unfollow me, and then you criticize Cooper Flag.
What is this, WWE, Griffin?
Yeah, I'm sick of this. You know what? We're scheduling a fight, a CTW fight.
There's just not a lot of talent that comes out of Maine.
Everybody thought the stream froze there for a second.
I said, I need to say it again. It froze. There's not too much talent that comes out of Maine.
All right, but there is not. Oh, okay. What about Jeremy Pena? All right, he may have not.
1984.
What?
So when was the last draft pick out of Maine? 1984.
Hey!
Wow.
Listen.
Wait.
All right, wait. Who do we have for the 4th pick, and then we'll get.
Okay, yeah, because I want to ask you guys this for the 4th pick. Who do you guys think Charlotte should go with here?
Con Knipple. I love his.
You think Con Knipple, Griffin? What do you think, Justin?
Yeah, I think that could be. I think that could be the pick.
We're hearing a lot of Con Knipple moving up. Not moving up, but heading into the draft. I think it'll be Knipple. I like Trey Johnson. I'm torn. I am really torn on some of these guys because it's hard to say because some players you think, okay, they're certified role guys, but how far can they go into stardom versus other guys who are, you could be a star, but what is your ceiling as a role player? However, I gotta say, so right now, Knipple, Trey Johnson, I think both of them. You might even obviously Ace Bailey. I mean, he's up in there. If the Charlotte Hornets selected Ace Bailey right here and came up with a big 3 of LaMelo Ball, Ace Bailey, and Brandon Miller, that would be just one of the most immature big 3s we've ever seen in the entire NBA. And when I say big 3s, I mean just best 3 players essentially.
So Seamus, our quick question. Didn't mean to interrupt you, but are we gonna go when the pick is in, like when he goes up? Do you want me to unmute again? Is that what we're gonna go with?
What is that?
Okay,
I'm holding my remote, Justin. No, listen.
It was just weird. It was turned around. I only saw the green part.
You don't like the
It does.
you don't like the Celtics.
Oh, gee, yeah. Put that thing down. Put that thing down.
Oh, come on, man. This is literally a remote. This is literally a remote. Listen.
It doesn't look like it when it's turned the other way at all.
Listen.
I thought the same thing, man. I was like, you gotta put that thing
No,
down.
at first I was like,
Listen, I thought we squashed the beef last live, but first you
Couple minutes
unfollow
ago.
me again.
I'm glad I'm in between you guys right now.
First you unfollow me again. Then you talk about how shit Cooper Flag is, but that's my guy.
Well, I didn't
That's
say
my
Cooper
guy.
Flag shit. I'm just saying, like, not too, like, I don't know. Can you trust Maine?
Oh my gosh. What are we doing? What do you
They
mean?
did
by
go
that?
with
Can
Knipple.
you trust Maine? Yes, you can trust Maine.
That's what it was. Griffin. Yeah, definitely unmute for the pick.
here
Justin,
we
you're
go.
ahead of us right now. You're ahead of us right now.
Here we go.
With the fourth pick in the 2025 NBA draft, the Charlotte Hornets select Con Knippel.
We were right. Let's go.
All right, Con Knippel. Con Knippel, first of all, Con Knippel, as a player, I like this pick for Charlotte, and I think it shows Charlotte going in a more competent direction than they've been. I think Charlotte in the past would definitely take a flyer on Ace Bailey here, but Con Knippel, I see him in the NBA as a legitimate third star on a team eventually, right? He's not going to come into the league as that. I think he's going to come into the league. I think he's going to make an impact right away because he's going to have the ability to be a serviceable role player. That's where I see his floor, right? If he's not your third star, right, where if he doesn't ascend into that, I think his floor is still pretty high. I feel like he could be a sixth man in the league. He could be a sixth, seventh man off your bench in the league. I'm very fond of Con Knippel's all around skill, especially his personality wrapped in with all that, and that's a big thing when it comes to all these players. What kind of personality, what kind of drive are they actually committing to the game of basketball? Con Knippel, he definitely has that drive. Definitely has that maturity, that personality in which you want out of your NBA prospects. And he has a good all-around game. He's 6'7". He can handle the ball. He's not a quick downhill burst type of guy, but he can get to the rim. He can finish. He can make shots at every level. He's a pretty versatile defender, can switch multiple positions. And he's going to be a player who, and they even have on the broadcast right now, didn't mention it, but yes, an elite shooter as well. I think he's just going to be a player that either is I don't think he's going to be a top star on a team, a top flight star. I don't think he's going to be a 1 or 2 on a team. Maybe he could be a 2, right? Maybe he could be a 2 on a championship team with a really good 1. But I think he's going to slot into, a lower tier 2 or even a third guy on a championship winning, or rather competing team, right? A contending team. That's where I see Con Knippel in the future. Now he's with the Charlotte Hornets. The Charlotte Hornets would need to turn into that in order for that to play out, for that to come to fruition. But I'm pretty confident in Con Knippel's ability to just be a good NBA player at his floor. And that's a big thing in this draft, is the floor, right? People look at a lot of things when they evaluate players, but when you add up every single aspect of a player, what does their floor and ceiling look like? Because the floor and ceiling, it can be all over the place for some of these guys. Some guys have high ceilings, low floors, high ceilings, low ceilings, high floors. I mean, it's all over the place throughout the draft. I would say Con Knippel has a pretty high ceiling and a high floor, and that's the theme with pretty well every single one of these top picks. That's why they're the top pick, and that's why they're some of the top picks.
I will. Sorry, this is kind of it's
We
on.
have Danny Ainge and the Utah Jazz on the clock at 5 right now.
Yeah, I have to say, I'm looking at this interview with Con Knippel and his family, and all of his brothers, except for the one on the right in the red suit, all look identical to him. That's the funniest thing ever. It's like there's like 4 other Con Knippels right there. But who do you guys?
I feel like
who do you guys
all
have?
of their we got to specify this too. Every single one of them had the same haircut. So I just feel like they were all sat down in barber's chairs, and then like one stylist just went over and went, "All right, and you're done, because they all have shaved sides too. Like she went, "You're done, you're done." He or she, whoever it was, but they all you would have to think they all get their haircut at the same time, right? Like that's if you have the I don't know, like is that Is that what happens in the Knipple family? I don't know. But let's get to this rumor real quick because Justin, you sent this rumor in our group chat, and we're gonna pull it up on stream real quick because this does pertain to the Boston Celtics. And okay, we have a report in which came in, but we're going to get to this first, and then we will get on to that. Per NBA trade report, Bulls are looking to trade Lonzo Ball or Kobe White before they make their number 12 pick tonight. Now, it could mean, I'm not speculating anything here, but Lonzo Ball, Kobe White, talking about the number 12 pick. We talked about half an hour ago, it feels like, about the Celtics and what position they could ultimately move up to. 12 was definitely on the list with the Chicago Bulls. So Kobe White, Lonzo Ball, could the 12th pick be involved? I don't see the Celtics necessarily trading for Kobe White or Lonzo Ball, but so we do have the pick leaked here before. Do we want to give out the pick? Do we want to leak the pick here? Do we want to go?
I know the pick.
All right, we'll give out the. Everybody knows the pick here. So at number 5, folks, and Griffin, when it comes up, just do the same ordeal here. Number 5, the Utah Jazz select Ace Bailey out of Rutgers. So Danny Ainge, Austin Ainge, and the Brain Trust out in Utah select Ace Bailey, number 5. Ace Bailey falling down the board a bit, but didn't fall too far. Down to the Utah Jazz. We said on the live before coming onto this live, Utah, I found it a little hard for Utah to pass up on a guy like Ace Bailey, given the season they just had. And I think Utah is going to look at this and go, wow, we didn't get a great pick at the draft lottery. We thought we had a chance at Cooper Flagg, but we basically got Ace Bailey, who throughout the year challenged Cooper Flagg for the number 1 pick and even was in the conversation for the number 2 pick until everything fell apart at the end of his draft process, in which, he was not working out for certain teams. The Jazz, they go with Ace Bailey, and Ace Bailey, I'm going to say this, he gets the chance to now star out in Utah the way he wants. Now, whether or not we're in agreement with that, he's getting what he wants here out in Utah, because there's no main ball handler, star, 1A creator out there in Utah, in which Utah is actually building around right now. Kessler, Keontae George, they're not, they're good young players, but they're not franchise cornerstones whatsoever. Laurie Markkinen, all the guys at the top, we just talked about all of them. Sexton, Clarkson, Collins, Markkinen. Ace Bailey is going to have a chance to really play in Utah and with some increased responsibility, which it's going to be, I don't want to say make or break in year 1 for Bailey, but he's getting what he wants here in the increased responsibility from a ball handling and scoring and playmaking standpoint. And we're going to see it on display in Utah, and we're going to see how that all plays out for him versus a potential situation where he's falling into a veteran-led squad like the Sixers, and which could have happened but didn't.
The Utah Jazz select Arius Ace Bailey from Rutgers University.
Dude, your TV is like 10 minutes behind.
You know what? I don't care, Justin. I don't care.
Is it that? Is it really
Justin,
that?
Justin, you gotta join us on the streams. All right, we're on streams. You're probably on TV.
You're on Stream East. What?
No,
it could not be that. I'm just saying, you don't have to shush it. They have terrible connection up in Maine. They could probably just be way behind.
Oh my gosh! What is this?
This is turning into Vernon Maxwell in Utah. That's what this is turning into.
Listen. Where are you from? Leominster? Isn't that what I heard?
I'm not. I'm actually not from Leominster.
Where is he from?
I don't know.
Who's from?
I don't know where Justin's from.
Justin, where are you from?
No, I'm not from Leominster. Mark Dagnall's from Leominster.
All right. Where are you from?
Me? I live in Providence.
I feel like that is so cap right now, but I can't decide. I can't say it.
I live in Pete. That.
No, but listen. This is what I have to say to you, Justin. I want you to come join me for our main Celtics game this year. All right,
Ian and I went and watched. I think it was Game 3 of the finals.
Oh, I was there.
Why was that not mentioned more? How the Oklahoma City G League team won the
You know who was
title
on the
as
G
well
League?
as the
Oh, does anyone want me? Wait, Seamus, should I send you the picture of it?
actual NBA team.
No, I'm gonna
What was
say
that,
this,
Griffin?
Justin, come. I'll send you the picture of it when we put it on the stream. But Justin, come join me for a main Celtics game, and you and I can squash the beef there. All right?
We don't have beef. Why are you saying
There's
that?
beef. There's beef now.
You're putting out fake news.
I have beef with you now. You talking smack
You have
about me?
beef with me. I don't know you.
I'm not even from Maine. I'm originally from Connecticut. I'm a Flatlander. Wait, is that
Connecticut where?
do you know where East Windsor is?
No. You know where New London is?
I know where New London is. Yes.
You know where Thompson is?
No.
You don't know Thompson, Connecticut?
I might. I don't know. Why?
Wow, Washington. Are you kidding me?
Who would they pick?
I'm not going to tell you. You're 10 minutes behind. I'm waiting for you.
We are. I'm telling you, we are behind.
Let me fix my.
I still have Griffin. How much time is on the clock for you right now for Washington?
3:18.
I have 3:12. I have 3:12. I have 3:12. 3:12.
Should I go to Real and spoil it for myself or no?
No, they haven't picked yet, but there's only a minute.
Oh my
left.
gosh! See, Justin, what is this crap?
Okay.
I'm gonna say no, Justin. You and I come to a main Celtics game. I'm just saying, come to a main Celtics game. We're gonna shake hands. No, we need this because listen, I've had beef with you since I joined Celtics Talk Weekly. I'm like, yo, I have beef with Justin because literally all I've wanted to do is squash the beef and be like, yo, what's up with unfollowing me?
But then I left, so you couldn't talk to me.
I know, and then I was like, but
and then you invited me on the fan series, and I ghosted you.
Did you seriously?
Yeah. No.
Yo, check now. I didn't even. No, I didn't. All right, let me go look.
Well, here we go. Washington. Well, so Justin knows who Washington is picking here.
No, I just said I was joking. I don't know who Washington's picking. There's 20 seconds left on my clock, though. Here's the thing with Washington. They need everything. Washington needs everything and anyone. I don't know what's going on in Washington. The pick is in, so we'll wait for you guys to kind of round the table. But
we'll hear it on my end.
Yeah, I mean, Washington needs everything. They need somebody not 35 years old too. But is Marcus Smart still in Washington, by the way?
Who?
He is.
He is.
I know the pick now.
Yeah.
I know the pick.
Why are you clapping?
Because the Washington. Okay, who Washington selected here, which we'll get from Griffin's TV in like 2 seconds.
We'll get
I just
25.
I love the upside of this player, but I do question if the ceiling is just. But we'll get to that player in about a minute here. Who Washington selected?
So Shams is behind in the draft.
But somebody was saying out there, why isn't Shams leaking all the picks? Blah blah blah. Well, the reason, look, I went back and watched the 2022 draft the other night, and there was I watched another draft too. I can't remember which one it was, but it's crazy the whole time. Okay, the whole time. The 2022 draft. This is how it started. All right, Orlando on the clock. Cool. Let's go to Woj, and Woj goes, I'm hearing they're going with Paolo Banchero here, and I'm sitting there going, what is the point of having Adam Silver walk up on stage and announce the pick when we just have Woj sitting there ready to announce every single pick?
I know. And last year he posted every time, like 5 minutes before the pick. It was literally that long before the pick. Like they weren't even on the clock yet. I don't know what it was, and it was ridiculous. He spoiled the all night.
All right, the pick is
and this too though. Now it was rumored like ESPN didn't want him to spoil the pick, yada yada. But then he was spoiling the pick because he was in competition with Shams. It's like if he doesn't spoil the pick for his own network, who's going to give out the pick eventually, Shams was going to give out the pick and going to undermine his bottom line, which we all knew on social media for a long time. It was Woj versus Shams. Who's going to come out with it first? And people would compare. It's like, oh, you posted this at 5:41 and you posted this at 5:42. And it didn't matter. And Woj I really applaud Woj for where he's at right now because he's at St. Bonaventure. He's basically the president. I mean, he is the basketball. He's the president of basketball operations there at St. Bonaventure, and seems like he's having a great career there. Hopefully, his health is all squared away, and then hopefully he's getting better on that front. But Woj, I mean, he basically walked away and said, "Why did that all matter? It was just social media posts over time." I tend to agree on the same thing. They're just social media posts. Like if people are saying, "Oh, 1 minute late" or what, it's like those are all interactions. Those are all positive things at the end of the day in the social media algorithm. And Woj, he has 6 million followers, so it's he's. This is definitely one of the nights I miss Woj. That's what I got to say about Woj. I miss him right now, but the market, that's the point here, is Shams doesn't need to leak the picks because there's no market of reporters leaking the picks that are trumping Shams right now. There just isn't. And ESPN, they would do themselves a favor by saying, Shams, Woj, stop leaking the picks. What's the point of Adam Silver walking up there with a suit and everybody in their hat and shaking hands and the big old graphics? What's the point of all that if Woj is just going to come up there and go, "Oh, well, I'm hearing rumblings about this play"?
It was Trey Johnson. I
know, Griffin. Come on, brother. Come on. You didn't have to
I
mute
was
there.
playing
But
it for you.
number six, the Washington Wizards select Trey Johnson. I absolutely love this player in Trey Johnson. I got to say, 39.7% three-point shooter on 6.8 attempts. Very clutch player, very comfortable off the catch and shoot. Not afraid to shoot from deep whatsoever. Well, he has almost Trey Murphy range at different times. He's not afraid to shoot from any place on the floor. He's definitely a confident player, Trey Johnson is. His shooting mechanics are very sound. Base always set, very strong on his set, very strong on his shot. And also just his footwork, his ability to actually get his shoulders set, his knees, his ankles, his hips on a shot. Very elite for his age. Does a good job of running off screens. Again, getting his feet set and shooting on the move. His footwork definitely stands out amongst all the shooters in this draft class. He was 52.1%. His field goal percentage was 52.1% off screens, scoring off screens, and 3-point percentage wise, he was 54.8% 3-point percentage when running off screens. So instantly reminds me of Buddy Hield, a very nifty navigator of screens, a smooth cutter as well. Just a very efficient player when it comes to dribble handoff action and cutting towards the rim, getting the ball. And I look at him and go, he's primed for the NBA. Okay, he's going to be a good role player at best. And this is where I'm with Trey Johnson. I go, okay, I really love every single ability in which he owns within his game. The only thing I wonder is what level does he get to? I compared him to Buddy Hield. Buddy Hield would be a good role player to have, but Buddy Hield isn't a star. So you're picking Trey Johnson at 6 here. I don't know if you're getting a star in Trey Johnson, but I think you're good. I think you're going to get with Trey Johnson a consistent starter who's maybe your third or fourth best player on a team for a very long time, and a very valuable player with what he does, especially within his shooting. He's very comfortable at getting to his spot with the ball in his hands, not just, talk about all the off the screen and cutting he does, but he's very comfortable getting to his spot with the ball in his hands, can shoot off the dribble. He's a multi-level shot maker. That's a big thing with Trey Johnson. And he creates a lot of space with the ball as well. And shooting off the dribble is not too it's not, typically with these type of players, it's about the catch and shoot. It's the off screens, the dribble handoffs, all of that, right? But Trey Johnson, there is some upside of creating with the ball in his hands. And I'm very excited to see where that could go, because that will determine whether or not he becomes a star or is just your Buddy Hield level of role player. I think that's his floor. I think he's a very high floor. I think he's certified to be at least a good bench player in the league. But I think at his height, he's one of those, the ceiling, where does the ceiling actually ascend to? But the floor is really high. The floor is really high on Trey Johnson. So I really like this prospect. I don't know if he's going to be a star, but I like every single intangible that comes with him. And I really wanted to rate him above guys like Ace Bailey and Edgecombe and Knipple, all the guys who went in front of him. But it's hard. Those guys, defensively, some of their athletic ability and some of their all-around intangibles. Trey Johnson lacks some of the all-around intangibles to his game. Not a quick downhill attack type of guy at all, but the shooting, I just think the shooting, it's almost like it's like the Sam Hauser argument, right? Where the shooting just puts a particular floor on himself. If Sam Hauser is shooting 40% for a season, as we saw him do last season miraculously after having a down year, Sam Hauser, he's an elite 3-point shooter in which teams need in the NBA. I think that's going to be Trey Johnson. But I had to go on my Trey Johnson soapbox there because he's the one prospect before the draft where I'm like, man, he would definitely be the number 1 overall pick last year in my eyes, in front of Zachary Rees-Sachet and everybody in that class. I absolutely love Trey Johnson. I'm not sold on him being a star yet, but I love the pick of who he could turn into just as a player in general.
What is going on? Franco with his green screen trying to get in here. What is going on? Man?
I don't know what is going on here. I really don't know.
Franco.
We have a report in here that Ace Bailey did not want to go to Utah, and here's what I got to say.
It's going to bring Ace me in
Bailey.
here.
Nope,
No.
Here we go. I don't. Can we present you on screen yet? I don't even know if that's a smart decision. Is this a smart decision to do that?
Yeah, it is.
It was the best decision. It was the best decision. We made the best decision in Celtics Talk Weekly history.
The cat mask.
Franco.
Duck.
Franco,
You are so
Franco.
sweaty, dude.
Hot under there.
Get the cat mask.
They got no fans backstage.
No, Pat.
Get the cat mask, and I'll go get my mask.
Nope.
So
How
here's
do
the
I
thing.
need to?
Ace Bailey, the ball's on him, and Paul George was kind of going at him earlier today. Essentially saying like, you're not even in the league yet. You can't even call your own shots yet. So
I know, there's not even a guarantee he'll be anything more than an 8th man.
Well, it's just
Totally.
I don't know, man. It's ridiculous when players talk like that, especially before they're even drafted. I mean, I'm not justifying that behavior even when they are drafted and it's their first year, but you're lucky to even, be in the green room. You're lucky to even be in the draft. Plus the teams that he picked that he wants to go to, really? Really?
They're not even like
you
teams
want
that
to
would've
willingly go
made
to
him a-
Washington?
There's no guarantee that he's going to
You
be
want me to
anything
play
more than an 8th man. And seriously, okay. So with Coach AJ on yesterday, he was talking about Coach AJ from SMCC. Also, we had the Pelicans pick in.
Yep.
We're just disregarding the Pelicans. The New Orleans.
Jeremiah Fears. Did I spoil it?
Yeah, you spoiled it. Main boy's 20 minutes behind.
Shut up, Justin. I'm sick of this. Listen, the main boy is doing the best he can. Okay.
Hey,
I'm
at least
sorry
it's
that
not
the-
Radio Boy. Be happy about that.
No. Listen, Justin. Do
You look like a radio boy right now. Oh.
Yo, you want to hear who
man.
you are? You want to hear who you are, Justin?
What am I?
You're the worst City Edition hat boy.
Wow.
Yeah, I said it.
I said it.
You don't like the action
I don't
greens?
care that you broke your elbow.
What'd you say?
Damn it, what's going on, dude? You keep falling over. You look like
Well, I'm
Franco's
trying to
camera.
create a
I'm
space.
falling over too.
So I was prepared for the 3-man, but the 4-man, I gotta see the draft. Like the 4-man, I'm looking like the TV is over here. I'm looking this way. I gotta rearrange myself somehow. I don't know how, but
You want to hear
I
what I,
don't know,
gotta
like-
say? You want to hear what I gotta say?
white
Justin?
wall. Do I go white wall? Do I just go white?
Why
I
are
just
you
go
going
white
white
wall?
wall? Put the Celtic stuff in. Don't have no shame. I don't have any shame.
I don't have any tax back here. What, you want me to
Well,
take
turn
10
it
minutes off a
other way.
stream
What
so I
are
can
you
go put some
doing?
tax in the wall?
I had
Yeah,
to
go
put
find
like
some
8
tax
pieces
and
of
put-
duct tape
well,
on my wall. to
Why
get
do you
that
have
green
why
screen up.
why is the Celtics Talk Weekly thing back there, Franco? What's your background looking like?
He
I
has
feel
a
like I
messy
need one of
room.
those right
He has
now.
a messy room, and he doesn't want to show
I don't
people.
care.
No, this is a wall back here.
Yeah,
If I turn it off, it's just
You guys have to admit, the Jason Tatum thing has
The
become
graffiti on the walls.
All right, let's see it. Let's see it, Franco. I want to see it.
I just showed it.
Oh, I missed
I
it.
can't.
I missed it. I was turned around. Let me see it.
Nope.
What the heck, man?
Look at how Franco's sitting. Franco looks like one of those people.
Dude, you should see how I'm sitting right
You
now.
guys should
Literally,
see how
my
I'm
chair
sitting.
doesn't fit. My chair doesn't fit into the space
Griffin's
in
a
which
little
I just created. So I'm
flamboyant,
literally
laying on the
sitting
bed.
on the edge of my
I'm
chair.
laying on my bed. That's my setup right now. Look, my setup is literally on my bed, but I have to keep my computer charged, or else we're not making it through this draft.
Okay,
Like, there's
can
no
we
way.
just wait? Time out. I want to hit on this pick real quick. Jeremiah Fears before we move on to the next team, inevitably in Brooklyn. First of all, the Celtics not moving up into the top 7. All
Jaylen
right.
Brown is still a Celtic.
Woo!
Yeah, but let's talk about Jeremiah Fears real quick because Jeremiah Fears to me, I gotta say, I hate this pick for New Orleans. I absolutely do. Jeremiah Fears, I think, could be I hate to say it, a Johnny Davis type. Now, Johnny Davis seems like there could be some competitive issues within Johnny Davis with the Wizards, who's no longer with the Wizards. He was a top 10 pick back in 2022, somewhere back there. But Jeremiah Fears, his mom, emotional moment here. But let's evaluate the player in Jeremiah Fears. He uses angles well, going
Saying you
downhill,
hate
good
the pick
decision
as his
maker,
family
good
crying.
playmaker, does a good job of setting others up. 3-point shot is a little short armed. He's got that little flick going on. He doesn't have a follow through, right? I want to see guys with follow through. He's got a flick. It's like bam. It's like a little flick. It's like a little short elbow flick. Got to get that follow through up. But he needs a little bit more rhythm, a little bit more touch on his jumper. He needs to heighten the arc of his jumper a little bit. And I shouldn't say the arc, but the release point of his jumper. Turnovers are an issue for Jeremiah Fears. That's one thing I look at with him and go, is he just a turnover machine? Can seem a bit erratic with the ball in his hands, dribbles into nowhere sometimes, but is pretty shifty, can get downhill, can get to the rim. His finishing is one of his biggest strengths. And that's with a lot of these guys, is their finishing ability at the rim. Such a huge thing to be able to put pressure on defenses, being able to drive, and then you're putting pressure on defenses that way. Then you can make your way out to the 3-point line and start shooting the ball. But he's a sizable athletic guard who can handle the ball, but he's not very aggressive on defense. He's a bit slow-footed, a bit lethargic on defense. Doesn't really have the motor to defend. An effective driver, but his instinct is to drive the basketball, period, on the offensive end of the floor. He navigates screens well. But I do want to talk about the defense. The fact he doesn't have a motor to defend, that concerns me with Jeremiah Fears. Offensively, I question, is he going to be a consistent enough shooter? Is he going to be a guy who makes the right decisions consistently? Is he too one-dimensional, right? Because if you're not getting after it on the defensive end of the floor and offensively, he's only a driver and a cutter. I don't know if there's enough efficiency within his game to actually to be a star at the next level. And I think that's some of these guys, that's their mold. It's like, you need to be a star. I think Jeremiah Fears kind of needs to be in that star role. I don't see Jeremiah Fears as an off-ball player. That's my concern with a lot of these ball-dominant guards is, where do you slot in if you're not the main guy, especially if you're taking him this high. I'm not very fond of the Fears pick whatsoever for New Orleans there, but I did want to get into that before we moved on to the Nets pick here coming up next.
Why are you raising your hand?
I'm not. I was saying something. All right,
Me
Justin.
next.
All right, Justin. You want to hear something? I'm sick of your crap. And how long are we in this? I think we've been in here with you for 45 minutes, and I'm sick of you. All right. I'm sick of you.
Why is this so WWE right now?
Stop showing that on the screen.
I can knock it off. It's a Roku remote.
No,
what do you want me to
Franco,
take?
before you came in here, I was in the middle of them. I was splitting them up, and now it's like we got to put you guys on opposite sides here. Is that what we need to do?
Listen, the rivalry. Oh heck no! Oh heck no!
Oh, wow! Oh!
Yeah. No. You. Nah. You stay on that side of the screen, Bucko.
Buck.
All right. You guys ready?
Wait.
You guys ready?
Bucko.
Here we go.
I'm better at
With the main
is the Brooklyn
flag.
Nets.
as Justin likes to call it, the main lag, and I'm sick of that.
Igor Demon. Seamus, you had the pronunciation of his name. down.
Wait. Who are they picking?
Wait, all
Igor
right.
Demon.
Wait. Are you serious?
With the 8th pick in the 2025 NBA draft, the Brooklyn Nets select Yegor Demon from
Igor Demon.
University.
That is way too high for him. I'm sorry. That is
I had him going around here.
I don't like Demon at all. This is Josh Giddey 2.0, and he's not as good as Josh Giddey. I'm sorry. Wow. Wow. I am not. No. I'm not fond of that pick at all. I gotta say that is too high for Igor Demon in my mind.
So where did you have him originally?
So from checking my let's go into the notes here. Made a little big board. A little big board. I have Demon. I have him behind Ryan Kalkbrenner.
Wow, that's late.
I didn't
first round.
Let's see. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He's my 28th guy.
Wow.
And they picked him at 8.
That's gotta be subjective.
I'm sure there are teams in the same boat as me going, wow, top 8 pick, crazy. Yegor Demon number 8 is, I think if any team though, if I were to specify this, if any team were to take a shot on Yegor Demon and say, hey, we're going to develop this guy, and we know he's going to be raw, and we know he's going to have issues early on in his career, but we're going to develop him. If there's any team who has the time to do so right now, it's the Brooklyn Nets. I mean, let's face it. That's kind of the that's kind of the upside here with Demon and the Nets. Wow. So, and he is the 3rd BYU player in history to go top 8, behind Sean Bradley and Rafael Ajuro.
Yeah, so
but
Seamus.
I have him. I'm sorry. I'm not. No.
Seamus and I are around the same.
But you know what? You know who's dropping right now? Malawatch. Okay,
yeah.
Malawatch is dropping right now.
I think there's a good chance though that Toronto could get him with this.
Well, this is to determine if Derek White will be a Celtic next year, according to rumors. The Toronto Raptors were supposed to be trading this pick to the Celtics for, but they are taking a little bit. So who knows what's going on over here?
And put the results down in the bottom here.
But I think Malawatch, I really think he gets, I think he's 9 or 10. I really do see him in that realm. I would say
Houston taking him.
Yeah.
Well, that'll be Phoenix. If he gets to Phoenix, he's going to Phoenix because Phoenix doesn't have a big guy.
Hundo P. But I definitely see. I think Toronto might have him here, though. I really do.
We'll see. I mean, they have Jakob Poeltl. I mean, you never.
You know,
about
he
that.
could be like Jared McCain, though. Like he could be like a Jared McCain. I feel like
McCain.
I'm a big Jared McCain guy too. Do you watch his vlogs?
I do on YouTube. Yeah.
All right. See, you and I, we have so much in common.
I've been trying to tell you guys this the whole time.
We both love Blake Griffin. We're both big on Baylor now. We both love Jared McCain. You and I. All right. You know what?
You guys, did he? Wow. Oh.
You and I are friends. All right.
Seamus, why did you look like that? You just looked super concerned for a minute.
Because he saw production going awry.
All right, shake my hand. Come on, Justin. We're squashing it.
No, I'm wondering.
You and I have so much in common, but don't call me the main boy. We
don't have anything in common.
You can turn back this way a little bit if I don't
No,
have the
all right.
joke.
Hear me out. Hear me out.
Wow.
You and
They
I,
went with him, huh?
come to Maine Celtics opening night, and you and I can squash that.
I
right?
feel like I'm in like a. Is this lighting? Like this might be the perfect lighting for every stream.
Seamus is dying over here.
Seamus is finding out new ways to live life right now.
So this is an important pick for Toronto. It looks like they're going to use it. They were really interested in. They were really interested in trading this. I mean, they still technically could, but this was Franco. I think you just said it, but this was a pick that they dangled out to Derek White earlier today. So this will be interesting.
Wait for Mel watch. I don't.
And
this will be such. You guys realize how legendary this live stream is going to be in time. I'm just gonna point that out right now, because all these picks we're talking about, like this guy here, this guy there, like we're gonna look back and go, wow, we thought that about that guy.
But you know what though? I think that's at everybody in Maine, or everybody in this, like every draft.
Everybody in Maine.
I was
looking at Griffin when I was talking. But every draft, I look back and I just say, like, even like with my mock drafts, I'm like, what was I thinking? Like, I don't know. It happens every draft.
I know. If I'm being honest, coming up live with Justin, I was like, geez, what was I thinking? Got you there. Just kidding. No, I agree though, Justin. I feel like a lot of the times I'm like this in the same boat, you know. All right, hold on. When Adam Silver walks in, all right. So is that the deal? Every time there's a pick,
dude, you got to take that remote cover off. I swear.
Yeah,
right,
I know.
What do you have, anger issues and you throw it at the walls or something?
No, he chews on it.
I don't have anger issues. It's my
chews on it.
What?
Justin, you say he chews on it? You say you chew on it.
Well, yo, no, listen.
It does seem kind of. I don't know.
It just doesn't look like a remote when you do turn it around like
that.
It's
literally green. Like it's the same color as your hat, bro. It's the same color as your hat. It's the same.
Oh, that's going to be a hard name to put on a jersey.
Hold on.
Illinois.
Murray Boyle.
Hey. We're waiting till the remote. We're waiting
He's a forward. He looks smaller. How tall is he?
All right, the Raptors pick is in. Let's send it back to the podium.
With the 9th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Toronto Raptors select Colin Murray Boyles from the University of South Carolina.
Wow. So no Malawat.
Okay. So Murray Boyles. This is another prospect that I absolutely fell in love with. See, this is the night where things get a little frisky here and when you start falling in love with certain NBA players, right? Colin Murray Boyles, first of all, he reminds me immediately of Julius Randle. When he plays, I look at him, I go, whoop, this is the next coming of Julius Randle. Not a good three-point shooter whatsoever, yet he's a 63% true. He has a 63% true shooting percentage. He's a great finisher and a great scorer from inside the arc. When you have a 63% true shooting percentage and you're shooting 26% from three, and you're shooting also 58.6% from the field, I mean, he's getting some work done inside the arc, no doubt. And he's a near 17. He was a near 17 point per game scorer at South Carolina. He has great defensive instincts. Where I'm looking primarily at Colin Murray Boyles is on the defensive end of the floor. I think Colin Murray Boyles can be an all defensive level player. And this is almost a confirmation moment for me because the entire pre-draft process, I saw him going, 15, 20, that range in there. And I'm going, am I missing something? I feel like this guy should be a top 10 prospect. And yet he goes number 9 here to the Toronto Raptors. He's got long arms, quick hands, disrupts passing lanes, understands timing on defense, very, very switchable defender, can really defend, in my mind, 1 through 5. He's a legit 1 through 5 type of defender. Very quick feet, moves very fluidly on the defensive end of the floor, covers a lot of ground in a short period of time on the defensive end of the floor, moves well laterally. And then looking at the offensive end of the floor, I mean, he scores well off of cuts, rolls to the rim. He may be a bit small to score efficiently in the NBA with the scoring methods in which he utilized in college. A lot of cuts, post-ups, one-on-one. Very Randle-esque, okay? Very Julius Randle-esque. When I look at him, I go, that's a Julius Randle level of player right there. Reminds me, with the ball in his hands on the offensive end, of a guy like Randall and a big forward, right? Playmaking is a strength from him as well. His general awareness on the floor stands out on both ends, on offense and defense. I think he's just a very heady player. His passing stands out as an elite trait of himself. Needs to play next to a shooting big, in my mind, to succeed in the league. And his three-point shot is a legit weakness, that's my biggest concern with Colin Murray Boyles, is where can that three-point shot get to? But all the other intangibles, he is a player in which I look at and I go, if that shooting, and even if the shooting doesn't come along, I think he has star intangibles, especially with the defensive end of the floor, his passing ability, and just his general fluidity on the court. I love Colin Murray Boyles as a prospect here. And I'm glad he went in the top 10 because it's, again, confirmation moment. I was seeing him 15, 20, even beyond that. I'm going, it's got to be a top 10 guy, right? And goes number 9 to the Raptors.
Yeah, I mean, I think he fits what Toronto has defensively really, really well. But you mentioned the three-point shooting, and that is one of Toronto's team weaknesses is their three-point shooting. So it'll be interesting to see what that looks like. You hear Jakob Poeltl's name in trade rumors and all that, and he's a center who really hasn't really kind of expanded his range outside of the paint. So it'd be interesting to kind of see how he fits in offensively, but defensively, I think he's a great fit next to Scotty Barnes. It'll be really fun to watch if you're Toronto, but you got to get some shooting to go around that.
Yeah,
and I'll say this with Toronto too. Toronto they have a proclivity for long, lengthy wings, right? Colin Murray Boyles is that long, lengthy wing as well. I mean, just Toronto, you look all up their former rosters, they just love those long guys. Colin Murray Boyles definitely fits into that category. And this is another pick where I'm going, man, I love this guy. And of course, who's he on? Oh, right. One of our rivals, the Toronto Raptors.
Whoa. What?
You don't consider the Raptors our rival?
No.
Where have you guys been the last 7 years? What are you talking about? Our post-game from 2021 was getting 1,000 every time we play the Raptors.
Yeah, we got hella views that post-game, Joe. We got wiped by Toronto by 30 in the home opener.
And we beat them by 54 this year, and then they came back and beat us, and they basically gave us the worst loss of the season. And really looking at Toronto from I remember the Kyle Lowry and DeMar DeRozan days. I remember the Norman Powell and the Terrence Ross days, no doubt.
But as of right now, though, they're not a rival. Not anymore.
That's crazy.
Well, they're in our division. I mean,
they're in our division. They're a division.
Okay, but I'm still taking New York as a rival over them. I'm still taking Philly as a rival over them.
But I'm saying if they're back in the mix.
Break some news.
What?
Breaking news. The Charlotte Hornets are trading center Mark Williams to the Phoenix Suns for the 29 pick tonight and a 2029 first-round pick.
Wow.
I don't think that's bad for either team, really. Actually, probably for Phoenix, it's pretty good. At least they didn't get a shooting guard. That's like the first trade in Suns history where they don't get a shooting guard back. But Mark Williams is just getting tossed around. He got traded to the Lakers. The trade got vetoed or, whatever, failed physicals. So he goes back to Charlotte and then gets shipped back out. That's crazy. Oh my God, the Lakers are punching the air right now.
I will say that's a very good move for the Suns. Mark Williams, he's a good center, and obviously, like you just said too, the Lakers are kicking themselves right now, like wishing that they could have had him on their team. But I like that move for Phoenix, and obviously you have to do some moves either moving off of Jalen Green, Bradley Beal, or Devin Booker. But I feel like that's a good step in the right direction for Phoenix, depending on what they do with 3 players at the same position.
So real quick, is this
They're actually on the
upcoming
clock
pick
as
going
well.
is this going to Phoenix? This pick?
No.
Yeah. No.
Is this
Well,
Rockets
no. Okay,
pick going
the
to
pick, the
Phoenix?
Rockets pick right now is going to Phoenix. This is where it's just ridiculous. We know it's going to Phoenix. Verbally agreed upon, not finalized, but this is Phoenix's pick right here. So and
With the 10th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Houston Rockets select Kaman Malawach.
Hey, there you go.
There we go.
There you go. Malawach. Malawach at number 10
okay.
there. And he fell to them, at number 10. So congratulations to the Suns there. As we welcome in Rob Haytayan into the NBA draft special here.
Boys,
what's going on, Rob?
how we doing on draft night? How we doing?
How we chill, cooling like a cooler.
You know, I'm excited. Been watching the first 10. Nothing crazy. What did he say?
No, the one crazy thing.
We have to take Franco's mic away and Griffin's remote away.
No, it's good that they're split up there right now. I will say that it's good. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. But what were we just talking about? I don't even remember. Number 8 is the only surprise so far. Yegor Demon that high was a legit shock to me.
To Brooklyn.
To Brooklyn.
Right.
Who did you have at 8 originally? Seamus, for you. Who was your mock pit at 8?
Well, I'm not one to do necessarily mock drafts. I'm more of a big board type of guy. But so let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I had Colin Murray Boyles at number 8, and he went 9th.
Okay.
I have
Yeah.
Jonas at now some of this, yeah. So I'll just run down the board. I have Cooper Flagg, Dylan Harper. They're in that 1-2 tier category. Then I have in their own tier Ace Bailey, Trey Johnson, VJ Edgecombe, Kon Knipple, and Kaman Malawach. That would be what? That would be to the 7th pick. Number 8, I have Colin Murray Boyles. Number 9, I have Jonas. Number 10, I have Thomas Sorber. Number 11, I have Joan Behringer. Then I have Neek Clifford, Cedric Coward, Carter Bryant, Derek Queen, Liam McNeely, and then Jeremiah Fears. I feel like I'm missing a name in there. Maybe I am.
Just for confirmation, Kaman's getting routed to Phoenix, right? That's Phoenix's pick?
Yes.
Yeah, we were just talking
about I love that.
It's not
That's a
official
great
yet.
pick for Phoenix. That's a great pick for Phoenix.
But
And they also got Mark Williams.
Yeah, Mark Williams. Yeah, that's definitely
the Phoenix.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did that just break?
Yes. Literally 2 minutes ago.
Okay, wow. So they're getting some.
Which
they're getting those shooting guards some help.
We were just talking about. I just brought up. I said that is like the biggest Phoenix, especially being one of the Lakers' quote unquote rivals. That's going to be like the biggest smack in the face. Mark Williams, finally, they get their center last year at the deadline. Trade falls through. Williams goes back to Charlotte, and now couple months later, he's traded to Phoenix. So that's kind of funny.
I'm curious. I got a question for you guys. I was reading pre-draft that Boston was calling San Antonio with a deal that was around Hauser and our 28th pick for 14. What do we think of that?
I'm going for that every day. I mean, think about that. That's Hauser. That's an undrafted free agent in which you received years ago for the Celtics in 2021. Got a couple good years of service out of him. Sell high now on Sam Hauser. 28th pick. It's not as valuable as the 14th pick. Go up there and make that move. And the Celtics would be saving salary in that move as well, because you think about the salary of the 14th pick versus Hauser and the 28th pick. The Hauser and the 28th pick would be what? About $12 million. The 14th pick would be, I mean, it would be under 10. So you'd even be saving money with that deal if you're the Celtics. Yeah. So that to me would be a no-brainer. I feel like there might have to be more, but you never know. Sam Hauser, he's a legitimate player in which San Antonio and other teams alike, maybe a Detroit out there could venture on and want. Right. So sometimes I look at Hauser and go, how much value does he have? And sometimes we got
He's
to
got
admit
some.
he does right. He's got
Yeah.
some value as a shooter. He's not a complete zero out there. He's not a Xavier Tillman, anything like that.
Portland Trailblazers are trading this draft pick, which we'll let the viewers see because it is leaked. They're trading this draft pick to the Memphis Grizzlies. So,
So Memphis is draft.
So Memphis is moving up about what, 5 picks maybe if they trade. So wait, first of all, let's get this out of the way here. This is the trade that just went down between the Suns and the Hornets. The Suns and the Hornets, frequent trade partners here. From Shams Sharania breaking, the Charlotte Hornets are trading center Mark Williams to the Phoenix Suns for the number 29th pick tonight and a 2029 first-round pick, sources tell ESPN. And my first initial reaction from this is Mark Williams traded to the Lakers back in February. In this deal, I'm wondering, right, did the Hornets get back the same return for Mark Williams as they did months ago in that rescinded trade, right? Was that I look at that. I want to compare the two packages right off the top of my head. I want to say it was the 27 Lakers pick. No, it wasn't 27 because they sent that to Dallas. It was a 29 Lakers pick, maybe. So my first initial reaction is they trade Mark Williams anyway, right? The Hornets, he stays on the Hornets for half of a season. They trade him anyway. I just wonder, is this deal better than what you're getting or what you got originally from the Lakers, and which was rescinded way back when? But so number 29 and a future first. So Phoenix, are they sending out? Hold up, are they sending out their future? Like, is this Phoenix's pick? Is this Phoenix's pick? Like, hold up.
Oh,
if this is
Phoenix will get Houston's pick.
Who's the picks in right now, right?
Wait, here we go.
As part of a deal to be finalized later, the Houston Rockets are trading to the Phoenix Suns the draft rights to Kaman Malawach, the 10th pick.
Okay, confirming that.
And now, with the 11th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Portland Trailblazers select Cedric Coward from Washington State University.
So Cedric's going to Memphis. He's getting routed to Memphis.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
We could see moving at 12. Chicago was trying to move, or they're trying to make a trade. I saw that Kobe and Lonzo. We could see them move at 12 here.
You guys realize the Suns just traded for the entirety of the Hornets' big man depth from last year? They have Nick Richards and Mark Williams.
Maybe they're going to try to.
What are they doing?
That's the crazy work. Like that's the craziest thing. And you look at like the value they could have
sent
got.
Away 2 first round. They sent away a 20. They sent away the 29th overall pick. Not overly concerned about that at all. But a 2029 first, I don't know where that's coming from necessarily from Phoenix. Could be from another team. Could be protected. We don't really know the details of the pick yet. But if that's a straight up unprotected 2029 first from Phoenix, what is Phoenix doing? Phoenix, the minute they received Kevin Durant, Phoenix, and I shouldn't even say received Kevin Durant, the minute Matt Ishbia walked into the ownership role out in Phoenix, Phoenix was gung-ho on trading every single first-round pick they possibly could have in any single deal to get it done, and yet they do it again. I'm wondering if it's actually their pick or not, but if it is, I don't like this move at all for Mark Williams. Well, when it comes to the Phoenix Suns, because a 2029 first for Mark Williams? Are we kidding ourselves? Mark Williams, who the Lakers looked at and went,
top 5
maybe not.
protected as well.
This is
that
the
top 5
official.
protected that pick.
This is the official trade. The Grizzlies are sending pick number 16, a 2028 first-round pick via Orlando, and 2 second-round picks to Portland for Cedric Coward. That is a load of stuff going to Portland for Cedric Coward.
So one of those Orlando picks gets, so in the Desmond Bain trade, already one of those picks out the door. That trade is finalized, so that will not be an expanded trade. However, talking about Cedric Coward here at the number 11 pick, do have some information on Cedric Coward because he's a player in which rose up the draft boards pretty quickly. He was one of those that he's a senior. He was a senior at Washington State, and Did start at a smaller D3 school, so he has the Derek White route. You know, he started at the D3 school, made his way to Washington State, and he made his way up the draft boards during this entire pre-draft process. There's an extremely small sample size with him in his senior year, only 6 games played, but the ability is certainly there, and he had a good draft combine as well. Long arms, uses length well and finishing around the rim. Length is a defensive strength with him, a very big disruptor on the defensive end of the floor. It moves fluidly on defense, tips a lot of balls, deflects a lot of passes, disrupts passing lanes and driving lanes defensively. Just very active on that end of the floor. Moves feet really well defensively. Very stern yet quick and fluid. I like the guys who are very solid, like a Drew Holiday, right? Very solid but very quick and smooth and swift. More so Drew Holiday maybe in the past and not this past season. There might be a little bit of a turnover problem with him in general, just a little loose with the ball. Jump shot seems like it has an extra motion because of his body proportions. He has longer arms. It feels like his jump shot has a little extra motion to it that you might want to take out in the NBA just to make his shot a little bit quicker. But he's got a smooth release on his jumper regardless. He's an efficient three-point shooter, and he seems like a catch and shoot guy from the perimeter more so than an on-ball creator, or I shouldn't say, or with the ball, creating with the ball in his hands. Definitely comes off as a role player type. Initially reminds me of a slightly bigger Derek Jones Jr. That's what I think of Cedric Coward. I look at him and go, there's some Derek Jones in him. Go ahead, Rob.
I had a player comp. I was going to say Patrick Williams out of Chicago. He gives me a lot of Patrick Williams, big guy, quick, like you said, stern, can stand his ground, can shoot, really catch and shoot. Not going to give you much off of the dribble, but can create at times if absolutely necessary. I'm thinking P. Will, but I see Derek Jones as well.
And to a strength of his, finishing and running in transition. Right now I'm looking at the draft board. I'm going OKC at 15. I'm glad Cedric Coward didn't fall to OKC at 15. That would have been quite the addition for Oklahoma City. They could still get a nice addition here at 15, but Cedric Coward, I thought I specifically wrote would work well on the Oklahoma City Thunder on all my draft notes here. But just ultimately, creates turnovers, gets up the floor, finishes efficiently in transition. He is a mess with the ball in his hands. Can't create his own shot. Doesn't own a tight handle whatsoever. Very indecisive with the ball. Again, very role player-ish to me. I don't expect him to be a star. This is not a pick. I don't look at Memphis making this pick, and I don't look at them going, wow, they got a third star type of guy next to Jaren Jackson and Ja Morant. I go, no, I think they got themselves a nice maybe starting level forward, maybe a bench guy in the future. I see him as a role player, and I do like the pick for Memphis. People in the long run might go, oh, that was a bit high. I'm not concerned about that. If you can get a pretty good role player at number 11 like Cedric Coward, I'm completely fine with that pick. And I'm pretty confident that he's going to be at least a serviceable level role player in the NBA. And when you can mine that out of a prospect, and if that's your evaluation of him, I don't mind him going this high, really. I think in time, people will go, oh, he's not a star, whatever. But I think he's going to be an all right player.
The Atlanta Hawks are trading the 13th pick in the draft to the New Orleans Pelicans for the 23rd pick, an unprotected 2026 first-round pick. So the Hawks are trading the number 13th pick to New Orleans for the 23rd pick and a 2026 first-round pick unprotected.
This also coming out from Underdog NBA, if anybody's interested in this. Joel Embiid, very engaged in rehab, expected to be ready right around training camp. How about be ready right now? You just played 19 games.
Philly's not even interested in that. Philadelphia wants. I'm telling you.
I know. Like there are.
I said this even before crap hit the fan in Philly last season, before they even sucked. They should just trade away. They should trade Embiid. They really should trade Embiid, trade Paul George, get rid of all of that money. And they should build around Jared McCain and Tyrese Maxey. They should do that. They should have done that a while ago. They should do that now. I just don't see. I understand, though, the East is still so wide open, especially with, Tyrese being hurt, Dame going down, obviously Jason Tatum being out, and Celtics making as many moves as they're making this offseason. But the process is over in Philly. you've done all the processing you can do. How much more processing can there be? The pick is in for Chicago. This is a pick that we're kind of getting in the into where the Celtics have been rumored all night.
All right, well, here we go.
With the 12th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Chicago Bulls select Noah Essengay.
Oh boy,
France, our first France guy.
This guy's crying. Look at the TV. He's crying. His Chicago fans crying.
No, I
I'll
think
tell you what.
What?
Drafting a guy who's got a splint on his finger might not be the best idea.
that might be a bad omen. That we already went through that with Romeo Langford. It's like, hey, this guy's injured, but he'll be pretty good. It's like,
well, can I after you guys are done with those takes, I want to add on to Justin's take with Philly.
no, go ahead.
Go for it.
I completely agree with you, Justin. I feel like the smartest move is to get that salary out of there and, build a young team. They have so much potential there in Philly. And, it's undeniable that you could get some assets for Joel Embiid. Like, people are going to give you stuff. You're not going to get nothing for him. So I feel like you get some young assets for him. Same with Paul George. You could build a young
really?
You know what though? I don't
think you can.
Not Paul George. I don't think you can get anything.
Specifically with Paul George.
Paul George,
maybe with Embiid, no way, Paul George. No way.
But not a lot. But you could get a little bit. But with Embiid,
I'd give Philly picks to not give us Paul George. I'd be like, here's a couple first. Keep him away from us.
Don't ever offer me. Don't ever call me again.
But with Joel Embiid, you could get some young talent, and you could really.
You could with Joel. You could.
You could really make a young team there, and I honestly think they could be very aggressive if you do that.
Well, and you know what? I agree, Griffin, because here's my problem with Philly right now, right? And I think this is kind of why Ace Bailey was doing the whole keep me away from Philly thing. Mind you, I think is stupid, which that's a different conversation. But my problem with Philly is that you're in this weird position, kind of like Boston was, and Boston may have seen now looking back gotten lucky with those injuries, and I don't wish injury upon anyone obviously, but they're in like this weird stage where it's Joel's team, it's Maxi's team, it's Paul George's team, right? But you got these plethora of young guys, right? Where you got Maxi, you have McCain, and you could have had Ace Bailey. Now you got VJ coming in, right? It's almost like you're drafting these guys high and you're bringing them in and developing them and nurturing them to be role players, right? And with like a guy like Ace Bailey and like these high draft picks, they need like a lot of volume to really see real NBA production. I want to go back on Patrick Williams real quick because I think Patrick Williams had some Kawhi Leonard-esque ability coming into the league, and he got drafted to a Chicago team that used him exactly what he grew into, and that's a big problem. So I look at Philly, and it's like, all right, I get it. You tried the Embiid thing. You tried the Paul George thing. It's not there. You have the framework to develop these young guys in like they can be something. That's why Boston, that season, Kyrie and Gordon went down. That playoff run was the best thing that had ever happened to Brown and Tatum looking back on it on their career because it allowed them to kind of ascend and assert themselves as the guys, right? If Hayward and Kyrie are there, they might, develop into a much different player. And that's my problem with Philly right now. It's like, listen, you got to blow it up, bring these guys and nurture them into stars, right? Give them 20 shots a game. Let them go through the trials and tribulations that stars go through, not as role players. I think that's a real mistake that Philly's doing right now. And they might hold on to Embiid for 3 more years, and it might be too late at that point.
Can we talk about this trade in which just went down between the Hawks and the Pelicans? The Hawks traded the number 13th overall pick to the Pelicans for the number 23 overall pick. So they moved down 10 spots, yet they pick up an unprotected 2026 first, the most favorable of New Orleans and Milwaukee, which could be a lottery pick next year. So Atlanta gets maybe a lottery pick next year and the 20 to move down 10 spots in the draft so that the Pelicans can move up 10 spots and draft, which we technically haven't had it on here yet, but it's been leaked all over Twitter. It's going to be Derek Queen at number 13. So I'm not too particularly fond of that trade, but
Yeah,
hey,
that is so they're trading pick 13 for 23 and an unprotected 2026 first round, most favorable of New Orleans and Milwaukee. So they're
that's
falling
basically
back
a
10
lottery
picks.
pick next year. Like New Orleans and Milwaukee could be 100% in the lottery next year. Right? I mean, that's realistic. And if not, they could be. I don't think New Orleans or Milwaukee. I don't think either of them are going to be. Now, Milwaukee, are they going to go into next season with Giannis or not? Because that matters.
I think
Right? Like you have Giannis. If you
what
have
side of this
Giannis,
trade do you not like?
I don't like this for New Orleans. Why would you give up a pick next year? Because New Orleans, it's like you're trading up for Derek Queen, and I'll say this too: they already have a young big in Missy, who nearly won rookie. And I understand. Oh, nearly won rookie of the year. I mean, he was one of the few good rookies from last year's class, so that's not saying too much. But Derek Queen, Missy, it's just for me. I'm not a fan of trading future picks and moving up to go get somebody if they just don't have a roster with a general direction. Period. I'm not fond giving away the unprotected first next year in another team's pick to move up 10 spots.
Well,
and maybe maybe there was some arm twisting and whatnot that went on. I'm not so certain, but let's bring up this trade on screen so people can actually see
Pelicans
it up front.
must really, really have somebody on their board that they think is not that they can't pass up on. That's what this tells me.
It's Derek Queen. They're picking Derek Queen at number 13 here. I know it hasn't come across. It's leaked all over Twitter.
I'll play it when it comes up though,
But these are the two trades that just went down. Number one, the Grizzlies are sending the number 16 pick, a 2028 first round pick via Orlando, and 2 seconds to Portland for Cedric Coward. And we already went over that one. However, this is the other pick.
Select Derek Queen from the University of Maryland.
Okay. I'm a big Derek Queen guy, mind you. I will say.
So here's the trade. The Atlanta Hawks are trading the number 13 pick in the draft to the New Orleans Pelicans for the number 23 pick and an unprotected 2026 first round pick, most favorable of New Orleans and Milwaukee. I understand what you have to give up to move up 10 spots, but man, I just wonder if 23 and next year's pick would be more valuable than just moving up for Derek Queen here. And maybe I'm crazy. And you know what? Well, Rob, I don't know where Rob went here, but Rob just said that he was high on Derek Queen. I'm a little less high on Derek Queen, I gotta say. I'm not a huge Derek Queen guy because and here comes Franco back into the stream.
Oh, goody.
Welcome back, Franco.
hello,
But
Franco.
I'm just not a huge Derek Queen guy. I understand the upside, but he's a little, I understand, like he's a center, he's a big, but I'm just not, he almost strikes me as a big forward sometimes. And I just don't know. He's got very good touch. I will say his ability around the rim, finishing with great touch around the rim, the passing ability, the playmaking is certainly there with Derek Queen. I like him from those standpoints. Sometimes I look at him and go, what is the type of big you're going to be in the league, and can you do the same things you did in college at the next level? That's what I ask with Derek Queen, especially when it comes to just his offensive game. And if it comes to, all of the touch, all of the shooting, the passing, all that, I don't know if he's going to be able to maneuver in the same way, because he had this almost overpowering force at the college level that I'm trying to think, is that going to be there in the NBA? I have him ranked a little lower. I have him ranked 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So yeah, I have him around 14, 15 range, basically. Right there with Cedric Coward, Carter Bryant. So I mean, he's going in the range in my mind. People were talking about him as a top 10 pick and going, oh, Derek Queen this, Derek Queen that. I was going, can we slow our roll here on Derek Queen a little bit? Like I don't hate the prospect, but I just don't I wouldn't have picked him in the top 10, but he goes 13 here. That's about his range. So
Okay,
it's
so
not a terrible pick for the Pelicans. I do question, 23, we'll have to see who's at 23 plus a lottery pick next year potentially. The Pelicans give up for Derek Queen.
Would you have moved up for
I'm
him
not
for Hauser? And would you moved up for him for Hauser in 28?
not Derek Queen, no.
That's
No.
kind of gonna be the golden question for the next picks until the Celtics are on the board. Is would it have been worth it to move up for him? And
Are you guys a little bit surprised that we're about halfway through the first round and it's been as quiet as it's been?
yes,
No,
He
no.
sorta, not really, because
Yeah,
we've seen I think every year is like this where it's like we could just see everybody move
Yeah,
everywhere and then
yeah.
nothing happens. Like we've
That- well,
had that a lot in the past. So, but
Yeah.
I want to say this. It seems as if right now, Yakachonis, my guy from Illinois, right? A home state. Seems like he's fallen a little bit here. He's fallen 13 pick. I thought Yakachonis could be a candidate for the Nets there. Now this is where I just don't. I'm sorry, Yegor Demon. I would take Yakachonis over him every day of the. I'm sorry the Nets. I hate that pick. Agor Demon over Yakachonis. That is criminal. I'm sorry. I don't know what the Nets are watching with all the draft film and everything, but Yakachonis.
Here we go.
With the 14th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the San Antonio Spurs select Carter Bryant from the University of Arizona.
Wow.
Carter Bryant. Carter Bryant to the Spurs. That's a legit ad for them.
That's a good
especially considering the roster they
Dylan
have.
Harper and Carter Bryant. That
is a haul in one draft night. I gotta say that. That's
they could have a starting lineup of Fox, Castle, Harper.
I mean, I'm looking at him. He's probably
Carter,
off the bench
Bryant,
type of guy
and
now.
Wemby. But yeah.
So let's see. Carter Bryant. Carter Bryant. He's a pretty versatile wing, pretty versatile forward, from my perspective, and his defense is really what stands out. There are a lot of really nice long wings in this draft. Long wings who defend multiple positions, very athletic. The guys that every NBA team wants, the long, athletic, versatile, switchable wings. Carter Bryant is definitely one of those players, and the Spurs get him here at 14. That's just, that's a very nice upside pick for the Spurs. There's some question of whether or not he can really bring along his offensive game. Not a huge creator, can shoot the ball. That's certainly one of his strengths. He's a typical 3-and-D type of wing, and that's what I've noticed in this draft period. Is there are a lot of 3-and-D type of wings, especially at this point in the draft. And part of the intrigue of the draft is just figuring out where these wings are actually going to go. Because before the draft, I was thinking the evaluation, it's about what you like, right? And how much you think these players are actually going to ascend within their NBA careers upon their developmental path. Because the wings, for example, I had Cooper Flagg was number one, but essentially, so I had Colin Murray Boyles, Carter Bryant, Neat Clifford, Cedric Coward, and Asenge. Those, and I was really wanting to throw in Fleming, but I think Fleming is just a little outside of that category, maybe. But Murray Boyles, Bryant, Clifford, Coward, and Asenge, those are all forwards where I look at it and go, what do you like, right? Like, what do you like? What do you think? Who do you think is going to develop out of that bunch? Because they're all fairly similar. They're a little different in some ways. Like I was talking about Murray Boyles earlier and Cedric Coward. Murray Boyles is more like a Julius Randle type. Cedric Coward is a more Derek Jones Jr. type. But these guys, the forwards, very interesting. I will say the Thunder are on the clock now with 15. A lot of good prospects on the board here for the Thunder, who just won the championship.
And they could trade out too. So it's going to be.
And it was rumored they wanted to move up. It was rumored they wanted to move up. Also, Noah Asenge went. I do want to cover this. Noah Asenge went 12th to the Bulls. I'm not a fan of him going there at all. Okay, because the Bulls, Rob, you talked about it, how they developed Patrick Williams, but the Bulls have been a terrible developmental team over the past couple of years. And I think Noah Asenge, for me, it would have been nice to see him fall into an organization with clear-cut standards and a clear-cut identity. Asenge, he just left the German League Finals. Just left his team during the German League Finals to be here at this draft. Now, I understand people could go, well, people can overreact to that, and how much does that matter? But the competitiveness is definitely a point of evaluation within all of these players. Is how competitive are they going to be? What type of drive are they going to have? And Asenge, that move was not a great look for him, just as Ace Bailey didn't want to play for certain teams, and now he's mad he's going to the Jazz. And I didn't say this earlier because we started talking about Trey Johnson, but Ace Bailey, I mean, suck it up, Cupcake. You're going to Utah. It's like, congratulations. You could have gone to Philly, and now you're going to Utah. So,
Seamus, can I say?
Oh, and he wanted to be on the East Coast, too. Wanted to be on the East Coast. Yep, see you out in Salt Lake. Yep, have fun with those fans out there.
Well, we talked about a lot with Coach AJ yesterday too, like with
knocking on their doors.
Yeah, well, with Ace Bailey, it's like, come on, like, all right, it's like your coaches ask you the question in high school: do you want to be the best player on a bad team, or do you want to be a good, like a solid player on a winning team? You know, like, and it's the winning team, like, but like, come on, you. I hate
would disagree. So here's my takeaway on the Ace Bailey thing, right? Because Ace Bailey to me was, outside of Cooper Flagg, probably my favorite guy in the draft. I think and again, Ron Harper's up there, or I'm sorry, is it Ron? No, not Ron.
Dylan. I made the same mistake.
Yes, right. Dylan Harper. So
main Celtics.
I love Ace. I love his game. I don't think you are ever in the position as a rookie to demand anything, right? I think this should have been dealt with behind closed doors, not publicly. But I can see from his perspective what's unappealing about Philadelphia, just Philly, right? When you're sitting there and you're Ace Bailey and you're looking at what's best for you, I can see him simply declining the draft, right? Declining the draft workout, because that's not unheard of. Decline the draft workout and have that be that, right? And there's nothing else to it, because again, I believe Ace Bailey is a franchise altering guy, right? So like, I believe Bailey's going to go to Utah, and I think Bailey's going to be a stud. I think this guy is all NBA good at some point of his career, if brought up properly. I agree with you, Seamus, in the aspect where you can't demand. You can't say it's only Brooklyn or it's only Washington. That's where my problem with Ace comes in, right? If you want to be and say, listen, Philly, behind closed doors, you can take me, but I don't see my best path to success in the NBA being in Philadelphia. Sure, that's one thing.
But this is my thing. Well, Rob, I agree with you, but like, I think it's just an honor to be drafted in the NBA anyways.
Right,
It's like your path. Like, of course, like, yeah, you might not want to play for Philly. And I like what you said right there. You know, maybe he's like, it's not in my best, player development to be here, and I don't see myself being a good fit for this organization. However, I think it's just an honor to be in the NBA. And like, down the road, when he builds up a resume, he could be like, all right, I want a trade request, like he could do that. However, I feel like, still like you need some like honor, like he could have been the third pick in the NBA draft. He slips to 5, obviously not too far, but
also cost him some money, not a ton, but
I think $500,000.
$500K. How much money? Oh, let's see.
I think the first pick's 13, 2 is 11, 3's 10, and I want to say 4's 9.
Here, I have the rookie scale in front of me. If I can. Okay, so the number 4 pick, he was number 5. So number 5 in year 1 makes $9.1 million. Yeah. Number 3 makes 11.1. So he basically cost himself $2 million by not working. That's not nothing, right? And over the course of the contract, the number 3 pick is worth $50.4 million. The number 5 pick is worth 41.2. So he just lost $9 million in one night.
Yikes. The Oklahoma City Thunder select Thomas Sorber from Georgetown.
Wow. Damn.
Another big man.
damn, that's a good big man for them too.
I know. Oh my goodness. Yep, Thomas Sorber, really good defensive big, really good feet on the defensive end of the floor. Very mature player. Knows some crying right now. Not that that shows any maturity or personality or anything, but
Well, it does. It does. Like I feel
well,
like
no, it shows personality, but no, it doesn't show like you know, you
Maturity.
could be a right, you could be a 10-cent brain $1 million athlete and cry. It's like, oh, whatever. Like it doesn't really matter. It's
No,
like
but-
it's the best athletes and the worst athletes are known to cry. But Thomas Sorber, I mean, this is a really good upside pick for the Thunder because I'm just looking at their defense right now and I'm like, how did their defense was the best in the NBA all last season. And then they land a big at number 15 who himself alongside Chet Holmgren and Thomas Sorber. Like this kind of, I kind of look at it as, you know, Isaiah Hartenstein making that 28.5 in the future team option. Is this the Hartenstein replacement here? I think Sorber next to Holmgren, that is a defensive juggernaut of a front court in the long run with those two, Sorber and Holmgren. I mean, that's like Horford and Robert Williams basically in my mind, or Horford, not really Horford. No, this is what it's comparable to. It's Horford and Kristaps Porzingis. That's what I kind of see Holmgren but Holmgren's a better rim protector than Porzingis. So I think
Well, can I say to this too? It's just so scary that OKC just won a championship and they're just now getting younger.
Just about to say that. I was just about to say that.
But I also mentioned this too before we had that breaking news the other night with Drew Holiday. It's the fact that, you know, the Celtics are in the same situation. It's unfortunate, but eventually contract extensions, they're gonna have to. But they're young. So, and they just got younger with this draft pick too. So they still have a while. The window is wide open. Like they have a long window, but there is going to come a time and point where OKC is going to look a lot different too. But they're super young, and there's a lot of guys who are going to continue to want to win there. So it's not going to like blow up. But you know what I mean.
I do, and here's my thing with OKC that kind of sets them apart, and it kind of scares me. At first, prior to the start of this year, I kind of said that like defending champs, the reason why a defending champ had never gone back to back was because no defending champ was able to retain their team, right? They're always losing a core piece in an NBA that was changing so fast. After seeing what happened this year with Boston, I think defending champs not only need to keep their core, I think they need to retool their core, right? And show the league as something, a new look. I think what's so scary about Oklahoma, and this is why their draft picks are so valuable, they're retooling almost, right? And they're doing it for cheap. They're doing it within the draft, right? Like Boston didn't add anything last year, right? Baylor Shireman was great for what he was out up in Maine, but he was never like, you know, a top 15 lottery guy. OKC has the luxury of being the defending champs and bringing in these cheap contracts of talent and young guys and replaceable. That's why I think OKC, and again, we've said this about every defending champ, so we have a long off season and a long regular season before we can even start talking about that, right? But if things are looking up for them, I will say though, I don't love this pick. I won't lie, from Oklahoma City, because I think it's a lot of what they already have. You know, I think there's two sides to this. Shout out them for sticking to what they're doing. Seamus make a valid point. Hartenstein replacement for a lot cheaper, right? You send Hartenstein away.
Exactly on the point
you can pay.
That's exactly on the point you're talking about.
And you can
right
pay
there.
Casey Wallace.
Yeah, exactly. Where you're like, oh, you're retooling your core while you're competing. Like that's the move right there. That's Sorber. He's worth $5 million versus Hartenstein 28, and I think in the coming years too, what we're going to see is teams needing to find a different method to build their roster and win, because we're just getting into the new CBA era right now, and it's already destroyed a couple of teams, and teams are going to now have to find loopholes and new methods of how to actually build rosters, which I think I think you hit the nail on the head there, Rob, is going to have to include the NBA draft. And that's right where we're at. It's that's a
dreaded second. Yeah, the dreaded second apron. You're seeing this new look at CJ McCollum. You know what? I saw a funny tweet today. And it was never let a man that was beaten up by super teams for 5 years sign the paper that to dismantle super teams. Because I'll tell you what, the Thunder, right? And again, the Thunder are a unique situation where they have a plethora of picks. But hadn't they not had these picks, this is a Thunder team that maybe had an extra year to them. Cason Wallace, guy off the bench, he's a $70 million guy, 4 year, $70 million guy, probably. They got Dort. All these guys are going to need to get paid, and they're not going to be able to pay them. So, second apron, I just want to touch on that. Terrible for the league. Seamus, I completely agree. This is what makes Oklahoma City so dangerous, right? You got Hartenstein do 25.8, you said, in I believe a year. All of a sudden you can trade Hartenstein for more draft picks, right? Re-sign Cason Wallace for that 25 a year and keep Samba around, and you can kind of keep retooling and recycling these guys if you draft properly, which we know Oklahoma City can.
We have our first truly stunning pick of the night about to drop here.
Yep. It says pick is in. Just give it a second. They're wrapping up the interview.
We'll go. We have a truly stunning pick here at 16 in my mind. And they're talking to Cooper Flagg right now.
Yeah. We do you want me to let this play for a second?
Just when Adam Silver is walking up, that's when we can.
This is the Trailblazers pick, not the Grizzlies.
Yeah. All right.
Yes.
So,
this will be going to the Blazers, and the Blazers. I'm sorry, but after this pick is made, I'm gonna ask a simple question, and I'm gonna go. I'm just gonna ask, what is Portland doing right now? Okay, what is Portland doing? And just start coming up with the answers to this one, because it's gonna take a while, because I don't know if we're gonna have many answers as to what Portland's exactly doing. Seriously, this is. Sorry,
I was just.
You're good. I'm pretty stunned by what I'm seeing right now.
Wait, is Portland's pick? This is in, or was this on Twitter? Do I have to go to Twitter?
This was on Twitter. We'll wait for the TV to bring it up here on stream.
Wait till it comes up. But
see, this is where in the draft, it's I'm not even sure how do we release all these correctly, right? I wish this is where it's can we get the rights to the ESPN cameras right now? Can we get Adam Silver?
Silver,
how do you get media rights? How do we if we wanted to film at the draft, right? Have our own table. It's how would you actually?
Oh God,
we'd have to pay a lot of money.
Yeah, I think
a lot of money. Sponsorship.
Franco, I gotta ask, is that a new mic?
No, it's just. Well, I've had this one. It just usually sits out of a camera frame.
Oh, okay. I'm liking the new view.
Oh yeah, this is.
Give you your flowers on air. Well, we have some time to. Oh, here we go.
All right,
Here we go.
With the 16th pick in the 2025 NBA draft, the Memphis Grizzlies select Jan Hansen from Zibo, China.
I got nothing for him. Oh, I love the suit though. Oh, I love the suit.
He's not in the green room. He's actually in the crowd right now. Just saying.
So this
happened last year too, correct?
55.
Yeah.
So this is Hansen Yang, and maybe I'm pronouncing that wrong. Maybe it's just Hansen
Yang and Edie on the same team.
Hansen Yang. Well, this is going to Portland.
Oh
right?
yeah.
Okay. This is going to Portland.
So
Hansen Yang is Zach Edey 2.0. I'm just going to go ahead and throw that out there. He's definitely an Edey light. He's a little more agile than Edey, yet smaller. He's a little bit smaller, but he's still very Edey's 7'4". Hansen Yang is about 7'2". It's a little bit smaller, but still very large. Edey has better hands and touch. He's a big, clunky center meant for rebounding and shot deterrence. Can handle the ball a bit and make simple reads from the low post and high post and top of the key. He's a short roll center. Definitely has some agility to himself at 7'2" that definitely interests teams, I would say, for certain. I wouldn't have been shocked to see him move up the board on draft night tonight, but 16 is really high.
Oh,
16
totally.
is really high for Hansen Yang. I mean,
and may I say, Seamus, too, Portland, they already have two centers. And they have Robert Williams and DeAndre Ayton, like two
and Klingon.
and Klingon. So this makes no sense. And I could see why you already mentioned this, because they already have three centers. This giving
One
them
of them.
That's what I'm saying.
Do you
Right,
a trade from them then, or like what are your guys' opinions?
Klingon, Ayton, Robert Williams, Yang or Hanson Yang. It's like what are we doing? What are we doing, Portland?
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of question marks surrounding this pick, especially like you have so much center depth.
So do you think Ayton's on the move? Ayton's got to be on the move, right?
Ayton got to be on the move. Maybe
Or Robert Williams. Well, Robert Williams, we count him in the rotation, but let's face it, he's played 26 games for Portland.
Yeah. Well, so
26 is the number.
Ayton's contract. What are we looking at there?
He's $35 million expiring, I believe. 35
That's
expiring.
The name. Boston's in need of. I know we already been with Portland, and this is probably way out of the picture. But hey,
Simon's back to Portland for Ayton.
For Ayton. No,
breaking news: Anthony Simons to Portland for DeAndre Ayton. Imagine
that Simpsons.
How do you guys feel
about what?
I'm a big Simons guy. So I wouldn't be happy. I think like if you're gonna trade Simons, it's like Simons, Hauser, and picks to bring in like a all-star caliber play. I think Simon. Listen, in a year you don't have Tatum in the Joe Mazzulla offense, Simons could be like a 22 per game guy. Like if he's just playing freely out there, because I mean, if there's one thing about Mazzulla's offense we know is there's no handcuffs on anything you can do offensively, right? You get the ball in your hands, you're a playmaker, go to work. And I mean, Anthony Simons is one of the better craftsmen with the basketball in the league at the guard position. So I'm excited to watch him.
Yeah,
I want the Celtics to keep.
I agree. I agree
for sure.
I want the Celtics to keep him too. I feel like this is a guy who in a non-Tatum year and you're under the apron, if he impresses you in Boston, you could totally give him a contract extension and make this a long-term move for the Celtics. And him being a young player, I think this is a good bet for him in Boston. I like it. You know, I really don't want them to package him out somewhere else. I really don't. I like him in Boston, and at least give him till trade deadline. You know, at least give him till trade deadline to prove what he has. And, you know, the pick for the Timberwolves.
Pick in the 2025 NBA draft. The Minnesota Timberwolves select Yohan Birangi.
Another France guy.
France.
Yohan Birangi.
I'll note this. This pick is a pick the Timberwolves received from the Knicks in the Karl Anthony Towns trade. So the Knicks held the Pistons' first-round pick, however, traded that pick to the Minnesota Timberwolves in the Karl Anthony Towns trade. I like Joan Berenger, I got to say, center from France. When I was doing all the pre-draft analysis and everything, Berenger immediately stuck out to me as a name that maybe should be a little bit higher on people's boards than he was actually listed. I have him like not around the I have him around the basically the 10-15 range. I have him around Joan Berenger. But just some general notes. Overseas guy, very crafty around the rim.
Didn't start playing basketball until 2021.
That is insane to think about, considering feels like the 2018 Celtics are vivid. It's like that's a vivid time. This man started playing basketball 3 years after that. But he's got good footwork in the post, very agile, cuts quick and hard. For a big his size, he's a lob threat, a willing passer who sees the floor well. Slow jump shot, but the touch is there. Will not create his own opportunities at all at the next level. Very athletic, not crazily long. Physical enough, not crazily physical, but physical enough. Can deter shots at the rim and can defend on the perimeter. So I definitely like this. I definitely like this pick here.
Seamus, I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
This guy, Berenger, and Sarr, what's the difference?
In terms of Washington?
I said no.
No. In terms of play style, because I'm watching this guy's highlight reel.
Go back inside.
And I'm seeing a lot of Alex Sarr now.
I think Alex Sarr has a little more upside with his playmaking and handling the ball, like his ability to do all of that. With the two things, and I think this Sarr seems like a more versatile big or a bigger forward to me, whereas Behringer, he's kind of in that same category, I would say, but I would say he's more of a center than anything else, and I think he has less of the creation offensively. Like in terms of offensive intangibles, I feel as if Behringer needs to be set up a little bit more in his career than say Sarr. If he can get to another level in his career, I can see Sarr being. I want to say. I don't know what I would compare Sarr to. I was going to compare him to Siakam, but not really. I don't see that because he's not that lengthy. But a big guy who can create those type of Siakam shots per se, right? I don't see that as much for Behringer here. But I like the pick. I'll say this though, I'm not incredibly fond of the location. One thing is, you have Rudy Gobert there, you have Joan Behringer, so you have two French guys as your center, and as your within your center rotation. And I'll add this on: Naz Reid likely leaving Minnesota in free agency this offseason. We'll have to see what goes on with Naz Reid, but considering he's likely out the door, this could be a Naz Reid replacement in time in Behringer. But the location, I do question one thing. Minnesota has never been great at developing players. If you think about their roster right now, it's Jaden McDaniels and Anthony Edwards. Those are the two players they've developed. Everybody else on the roster is acquired from somewhere else. Rudy Gobert, Julius Randle, Dante DiVincenzo, Mike Conley, all the guys on there. I mean, a lot of the guys on their roster acquired from elsewhere. Naz Reid, actually a Minnesota guy as well. So just Minnesota has not been great at, and particularly this style of player, right? Minnesota has not been great at bringing those type of guys along in their careers. So I'm a little skeptical on the location, but I like the player and the pick, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So, no, I mean, I like what I'm seeing.
So we're within 10 picks of the Celtics being on the board. Who are some players that you still like that are available that are
guard?
Wait, I want to go first.
Ryan Cochran.
No, I know exactly who Franco is looking at. The Wolf man. I know who Franco's looking at. I know who Franco's looking at.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right.
He's slipping.
He is slipping right now.
The pick right now is hold on, give me a second.
You know who's also slipping though? Yakachonis. Yeah, I thought if you're in Brooklyn, I'm sorry. I thought Brooklyn was going to go with Yakachonis at 8.
The Wizards would be dumb not to go with him right now.
I would go Yakachonis over Dimon. I can't believe they did that. Sorry.
Hey, I mean, Brooklyn might have a second chance to get him.
Wait, no, there's a couple guys 19. Here. Hold on. Let me spew some names out to you. Asa Newell is a guy. All right, hear me out. You got to go forward here if you're Boston. Forward or center, right? There's really no room for a guard. You're not going to go guard, right? So,
and I don't like the guards in this draft either. Like,
yeah, no, neither do I.
There's not a good guard class. Good. Sorry.
Asa Newell. No, you're good. Asa Newell is a guy that I would love because he's a hybrid. Fleming, Rasheer Fleming, another guy I like, and then Cockbrenner again, center. If you're gonna go center, you go Cockbrenner. That's just me. Those are 3 guys I'm looking at.
That would, if we went Cockbrenner, that would be the full Luke Cornett replacement right there. How do you have Cockbrenner and Cornett on the same route? Like that's like just the same type of center. In terms of names the Celtics could go after here, let's see. Still on the board. I would say so my top player still on the board is Yakachonis. Behringer was number 2 at that pick, so when the Timberwolves just picked him, he was number 2. Right now I have Yakachonis, Neat Clifford, Liam McNeely, Rasheer Fleming, Adu Thero, Maxime Reynaud, Will Riley. There are some pretty good forwards here, or bigs for the Celtics to go with. Danny Wolf, Drake Powell, and then guys that I would say, okay, whoa.
What?
We have a trade here. The Washington Wizards are trading the number 18 pick to the Utah Jazz. And the Utah Jazz will be selecting Walter Clayton Jr.
Whoa,
Danny
they went for him.
Ainge.
Okay, wow.
Danny Ainge selects Walter Clayton Jr. And I can't lie, Walter Clayton Jr. looking at him seems like a Danny Ainge guy, right? Danny Ainge always believing of the small guards, right? Always believing in the small guards. I mean, he does it yet again. Tremont Waters, Carson Edwards, Isaiah Thomas, now Walter Clayton Jr., Keontae George. Isaiah Collier. Can this man get out of his own way when it comes to small guards? Goodness.
But hear me out. Listen, I will say this. This is one that I could have seen the Celtics going after. Like, I'm not going to lie. I thought he could have slipped to the Celtics pick.
Clayton?
So,
I wouldn't want Clayton, though. Would you want Clayton?
I don't think he would be a wise move.
We don't need
other needs than you.
I just
positioning, because you would have a chance to snag him. You'd only be risking him slipping 5 more. You'd be gambling on him slipping 5 more slots into tomorrow's draft at 33. But I think that it would be a little bit too much of a jump for a player, or just to add another guard into this mix, where the center position needs to be addressed almost immediately. So I'm sure that
guard's name out there, and I want to hear what you guys have to say. Tyrese Proctor, if you can get him at the end of the beginning of the second round, big guard, experience at Duke. You know, that's a guard that, like, Proctor's a guy that I could see Boston bring in. And again, I'm thinking hybrid players here. I think if you look at the Celtics, they're such a hybrid team, right? Like, there's sometimes you have Derek White playing the 3, sometimes you have him playing the 1, sometimes you have Brown playing the 4, sometimes you have him playing the 2. Proctor's a guy that's a hybrid. That's why I love Asa Nuo. I want Asa because he's a hybrid. He's a hybrid forward. And then I agree with you, Franco. Cockbrenner, I think that's the pick. If you stand pat at 28, and if you catch wind that he's gonna get ahead of you, someone's taking him, I think you even think about trading up to get him, because I do believe he is the Joe Mazzulla mold at big man very well.
My guy is Danny Wolf, but I think that he's going. I've been preaching him since March Madness. I've been watching him. Very versatile player. I think he could fill into what Kristaps Porzingis did on the roster. From what I've read, he's a raw talent and a little bit more
here's the
more moldable, because he is 6'11", 252 pounds with great playmaking ability and an ability to shoot threes, but he needs to work on them. But I would trust the Celtics training staff to get him up to speed within that, or if not, do what they did to Luke Cornett and transform him into a glass cleaning center. But I think that he is the guy that I'm really hoping slips down to the Celtics at 28.
Yeah, well, here's we missed it, but Walter Clayton.
It's okay. We already knew it. Walter Clayton. Walter Clayton to me is definitely a Fred VanVleet type, as I just rearrange all these notes.
I look at this one, and I look for the 17th pick. I really don't think Walter Clayton was a bad pick. You know, I feel like we're gonna look back at I'm saying I really think we're gonna look back at this and be like, all right, it was a solid pick.
So my question to you: where does he fit in within the rotation? Because you got Sexton, you got Collier, you got who they draft last year? I'm blanking. Johnson.
Williams.
Oh my god. No. Keontae, right? They got Keontae.
Yeah, Keontae George.
Keontae George.
I don't see them keeping a lot of those guys. If I'm being honest, I really
Sexton
think
could be on the move.
Trades in Utah. Like I really see them making some moves. That's just from my personal perspective. I think they should, especially drafting Walter Clayton Jr. right here. They got to make some moves.
Shout out to Clayton.
I explored the idea of the Jazz making a move for Jaylen Brown, and the assets could have been there, but it would have had to be an overhaul on draft picks. But just to address that rumor that came out earlier today, that Danny Ainge and Brad Stevens were shooting shit on the phone about trying to.
Sorry, guys.
It would have had to be Markkanen, Keontae George, Kessler, and like 5 picks, all first rounders.
Yeah,
Quick
with pick 5 picks and pick 5.
And, yeah, right.
Well, back to this pick. Do you guys think this was way too early for him, or
I do. I want to say this. I'm not gonna lie. I'm watching, and I watched a lot of Clayton in March Madness. I was not a big Florida guy throughout the course of the season.
Yeah,
I'll admit. But I mean, is he not Carson Edwards? That's just like 4 inches taller. Like his game is almost identical.
totally.
Well, that is my Walter Clayton. Griffin, I went over it with you the other day.
Yeah.
He's an elite pull-up shooter. He plays at his own plays at his own pace, plays at a pretty slower pace, I will say, than most guards. He's not like this quick downhill burst type of guy, athletic. He's a smaller guard. He's firm, very strong shot, can shoot from deep with ease, crafty manipulator of angles with the ball. Reminds me of Jalen Brunson, Fred VanVleet, or Jamal Murray in that way. Small, yet can ease his way to the rim via leverage, creates great angles going downhill. Important for his size because he is a 6-foot guard. He's elite at shooting off the dribble, comfortable shooting off the catch as well. He's just a pure shooter, period. Walter Clayton, the base on his shot form, he's just a pure shooter, and he shoots it from anywhere. His footwork, he's got a strong base, firm shoulders, shoots like a structured skyscraper or tree. That's what I look at in guys' shots. You know, are they all over the place? Or are you really firm in your shot, right? He's got great shot mechanics. That being said, he's not a floor manipulator. He's not a crazy playmaker. Playmaking is definitely a question with Walter Clayton Jr. Sometimes has the blinders on and can make risky decisions, tries to do a little bit too much with the ball every now and again. He's not a lengthy defender at all, not an aggressive at the point of attack defender, just not an overall good defender. And he's a small guy who doesn't impede the path of the opponent ball handler, the opponent with the ball. But the question remains, this is what I've written down, and I'm glad that you brought up Carson Edwards, Rob. Is Walter Clayton Jr. just another small scoring guard? Like a million other small scoring guards who became college stars before flaming out in the NBA, like Carson Edwards, Trey Burke, Shabazz Napier, Jimmer Fredette, and you even think Mark Sears. I mean, where's Mark Sears going to go? And we might be talking about Mark Sears tomorrow, but those small guards in college, they love to score, and they're not great playmakers, not great defenders. I agree. Can he? I agree on the question of, is he just another Carson Edwards? Is he just another Shabazz Napier? Is he just another small scoring guard who was able to get it done at the collegiate level, yet when he gets to the NBA, he's going to be going up against bigger defenders, more physical defenders, quicker defenders, and will he be able to get those same shots, and will he be able to make an all-around impact from a playmaking standpoint and a defensive standpoint? He's a very competitive player, very clutch player. We saw that in the NCAA tournament, and I think Clayton has the personality to potentially bring areas of his game along. Like if I looked at Carson Edwards, I'll say this. I asked Carson Edwards on Instagram, oh man, why'd he cut off the locks, right? Why'd he cut off the locks? Immediately blocked. So Carson Edwards, the mentality there, I don't know what was going on up here. He always seemed like he didn't seem like he had much personality, right? It seemed like he was always like depressed. It's like, oh, Carson Edwards, he's depressed. Why is he depressed all the time? Walter Clayton doesn't strike me as that. He strikes me as a dog. All right, he strikes me as a dog. He's kind of a silent assassin, but still a dog, right? Still tough.
He could either become Carson Edwards or he could become Peyton Pritchard.
Or Fred VanVleet or Jamal Murray, any of those guys. I mean, I think those, and even Jalen Brunson. Let's face it, Jalen Brunson was at the same place, right? Jalen Brunson could be in the same category of good small scoring guard from college. Now we know Brunson had some other intangibles, but.
With the 19th pick in the 2025 NBA draft, the Brooklyn Nets select Nolan Traore from Charenton, France.
I'm out. I'm sorry. The Nets are just tanking their franchise with this draft. I don't know what they're doing. They just picked 2 guards who I'm just not. I'm sorry. They're at the bottom, like if you look at my big board, they're actually at the bottom of the big board. Yegor Dimon was 28. I want to say Traore was probably 30 something on.
So you thought he was a day 2 guy?
Let's see. I have him Traore. I have him actually a spot. So what's funny, I have Cockbrunner, Yegor Dimon, and Nolan Traore. So they got, so I have him at 28 and 29. They picked these players at 8 and 19. And I'm sorry, but Nolan Traore to me is not somebody that I want to do business with whatsoever. I'm not a Traore guy. He was a projected high pick in this draft. Coming into the whole draft evaluation process at the beginning of the college season and last NBA season, he was projected as a top pick. Traore was, but he fell down the board. Crafty playmaker. I've noticed on the film, he makes a lot of over the head passes. I don't know what it is with him. He can't make chest passes. It always has to be a jump pass over his head. I sometimes worry about guys who constantly get up in the air and then pass the ball. It's like we've seen that so many times in the NBA where guys, they get up in the air, they want to pass the ball, and they're stuck and they can't go anywhere, and they're left making that last minute decision. That's what I worry about with Traore. Some of his playmaking seems a little fraudulent to me at times because he's making last second decisions. Telegraphs his passes sometimes. He is a patient player, plays at his own pace. Not a quick burst downhill guy either. Very methodical with the ball. Very squirmy type of player, I will say. Can struggle driving downhill against quicker physical defenders, I noticed. Can he get past his guy at the next level? If you're a guard that size, he's a smaller guard. He's not Walter Clayton or Jace Richardson small, but he's a smaller guard. Can he get past his guy at the next level? That's not a guarantee, and that's a huge question I have with him. And that's not a question I want to have for a guard that's his size. Not a physically daunting guard at all. Very average. Maybe the size of Ty Jerome. Doesn't play like Ty Jerome, but maybe that size of guard, right? He's not a consistent shooter whatsoever. Not an active defender, and he doesn't really have quick feet, or he's not very crazy physically either. Like, he's not the physicality within him. He's not this bulking, crazy physical player. Like, if you look at Walter Clayton and Nolan Traore, Walter Clayton is definitely more physical than Nolan Traore. I'm not a fan of this pick here at 19 whatsoever for the Nets because
and I have no idea what
you already have Dimon, and I don't know what you're doing. And both are crafty playmaking guards who are questionable shooters and questionable defenders.
Are they trying to replace Cam Thomas, or do you think they're going to have him?
And that too, they have Cam Thomas. It's like, or what are they even? Are they going to let him walk now this summer? Is this the leverage Brooklyn has now over Cam Thomas? They go, well, look, we have Traore, we have Dimon, Cam Thomas. We'll let you walk.
But
I think it's ridiculous. Cam Thomas could get $25 million on the market. That'd be a hellacious overpay for him.
Yeah, but you guys also have to remember that Brooklyn has so many picks. Like, it's undeniable that they're going to pick a guard right here. Like, they have so many picks. So you think about it, like, could these just be trade assets anyways? Like, I'm shocked I haven't seen
I thought about that possibility for sure. One of these two guys, could they maybe move on from them later on in time? For sure.
Because
I thought they were going to trade up in general.
Are they going to make 5 picks tonight, by the way? The Nets, they're going to make 5 first-round picks?
Yeah.
They have pick number 22 and 26 and 27 as well. They just picked 8 and 19.
They should have traded up. I feel like that was kind of crazy that they kept
their roster is so depleted that they actually could get away with taking 5 first-round picks tonight. But logistically, I don't see them doing that.
No, I don't either. I feel like that's – can I throw out something? I don't know if you guys have seen this, but have you guys noticed any of the France guys? They don't cry. Like, have you guys noticed that? I don't know if you guys are watching it on screen too.
I haven't been paying attention to everybody who's crying and not. I know.
It was just a little observation I just saw.
French people don't cry.
It's that Wemby mentality.
So Wemby,
what's your takeaway from the NBA draft? French people don't cry.
Yeah, that's my big
I think he will see vous play. Bon
French talk.
bon, oui oui.
That's my main takeaway. French people. Talk.
I gotta say, this pick by Miami coming up here.
Oh, pick is
Wow.
in. But
Go ahead.
it take. Well, I don't see Adam Silver yet. So let's.
Are they delaying Adam Silver walking out? Well, just for Stephen A to speak every time. I wonder if that's like.
Well, no,
is that going on in production, or is this like filler?
No, well, as Justin would like to say too,
Or do they hit
the main connection, you know? But I think he's full of shit with that. Like, it's not the main connection, you know. But you know, it happens. It happens.
This pick by Miami, I am
Well,
a little upset, but I'm having flashbacks to a good time in the NBA with this pick, in which we'll be here in a second, and we'll get it up for everybody. So the number 13, that was Derek Queen, right? Let's see. Number 13 was Derek Queen. Sorry, guys. I'm doing the ticker down here. I'm sorry. I'm thinking out loud about the ticker right now. So number 22 Miami right here. I'm going to tell you.
With the 20th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Miami Heat select Kasparis Yakuchonis.
Damn.
Good
That's a potential top 10 pick going to the Miami Heat at number 20.
Them.
And I compare him. I was watching him a lot.
He's going to be starting for him because their point guard right now is Tyler Hero, if not Terry Rozier. And I think that they just got their starting point guard for next season, and they have some good depth around them.
I kind of like Yakachonis and Hero in the same backcourt. Yakachonis is a player I went back and forth on. He was a player I looked at and went, does he have a true fit in the NBA? Could he find himself? Some guys find themselves in middling territory where it's, oh, you're not this, but you're also not that. So where do you slot in? With him, I had questions before the draft of, is he your main ball handler? And if he's not, he's then playing off ball, but then does that diminish his best skill, which is the playmaking and having the ball in his hands? And I those are some of the things that I wonder with Yakachonis, but the shot making ability, the shooting off the dribble is undeniable with him. Defensively, there are some questions, but he is 6'8", so he does have the size to defend on that end of the floor. But offensively, he's an elite player, an elite playmaker, an elite shot maker off the dribble too. And I think, oddly enough, this is, you look at Tyler Hero, he's not quite Tyler Hero. He's Tyler Hero-esque. I compared him before the draft to Austin Reeves, but a higher playmaking Austin Reeves, right? An Austin Reeves with a higher ceiling for playmaking, but also Goran Dragic. That's why this pick right here, Miami, Goran Dragic, definitely some connections there. Just saying, it's like Miami, I like this type of player, but I think they're getting a top 10 player here, all the way down the board at number 20. Unfortunately, wait, Justin's not in here right now. Is Miami our rival? We had an argument over Toronto being our rival or not. I didn't know Toronto wasn't our rivals anymore. I thought they were solidified. I thought they were. I thought they were a grandfather. I thought they were grandfathered in. I didn't know that we were not considering the terrible Toronto Raptors. Oh, Justin's still in here.
Back. He was scared of me. He's finally back.
What are you talking about?
He's been in here the whole time.
You were saying the Raptors.
I've been here the whole time.
I saw him down there. I saw him talking, but I was saying he was too scared to come back in here.
I was too scared.
We are 20 picks into the draft, and I just got to tell you, folks, I'm finally sitting in a comfortable position. Like my lower back right now. Oh my god,
dude! I'm actually in a comfortable seat for once in my.
Whoa, we're two and a half hours in already. Dang.
I'm like lounging. I'm like, this might be my new setup.
No, I've been in the worst spots. Like I've been like this. I've been like this. I've been like this.
Well, you're recording on your bed.
Well, I'm sorry.
Dude, I won't mention that.
My MacBook, my MacBook dies fast, all right? It's either that or we're recording.
He's
with,
doing exactly how you would think Karl Anthony Towns would do a podcast. He's doing it.
Oh come on! Oh come on! You're cooked, bro.
He's got that stupid cover on his remote.
Do not
on
kick the
bed.
feet up in the back.
He's laying on
Wait,
his
let me
bed.
see the remote. This is like the third time I've
forth.
heard about the remote. What's the remote?
It broke. It broke thanks to you. It broke thanks to you. This is your fault. I had a fine remote and then it broke thanks to you. Look at this shit. It popped off because of you, Justin.
Well, now you don't have to. Now you don't have to, carry that thing around. And
I enjoyed it because I didn't lose my remote, But now I'm gonna lose it thanks to Justin. So when I'm like trying to put on Celtics Talk Weekly, Celtics Nation Rise, trying to go to bed, and then I'm like, where the heck is my remote? It's all Justin's fault. Can't believe that.
Well, to be fair, Justin is not in the room with you there, so
No, I'm just saying. I'm gonna lose my
self-reflect on that one.
If you weren't chewing on it so much,
I wasn't chewing
right.
I popped it off and it broke. I don't chew on it. I wasn't chewing on it. It popped off and it broke. But you know what, Justin? I'm happy we finally meet, and we squashed the beef.
This is the first time you guys have ever met?
Yes, this is the first time we met. And the 5 minutes into the live earlier, I told him why I had beef with him.
It wasn't 5 minutes. It was 5 seconds. You cut right to the chase.
I did.
Wow.
I was not holding back. I saw you, and I was like, oh, hell no. Oh,
and you know what?
no.
He's threatening me as he's laying on the bed, kicking his feet, holding
No,
up.
I'm not slouching. I'm sitting up. You're crazy. Like,
He goes, "You want to meet me in Maine to watch a game?" I said, "I don't know if that's you asking
I
me on
would
a
love
date
you
or
guys
what
to
you
come to a
doing
Maine
over
Celtics
there."
game. Come to a Maine Celtics game. I'm telling you. Come to a Maine Celtics.
You guys are crazy. You guys are
No, he's crazy. Come to a Maine Celtics game.
Can Utah get the ball moving here with pick 21? Let's go.
Well,
I know, it's like, let's go. Come on, Utah. Let's make this damn pick.
It says the picks in, but I'm seeing a Pizza Hut ad right now. So
You know who I think did
I got
phenomenal in the
Aldo.
draft this year? I think San Antonio killed it all first round.
totally.
I think
Yeah.
they just
Yet
wiped
again.
the floor. I mean, good for them. I think
Hundo
I
people.
even think Utah, their pick isn't in yet, but I think Utah's done a great job so far. I mean, anytime I get it, the whole Ace Bailey, the whole ego thing kind of the last couple days, that's a real Debbie Downer. But anytime you get a guy like Ace Bailey that drops down as low as 5, I think you got to take it. I think Danny Ainge did the right thing there. And then you got to think like by the sounds of it, they're trying to shop out Sexton. They're trying to shop out Jordan Clarkson. So clearly they want to kind of revamp their guard rotation. So I think Ace Bailey is a great fit for them.
Well, can I say to your Spurs take too? I feel like they won the draft as of right now. I mean, well, that's way too early to say.
Wow, over Cooper Flag. Can you guys believe that?
Well, you know what I mean.
What
I'm
do
saying, all right, Cooper Flag is the best pick in the draft, but I feel like the 2 picks that the Spurs have had so far are going to be great players on their team. And they're already such a young team, and this is just going to help them so much more. And this is going to bring them to another level. And it makes you question, it's definitely a question to have. Are these 2 players going to be more effective than Cooper Flag? Just like, would you rather have these 2 players on a team or Cooper Flag? I'm just asking.
Right, it's the trade-off.
Probably
Cooper Flag could end
What are
up
you
being
talking
a
about?
Hall of
Dylan
Fame
Harper
level
and Cedric
player.
Howard?
Totally. Cooper Flag could potentially be a Hall of Fame type player, but it's like, what production can you also get from these players? So that's going to be the end question. Like, I feel like that's how effective this draft has been for the Spurs, though. Like, obviously you're getting a great player in Cooper Flag with the Mavericks, but these 2 players that you just picked for the Spurs are going to really be a one to keep an eye on for the season. But here we go with the 21st pick.
Commissioner Adam Silver, the 21st pick.
With the 21st pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Utah Jazz select Will Riley from Kitchener, Canada.
2 Illinois guys in a row.
Well,
Two
can I
Illinois guys in a row.
say something to Franco?
State.
Your boy's still out there. I'm just saying. We're creeping up, and your boy is still out there.
You know what's kind of annoying about this draft is the Celtics. They don't get to make, like, we're not doing 28 and then 32. It's like we're doing 28 and then it's like, all right, guys, see you tomorrow.
Yeah. And then we're
see you guys tomorrow. We'll do 32. Two picks away or whatever it is.
Well, this is
Unless
my question.
Brad trades it back and we do both tomorrow because he could probably.
He's like,
He so would.
like, let's get 31. Let's just do them
he
back
would
to back.
definitely do the. I will say though, the good news is we should be on pretty early tomorrow for round 2, so that'd be pretty good.
Yeah, what time does round 2 start tomorrow?
Probably the same time, right?
Oh, gotcha.
I don't know if it's like NFL, NBA. Is it in like the
Okay,
NFL
just
draft or-
imagine though, guys, how long this night would be if we were on here for the second round as well. Like the second round,
This night
that would be.
Well,
Although-
that's one thing I did like about the NBA draft, though. I didn't mind staying up till 12 o'clock watching it. But for our sake on this broadcast, I feel like we'd like to, get off a little bit earlier. And for my MacBook's sake, I definitely know that my MacBook wants to.
Man, you gotta run the extension cord and.
Oh,
My MacBook's on a charger and it still dies while it's on the charger.
Yeah, I don't know. Seamus, do you have a MacBook? Because you don't get it if MacBooks are like your best friend for the first 3 years and then your worst enemy for the last 3 years.
Yeah.
No, I got a Chromebook. It's 9 years old and it's still chugging. Still chugging.
Yeah, I can't believe this is broken now.
I gotta say though, my phone right now.
Mine's broken too. Only one of my ports work, so I can't have my microphone and my camera in. And if I want to,
He was trying to plug them. He was trying to plug the camera and the microphone in at the same time the other day, and the thing was seizuring. It was just terrible.
Yeah, it was terrible.
The Wizards get Will Riley.
So I'm sitting here thinking. So this pick is going to Washington, right? Or no?
Yeah.
This pick is going to you.
No, Will Riley's playing for Washington.
Oh, I thought you were
Okay.
talking about Atlanta.
So this one,
No, Atlanta's pick is going to Brooklyn.
Yeah.
From
So
that
this
Porzingis
is
trade, correct?
their third first-round pick tonight.
Wow.
Good job, Brooklyn. Those 5 first.
All right, now,
I mean,
now
they're in
now,
that business, but
now, what's your guys' prediction though? What do you think they go with right here? A guard or
Rasheer Fleming.
do you think they go with another guard?
I like
They got-
Rasheer Fleming. I'm surprised he hasn't. Will Riley, I gotta say, it's pretty surprising.
Forward.
Yakachonis, Will Riley go right next to each other, and Will Riley almost went over Yakachonis. Will Riley, I gotta say, he's a nice scoring forward out of Illinois. Here we go.
McNeely being on the board is interesting.
Wait, the pick is in?
Still got 3 minutes left.
Okay,
Yeah,
never mind.
Who's
310
picking
on
for
my
you
head.
guys?
Never mind.
Yeah,
Never mind.
okay.
I heard the bells.
Yeah.
I heard the bells.
I did not play. I didn't
It's
play the
that
bell.
main, it's
right
that main
now.
connection. It's
Right
that
now,
main
yeah.
connection.
We have Shams talking right now. Yeah, no bells. No bells yet, Seamus.
Griffin, I gotta ask, what was it like being a mainer and seeing a main guy go one? How was that?
I wish you were here because I was so hyped up, and I even had Seamus clapping with me. I even had Seamus.
Yeah.
I got.
All
Seamus.
New England should be clapping. And New England
Oh,
just
totally.
went number 1.
I know, and the fact is, like, and I mentioned this earlier too, Rob. Like, it's the fact that I grew up. Like, obviously, I was born in Connecticut, but I moved to Maine when I was like younger still. And I grew up and went to high school 30 minutes away from him, and we actually played. Oh, we have another person joining us right now.
We do.
We got
We
another.
do. I don't
person.
even know.
I think
Hey!
yeah, we can do it.
Yeah,
Hey.
look
What's
who
up,
it is.
fellas?
Andrew.
Welcome
But-
in.
How
But
we
to-
doing?
But to
You
add
guys
on,
are having too much fun in here. I couldn't sit out. You guys are having
No, I
a
know.
blast.
Well, Rob, to add on to it though, I grew up like 30 minutes from him, and I
Right.
played football games while he was probably in the gym shooting hoops. I probably even met the guy when he
Right.
was younger and didn't even know. But it's just so surreal, and it's the fact that you hear all the stories in Maine too about their experiences.
There's a draft party going on. Why aren't you there?
I was saying that to Seamus. I was like, should I head up to Nokomis High School and go to that draft?
He
party?
did.
You
He
should
did
have.
mention that. He did.
I
That would
mention
have
should
been
that.
free content.
I know.
Yeah,
well,
you know what? You're
well,
fired.
to be
You could have
fair,
been there. You could have gotten some
but
interviews.
it didn't look like a huge crowd though. I feel like it's
Yeah,
more so people in Newport. Like I feel like I wouldn't have been invited because it was in their gym. So I'm assuming it was
He
probably
shows up and
people-
everyone's like, "Who the hell is this guy?"
Yeah, they're like, oh, you're not allowed. Who are you? Oh well.
I want to hear a Celtics talk, Leon, just in case Brad trades for Flag. I gotta be here. Just in case.
You know, it could happen, you know. So like, who knows? So that's why I'm like, well, Cooper Flag could be a Celtic someday, like when he's in his 30s.
2031,
For
2032.
sure, definitely,
Like,
yeah.
so like, you know, I gotta
2035.
be here. So when it's 2031, 2035, like we got that early content, you know. So like,
Right.
it works. But the pick
You know,
is in for
That's
he's not. coming
That's
up
Bill
yet, but-
Simmons' dream. I don't know if you guys are big Bill Simmons
Yeah, I
watchers.
saw that. I saw that video. Yeah,
His dream is to get Cooper Flag in the Celtics jersey.
Could happen.
That could happen one
I'm
day.
all for
We might have to wait till 2032, but
Well, yeah,
Hey,
a lot of things got to
2032.
line up for sure.
I'm all for
as we
it.
see this year, but see how we.
But
see how everything's
2015
going.
and 2022 didn't seem like it was that far apart. I'm just saying. Like by the time the Celtics were in the 2022 NBA Finals, like it was 7 years since the 2015 NBA Finals and the Warriors first made it. It's like that's what we're waiting for with Cooper Flag. It's the 7 years from now, right? When he's finally I don't even know how he'd make his way to Boston, right? Because now guys they basically don't leave in free agency anymore. No, but they don't leave in free agency. They get the Supermax and they have to. Right. You do the Bradley Beal and Damian Lillard. You sign the Supermax and go, I want to trade. Because then you get an extra $100 million for just doing that. I mean, that's basically where the league is right now.
No, but I have to say, I like just coming from Maine though, like it's just so surreal because I've heard about this guy for the past for me like five years I've been hearing about him, but like you've heard a lot about him the last 2 years, and it's just incredible because he came from a guy that was selling out the expo when he came up to play some basketball games. Oh, here we go, 22nd pick.
This is going to Brooklyn.
What are you laughing at up there?
Yeah, what?
25.
Wow.
Drake
And this
Powell.
pick is going to Brooklyn. So Brooklyn selects Drake Powell.
So they do
Interesting
get a
because
wing.
this is really the level you get into where it's like, which wing do you? I shouldn't say which wing do you like because some of them are off the board. But Drake Powell,
I'm a big fan of what I'm seeing with this guy. Uber athletic.
I think he was rated a little bit too low for me, but here's the thing. This is the range I expect him to go in. I saw him on draft boards, he was 30 to 40. He was really in that range. I'm going, it seems like he could be not a lottery type of guy, but just outside of the lottery type of guy, right? And he's going here 22nd, so I would say, so out of the forwards though, so let's see. Brooklyn just took a forward. So they have two guards and a forward. But out of the whole forward cast, so let's see here. Getting to the note real quick. So out of the forwards available, Drake Powell, I want to say Neat Clifford still on the board, Rasheer Fleming, Adu Thero. So those guys are still on the board. So Powell and Will Riley go ahead of Rasheer Fleming, Adu Thero, Neat Clifford. I am really shocked to see Neat Clifford not off the board yet. I think he's falling a little bit from my Liam McNeely, Rasheer Fleming, and who did I just say? Who did I just mention as a wing? Neat Clifford. Yeah, Neat Clifford to me. I feel as if Neat Clifford I have rated, 12th? I have him basically 12, 13, 14, somewhere in that category. He's still on the board here in the 20s. Neat Clifford reminds me of a little smaller Chris Middleton. I like that comparison for him. It definitely gives off that vibe. Can really score the ball, and I think he has some good defensive upside. And I like guys who I like two-way guys, right? Neat Clifford seems like a pretty good two-way guy to me. Now, the thing is with Neat Clifford is he's a little bit older of a prospect. And Griffin, I believe you remember yesterday we were talking, and Andrew, we were talking to your coach yesterday.
I know Coach AJ was in the building, or should I
Of
say
course,
podcast.
he was talking about Neat Clifford three guys that he liked that I'm on board with. It was Carter Bryant, who's now with the San Antonio Spurs. Neat Clifford he mentioned, and Maxime Reynaud. Reynaud's very interesting. Kind of a he reminds me of a more agile Porzingis. He's not quite like Porzingis, but you could say. I mean, he's a stretch 5, he's a stretch big like that. He's pretty quick, pretty agile. Like Porzingis is a little more stiff. Reynaud's a little more loose in how he plays. But I like Reynaud too. I would. I'm just keeping an eye out on Reynaud for number 28 because I'm just saying we traded away Porzingis. If you brought in Reynaud, you'd be bringing in the same style of center into Boston.
I've sold my soul on Kalkbrenner, dude. I've sold my soul on him.
I'll tell you what.
I'm going with the Wolf. I'm going with Franco.
Wolf back, baby. Wolf back.
Let's go.
Loaded on my Instagram.
Wait, hold on.
Kalkbrenner.
Time out. If the Wolf goes, can we get the cat mask on here?
No.
That
has nothing to do with it, dude.
That is
Franco.
That thing moved on its own. I'm telling you, that thing moved on its own around my house. I don't know where it is
Franco,
right now.
if I ever see that mask back on live, it will be your last live.
We had a cat night. You see when we had a cat night and we brought our cats and Franco just put his cat mask on?
What?
Yeah, we all had our cats on and Franco just pulls this mask out. The mask is banned. The mask lost us a lot of sponsorships just because they were creeped out.
No, the mask.
That's why they ghosted us.
Yeah. We went from like credible, right? And then the mask showed up and then it like tanked. And then I was like, okay, never mind. These guys. Franco's got the mask. We're up at 2 a.m. talking about was it the Nuggets game?
It was the Nuggets game.
No, I'm just saying the first time I saw that mask, that scared the shit out of me. I will say.
No, and then hold up. Who brought up the clown mask?
That was me.
The clown mask was way worse. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, the clown mask isn't bad, but
the thing with the cat mask, it was so unexpected. I think I was crying laughing. I couldn't contain myself because and then the Orlando game when Rob threw up a graphic and like Franco and I are screwing around behind the scenes, and I'm like, put the mask up, and you can slowly see him start to creep the mask up. So when it got back to
that is how all those late night games would go. It would be me and Seamus talking, and then Franco and Justin laughing about something, and then I would look down at my phone, and they would be laughing, and then next thing you know, Seamus is doing the show by himself while the three of us are just laughing.
Yeah, I know. I'm sitting there like, one of the moments of the season, it was
let me see this.
You had to go to the bathroom at the end, and I'm just going on and on and on, and everybody's just cracking up, and I'm like what's so funny about my take on the Kings right now? I don't understand.
The Seamus special.
Yeah, no, that was.
I will say it was so funny. I don't remember why Franco pulled out the cat mask, but I come out with the Pennywise mask.
I'm sorry.
You had that on deck. Like I don't know where you.
It's right there.
Yeah, I know. It was too close to you, Griffin. It was way too close. It's like you just have that out in your room.
Were you wearing that other circumstances? Like.
Wait, do you guys want to see it? Should I bring it out?
No. Thank you.
Put me back in. I won't show it.
See.
Wow.
I just
sellout. You realize we just saved the stream with that one? I mean, that was
the pick. Let's be professional.
Agreed.
As part of a deal to be finalized later, the Washington Wizards are trading to the Utah Jazz the draft rights to Walter Clayton Jr., the 18th pick, and the Jazz are trading to the Wizards the draft rights to Will Riley, the 21st pick. And with the 23rd pick in the 2025 NBA draft, the New Orleans Pelicans select Asa Newell from the University of Georgia.
That was my guy off the board. I mean, that's a great pick. Seamus, give us the rundown.
I like Asa Newell. He's a very athletic, and they have him listed, I see, as a forward, but he could play the small ball 5, or he could be a bigger forward. His motor is just always running on the floor. He's very quick, a very quick, again, forward/big type of player. I really like his touch, and I really like his ability to finish around the rim and cut hard. And I just like, I almost look at him like a Derek Lively type, but not as center oriented. Like, he has less center qualities than, say, Derek Lively. But just going to the notes here for a second. In terms of what I had written down, active, quick, big, pretty versatile defender, very smooth finisher, not a playmaker by any means whatsoever, not a consistent shooter. That's why, I have the comparison of Derek Lively. He's not going to be, he's asked to shoot. That being said, he does have, and a lot of these guys I noticed in the draft, they have some pretty good mechanics, all guys you can kind of work with. There aren't ugly shooters in this draft. I think the NBA is kind of, made their way away from that, right? Like, oh, this guy, ugly jump shot, right? He's shooting 20% from 3, and he's got an ugly jump shot. I think nowadays, a guy, if they shoot around 25% from 3, yes, it's a downside to them, but at the same time, I kind of feel as if you have good shot mechanics, it's something that can come along later on in time. That percentage, inches up just a little bit. But Asa Newell, I had him in this range. I gotta say, I would say I wouldn't have been surprised if he went a little bit higher than where he went. I'm a more, I kind of had him in the big category, but he can definitely be a versatile forward as well. And that's just what I wonder in the league, is just he's kind of sometimes a player that is a little in between in some spots. And I do wonder where he slots into some lineups. There are a couple of in-between players, right? Yaka Chonis is an in-between player for me. Derek Queen, Asa Newell, just some guys that I question, if they're not this and not this, where do they actually slot in? But I would say for this pick, let's see, this is going to Atlanta, right? So Atlanta's going to have Asa Newell.
Well,
I like this for Atlanta. First of all, he's a Georgia guy, so he's staying in Georgia. I like Asa Newell next to Trae Young.
Is this not the most Hawks pick? I mean, I feel like they breed these guys, right? They had DeAndre Hunter, then they got Jalen Johnson, and they got I mean they've been drafting these types of guys, I feel like, for the past 6 or 7 years, and they all turn out to be these high level forwards.
And who else?
Jalen Johnson, that's another one.
Who else? Well, yeah, who else was I thinking in this category of the Hawks?
Possibly.
Or John Collins. John Collins a little bit. Kind of reminds me a little.
Another one.
That's probably the best comparison for him, Asa Newell.
All right,
the Sacramento Kings are Griffin. The Sacramento Kings are trading for the number 24th pick in the draft from the Oklahoma City Thunder, and they're taking Nick Clifford. Clifford.
You spoiled it.
What'd they give up? Do we know?
That's all it says right now. The Sacramento Kings are trading
up.
24th
No.
pick. Yeah, no, it just says that.
Quick question for you guys. Do you guys think Johnny Broom goes in the first round?
No way.
No.
Looking at how this draft is going,
he's one of those guys where he's he had a good college run and all that.
Then
but
where do you
the
guys
ceiling
think
for him to really give a team a lot of potential. He's old, right? And
he'll probably be low. 40, probably pick 45, just around there. That's
he
where
kind
I
of gives
would
me that
that
talent that he's gonna be a G League player that runs it, but just doesn't necessarily pan out to the NBA type of player.
I'm seeing this. I'm gonna say this. Sorry, this is about Danny Wolf again. I'm seeing this. I really think if Brooklyn doesn't get him with any of their picks, I really feel like the Celtics get him. But here we go. This is it live.
Into the Sacramento Kings. Let's get it back to Commissioner Silver.
Let's see.
We have another trade to announce. As part of a deal to be finalized later, the Atlanta Hawks are trading to the Brooklyn Nets the draft rights to Drake Powell, the 22nd pick. And with the 24th pick in the 2025 NBA draft, the Oklahoma City Thunder select Nick Clifford from Colorado State University.
Crowd sounds pretty fired up.
He is wearing Sacramento
Clifford.
Kings purple.
Neek Clifford, and well, let's
So he's
say
going to
this too.
Sacramento.
So yes, he's going to Sacramento, not Oklahoma City, which is.
And
I
he's
mean,
wearing
hey,
purple.
Yep, I'm maybe some. I'm just saying, maybe he had a promise at the end of the first round.
His mom is wearing purple too. What? There's got to be a meaning behind that, right?
There's got to be like a
Yeah, I feel like
coordination.
That's just weird. Where's Franco?
He literally, yeah, he just disappeared.
Come back with the
Ghost
cat
right
mask.
now, dude.
Where are you
Did
guys
he leave?
do?
He left. I thought he just disappeared behind the green screen.
It's $20 and he comes back with the Welch's jug. Is Welch's right?
Yeah,
or is
it's
not
that
Welch's?
I think he brings that out if
Oh, no.
What is it?
What?
There he is.
Where'd you go?
What?
Where did
Oh,
you
you
disappear
ghosted.
to? We all looked up and you were gone.
I grabbed a Gatorade.
Oh!
You gotta stick to your brand.
No, dude, you said Welch's. It's not Gatorade.
What,
They're
You
both
got
fruit
something
juice.
less.
what was the
Franco, you
juice
gotta
spread?
stick to your
Ocean
brand.
spray.
Ocean
Switching up.
spray.
Right.
Ocean
Ocean
spray.
Switching up.
And I texted them saying
I ran out of my bottle
Freaking
before the
out.
draft. I drank it outside
They
while I
got
was
back.
standing.
They did.
They said we
a
can
fresh
work something out in the future.
A fresh punching bottle of cran grape with the vitamin C and 100% no additives.
Look at how Franco's sitting and talking into the mic. He looks like he's doing like a school thing, like the school newspaper or something.
Yeah, school news.
Defensively, this guy Neek Clifford
Green
is.
screen's killing me, dude.
Boom
Green
goes
screen
on
is
the
killing me.
The best way to
Defensively,
go
this
is to
guy
vote
Neek
for
Clifford
Franco.
seems
Vote
like he
Franco
could.
for class president 2021.
Wait, what were,
Go ahead, Andrew. Go ahead.
No. Defensively, this guy Neek Clifford seems like he's talented, man. He's got
Yeah.
length. Like he seems to really like keep guys in front of him. You know, he can probably guard multiple positions. So, I mean, he's good on that end for sure.
I mean,
Like,
look at that.
good.
A 14-minute difference in his first 3 seasons and last 2 seasons. A 10-point difference, points per game difference. And this is a really good pick. Really
I mean,
good
you
pick.
like to see that too. And the guy that like if he's developing, you know, like that trajectory. I mean, obviously shows he's working on his craft. He's still kind of growing into his game, you know. So, I mean, he seems to have a ceiling.
And he's
Or
a
high
wing too. I wonder.
Right.
He's going to go to Sacramento. I wonder what the deal is on who's their wing right now. It's DeMar DeRozan, right? I wonder what the deal is with DeMar DeRozan. We've heard some rumors that he's being shopped. We've heard some, so we really don't know what's going on with DeMar. So this could be a really good pick for Sacramento.
Yeah.
I like the pick for Sacramento because I think it actually gives them a versatile player in which they've been missing. I mean, they for some reason there have been some rosters across the league or some front offices who just didn't get the memo of versatility in the league. It's like, hey, you want guys who can play multiple positions, handle the ball, switch on defense. The Sacramento Kings, part of why they've fallen so hard in the standings from where they were at number 3 in 2023, which that year I felt like was just a massive one-off and kind of an anomaly for them. And I thought they were, if everybody's best offense in history, it's like, yeah, everybody's setting the best offense in history record now because there's more volume and more three-point shots and more points, period, more possessions nowadays. But the Kings, they just didn't have any versatile players. Like, and I hate to say it, Franco, but it's like Malik Monk and now Jonas Valanciunas. And I shouldn't say, at the deadline, I thought they did okay because they acquired talent in which, when I say they did okay at the deadline, I didn't think they traded away a ton to get Zach LaVine, but it just didn't make any sense where's their team going? Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, Malik Monk, Jonas Valanciunas, Sabonis, Keegan Murray.
It kind of just seems like they just
I just don't understand.
throw something together. Not much like thought process exactly like behind it, It's like and we've been seeing that across the league. Like we've been seeing that across the league recently too, where it's like you get guys just try to throw these crazy rosters together and try to see if it's gonna stick, and a lot of the times it hasn't. And the teams that are winning, the Thunder, the Celtics, they're building something and really trying to build that chemistry and not just throwing something together,
Well, let's go through real quick here, just a couple of let's go through a couple of tweets, just the news here. This was from earlier. Washington trading Walter Clayton Jr. to Utah at number 18. We went over that earlier, but this is from Shams Sharani, just getting this out of the way. And then Utah sent number 21 and second round picks to Washington for Walter Clayton Jr. So that's a detail on that one there. And then we also have, let's see, this one. Utah sent number 43 and second rounders in 2031 and 2032 to Washington in this deal.
Orlando Magic select Jace Richardson from Michigan State.
All right. What if he's awesome and we just had that tweet up there?
Sorry.
See, I was thinking about these
You
things.
just Nikola Jokic'd him, so now he's going to become...
Right. Didn't want to do that, but we do have another one here at the bottom. This one, the Sacramento Kings. We just went over this. The Sacramento Kings trading number 24 to the Oklahoma City Thunder for Neek Clifford, which we just went over. Let's talk about this, though, this tweet. The Celtics were tied to Yakachonis in a few reports, but he's now off the board, and that was at number 20. So Yakachonis went to the Miami Heat at number 20. It seems as if the Celtics were tied to Yakachonis in a few reports, however, no longer available now at the Miami Heat. And I just want to point out here, you know who another guy the Celtics were pretty high on back in 2019 who wound up in the Heat backcourt? It was Tyler Hero, right? And now I'm getting flashbacks. I'm like, did it happen again, right? We were in on Yakachonis, and now all of a sudden it's Yakachonis and Hero, and we're looking at those two guys going, wow, that could have been the Boston backcourt. Now, I don't have any, I'm not wishing for Hero because Holiday and White wouldn't have happened, so can't say that. But now Yakachonis, we're at the new precipice of the next Tyler Hero. Oh, we wanted him, but now the Miami Heat have him with Yakachonis. So I don't know what everybody thinks about that, but
we weren't guard heavy. I know he was the most talented player on the board after the number 10 pick. I would say he was a top 10 talent, but I think that it wouldn't really be in a need, and it would kind of make an odd man out situation between White, Pritchard, and Simons, who was just added to the team. But if the most talented player was on the board and he somehow managed to make it down to 28, the Celtics' arms would have been a little bit tied not to take him.
Well, I'll say this too, from the Boston perspective, with pick 28 and this draft, especially 28, you can't really afford, and I've said this, you can't afford to go the Shireman route with this. Your roster as constructed today does not have the depth to withstand your first round pick not being an impact player in some facet day one out of camp. Whoever you go needs to be NBA ready. It's a tough ask from Brad at 28. Justin, we talked about this on the podcast. Brad hasn't shown us that he can draft yet. I hate to say it, right? Love Brad Stevens.
It's fair. He's done great.
He hasn't shown us in the draft. Right. He's done other great things. 100%. In terms of the NBA draft, he's yet to show us that he's capable of finding a guy deep into the later rounds.
Are you talking like immediate?
So I'm looking at Brad right now.
Yeah, you're talking immediate.
He's got
somebody who could be in the rotation next year. I do. I'm thinking with it. I'm thinking with Kalkbrenner, man. Like, he's been in college. He's been experienced. He's an upperclassman. Like, he's 7'1". You don't know what's going on with Cornette yet. I don't trust Amish Keita in that starting role as a center. Horford, you still don't know if he's going to retire. He's still a free agent. Obviously, you dished out Kristaps Porzingis last night, so I think the center is a huge question mark for the Celtics. And I like Kalkbrenner, and I also like, there's a center you mentioned too, Seamus, who's just above Kalkbrenner. He's from is he from Stanford?
Maxime Reynaud.
Maybe it was him.
I would be in on him. I really would be at 28. Now that becomes a conversation, and Franco, you and I, we're gonna go. We are going to go head to head on this. He's a Wolf guy. I'm a Reynaud guy. I would rather have Reynaud than Wolf. I think
I'm going Wolf. Wolf. Franco put me on to Wolf, so I'm going Wolf.
I'll be the lone. I'll be lone.
Well,
Big Ryan.
ESPN has Raynaud going 28 to Boston and Brenner
Nice.
29th to Phoenix. So there's that.
But
But Phoenix traded
they
up.
thought Wolf was
Phoenix
going to be
already traded up.
But they thought Wolf was going to be gone in the lottery.
Well, Phoenix did take Malawach earlier, so I would say that probably. I mean, they could draft another big. I mean, they only have 2 bigs right now. They have Nick Richards
And also,
and
yeah, we
Malawach.
still have a chance at any of those centers because we're only 5 picks away.
McNeely's still on the board. If McNeely
Right.
is, I'm not. If McNeely's on the board here at 28, is it crazy for Brad to go best available, take McNeely, and try to finagle his way again, maybe to pick 20 or 9, 30, using 32?
Yeah.
Like, is that a route you can go?
You mean, dude?
Wait a minute. First of all, I want to loop back around on that conversation, but I do want to clear this up with the recent trade that just went down. So, this trade, the Kings and Neat Clifford. So the Kings and the Oklahoma City Thunder. So the Kings traded their protected 2027 first round pick. So this is actually the San Antonio Spurs first round pick, in which is protected 1 through 16. The Kings traded that, in which they received in the De'Aaron Fox trade, to the Oklahoma City Thunder. However, if this pick does not convey, it immediately turns into 2 seconds. So notable little move there. The Oklahoma City Thunder technically pick up another first round pick, but and you know what? In 2027, you would think the Spurs should be above the lottery at that point in time, right? So that's another first round pick for the Thunder in the future. Just saying that there. But what was the conversation we were just on before that? What was your proposal, Rob?
So my proposal is, if McNeely falls to you, right? This is a talent. You're talking talent, probably the most talented on the board, right? At 28, do you go McNeely, who fills a void at forward, right? That is a need with Tatum out of the lineup. You go McNeely at 28, and maybe you go you just swap 32 for 30, give up a couple of those seconds that you have gotten within the Drew Holiday trade, and you get maybe you move up 2 spots, and then that's where you go. Cockbrenner or the Stanford guy, Raynaud, right? Like, so you figure if Cockbrenner and Raynaud are still here after Brooklyn goes back to back, my perfect world, you go McNeely 28, you trade up to 28 to 30, and then you go Cockbrenner or Raynaud, whichever one's available, and then I think you have a successful draft. You have 2 guys that are day 1 guys, in my opinion.
Is it possible that either of them are on the board at, say, 32 though? Which I would
right. So you could take that gamble. McNeely, I don't think makes it a 32. I think McNeely is probably going to go with one of these Brooklyn picks, if I had to guess.
Or someone trades up into the first round.
Right. If McNeely's there at 28, I go McNeely.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, I would go McNeely at 28 if he's there, even if he doesn't fit.
The Brooklyn
right.
Ben Saraf.
All right.
He was on the Celtics radar.
He was.
He was on the Celtics.
Yo, I think
gives me Yam Madar vibes. Go back there.
Yeah. Certainly the Yam Madar vibes. They come from the same exact
where the hell is he?
Country.
Where is he?
I don't think he's able to get out.
Well, no, actually, no, jokes aside, I don't think he is able to come because
no, he's not.
I think his contract over there with his team prevented him from even playing the preseason or summer or whatever it is.
What? So you're saying
so
the
next
Nets?
Brooklyn goes 3 guards here.
Well, you would have to. You would.
How many freaking picks does Brooklyn have? They have another one coming out.
They have 5 first-round picks. 5.
Oh, and what? 4 of them have been guards.
3 have been guards. You'd think big man's coming here, right? Yeah, Claxton. No one really.
You know that wild picture of the Brooklyn Nets, and it's always a meme. It's like, name one net in this photo. Like, name one person in this photo. This is going to be the new Nets roster. It's going to happen again.
I'm really hoping
I would say safe bet. Yeah,
I hope Cockbrenner falls on, or we get him.
I'm on McNeely now. I thought McNeely would have been gone in the top 20.
Obviously McNeely, but like but over and out. I think Cockbrenner, like, he seems to move. He moves so well, even like almost
Creighton guy, Big East.
Like Creighton guy, Big East. Like, he can shoot it.
Yeah,
he's stronger. He seems a little stronger than Maxime Renaud. Like, he seems like you already said, NBA ready, and you could get that little Creighton connection with the Shireman Cockburner.
I already have I have the Cockburner graphics made. I will not lie to you and everyone watching.
You got to call it the Creighton connection for Shireman and Cockburner.
I'm with Franco though. I feel like if the Nets don't get Wolf right here, then the Celtics are definitely getting him with 20.
You really think so? I don't know,
please.
Dude. Because I don't think Wolf
I'm telling you.
Drake?
No, I think Cockburner.
So if Cockburner doesn't get picked, I'm not kidding. I think that guarantees Luke coming back. I really do.
I tend to agree, but again, I still think there's a world where the Celtics get priced out of Luke Cornett. I think he has a real market where he could be making 60 over.
Anybody see a sad Danny Wolf on TV right now?
I see a sad Danny Wolf on TV right now.
I see a hungry Danny Wolf that's ready to come to Boston. That's what I see.
Well, he's either going to Brooklyn or Boston. I'm telling you, either he's getting picked right now or the Celtics are picking him.
I don't know, dude. I don't think
Rasheer Fleming, McNeely, Wolf.
McNeely's getting picked now.
I am gonna have to go on Twitter for this.
Franco.
Wolf just got
put down all objects right now, okay?
Wolf,
just breathe.
All right, whatever.
Don't bring the mask out either.
Fine.
Put that mask away.
No wonder. That's why he was sad, is because he heard that he was getting drafted by Brooklyn and not coming to Boston.
I'm sad for
Brooklyn's doing us they're doing us a favor. That way the mask doesn't come out.
You know what?
Yo, what is that?
No.
Yo, Griffin, bro.
No. What's that?
I don't even know what that is.
Yo, what is that?
It's the mask. It's the mask.
That's not the clown mask, right?
Oh yeah, it is. I was doing it for Franco's sake, but
that was the clown mask.
No, not anybody's sake. That was there would be nobody who's.
I'm sad now. Like Franco, I was honestly so behind Danny Wolf now. Like
I've been saying his name since I think I've said his name since March. I was trying to I was trying to dig through the search and text.
Yeah, here we go.
We have a trade to announce. The Atlanta Hawks trade the draft rights to Derek Queen, the 13th pick, to the New Orleans Pelicans for the draft rights to Asa Noel, the 23rd pick, and a 2026 first-round pick. And with the 27th pick in the 2025 NBA draft, the Brooklyn Nets select Danny Wolf from the University of Michigan.
I said this about Kyle Filipowski.
Suck it, Franco.
I said this about Kyle Filipowski right now, or just around this time last year, that the Celtics are going to regret missing out on him, and he ended up averaging 10 points a game for the Utah Jazz.
Here. Let's take some bets. I want everybody to make your mock pick right now. Who does Boston go with?
They're going to go with McNeely. I want them to go with Cockburn.
It depends on what happens with 38 or 28. Sorry.
I like McNeely here. I'll
go Cockburn.
I like McNeely because
28, so you're correct. It doesn't matter what happens.
It does depend. That does depend.
Sorry, continue, Seamus. Franco just had one of the
he's having.
I don't know. I think for him to fall
best.
that low, McNeely probably, but
McNeely, Rasheer Fleming, Adu Thero, Maxime Reynaud. Those are the players I'm primarily looking at right now for this pick. How about Amari Williams?
Maybe
what if we went Amari Williams?
I think Rob would be right. Maybe they go McNeely and somehow Cockburner kind of.
Ooh, this is so exciting. We're about to add a new Celtic in the next 10 seconds. This is...
What are you saying, Rob? What are you saying?
Hear me out, right? From a Boston perspective, right? Your biggest hole is center, right? And you currently have three available big men that are within your radar, right? And you're drafting in the next 4 picks. So if you're Brad, right, what are the odds that all 3 of those centers go boom, boom, boom before you're drafting back again at 32?
That's why you have to go with.
So McNeely, in my eyes, you go McNeely here because at least one of those 3 big men will probably still be on the board at 32.
And who's after? I'm trying to see Who's drafting after? Because maybe Brad's like, yeah, I mean,
And
we'll
there's a
see
guy
these guys after us that
my
are
second
looking
center
for
that
these
I
guys.
like is
Really need
Rocco
Kalkbrenner to go
Zikarsky.
here.
So even if Kalkbrenner isn't what they
Does
go
anybody
for right
know how
now,
to fix your scratch disk on Photoshop?
yeah, if Kalkbrenner doesn't go here and he also is
Time
taken
to have
before the
full scratch.
Celtics can pick at 32,
Diamonds.
I think that having Rocco Zikarsky as a good backup, he's a little bit of a sleeper, but I like his game a lot.
I
But
kind of
right,
Tense times right now, folks. Tense times because the Celtics are
Oh
on
my
the clock
God,
and the
my
pick is
scratch
in.
disk is full. How do I?
Pick is in. Pick is in.
The
Oh
pick
my God,
is
my
in.
scratch
All right,
disk is full.
wait,
and my
wait,
pick
do you
is
guys want
spoiled.
me to keep on the audio right now? From right now? Or
Yes.
they're talking to Danny Wolf right now.
mean, it's really hard to put into words. So we're so hard to get here.
Oh no, not for Franco here.
Support system and, to work.
oh, I see the Celtics logo in the background. What foreshadowing!
Support system
What a
and your
kick in
brothers
the
in the
nuts.
future. But as you see these folks standing right here, what do you say to them? I'm lucky. They've helped me so much. They've gotten me to where I'm at, and I don't think there's a better support system in the world, and I couldn't have to be lucky to a better parent.
What? Want me to keep it going?
No, yes, go. Keep going. No one say anything. No one say anything. Just let the Celtics pick, all right?
Yeah.
And hard work and
Which we don't, we don't have any.
thanks to so many
Even if everybody finds it out, just let it
Yeah,
go on the
everyone
TV.
put your phones down. Put your phones down. Everyone listen. Just let it happen.
This moment come true. His entire life,
All right.
he's had a chip on
What?
his shoulder to be great.
No,
Did you
I got
see-
graphics to make.
Don't
Gave it
say it,
away.
anybody. Don't say it. Don't
Well,
say it.
someone text it to me then. Jeez.
It's been incredible. Danny, I think we heard your brother is at the table still trying to get himself together. Just so much emotion. It's healthy. I'm glad to see you guys letting it
I don't
out.
like that.
Sure, yeah. I have the two greatest brothers in the world. I have an unbelievable sister who I love, and they all help.
All I
me
know
get-
is I saw Seamus' reaction. It's
this league.
Justin smiling up there.
The Boston Celtics select Hugo Gonzalez from Madrid and last played for Real Madrid.
What?
I do want to acknowledge
Hugo Gonzalez. Guys, you are going to love Hugo Gonzalez, all right? This man is a defensive pest, all right? Defensive pest. And I'm a little confused on whether he's a guard or a wing, but that's good. I want to be confused if a guy is a guard or a wing. I want to have a little bit of a combo player in there. But Hugo Gonzalez, oddly enough, I was looking at him this morning, just watching film of his, and definitely a guy in which I would see Brad Stevens liking just because of the defensive instincts. Everything that he does defensively, I believe he definitely brings something to the Celtics that they definitely value. I mean, the Celtics certainly value a guy like Hugo Gonzalez. There are some questions on the offensive end of the floor. What type of player he'll be there? But what do you guys think of this pick? I mean, we'll have more analysis here, but wow, Hugo Gonzalez. Now that's kind of a swing of the bat.
Definitely.
That's definitely a swing of the bat there.
I gotta do some research, but this just looks like a guy who
Here's my
Premier
thing.
League games and we'll never see him again.
Yeah. So here's my thing. I stated this. What 5 minutes or 10 minutes ago. This was a crucial draft pick for Boston. I would have preferred them not go with the risk and gone safest player available. I hope it works out.
I kind of like this pick. I think if you look at the what the Celtics value in players, I feel like Hugo Gonzalez, especially on the defensive end of the floor, he's going to be able to get after it on that end. And I don't see him as a ball dominant player. I see him as a guy who can play off ball, cuts hard, not a huge or not a crazy quick guy downhill towards the rim. I mean, again, that's kind of a theme of this draft. There's not a lot of quick burst type of guys, but just kind of a heady player and just tries his ass off on the defensive end of the floor. And when I think of him, I mean, just think about all of the moments in the playoffs where guys are picking up from nearly half court. You look at every single player in which, or rather every single guard in which the Oklahoma City Thunder have on their roster, I mean, they were picking up at a high point of attack in the NBA Finals. Throughout the series, Indiana's guards were disrupted from the fact Oklahoma City's picking up so high and they're getting into guys' grills. That's what Hugo Gonzalez, I believe he's going to have the ability to do in the NBA. I would not down this pick at all because I think he can come in and actually play a role that's not like other guys. I don't see Hugo Gonzalez as raw as other players we brought in the past, such as a Jordan Walsh or a JD Davison. Those guys were second round picks. This guy's a first round pick here. But Hugo Gonzalez, I'm not down on the pick at all. It's definitely a surprise, but it's a pick that I think people, if they look at all the names available on the board, they're probably going to exit going, we just drafted an overseas guy from Real Madrid who they don't know, and the murmuring right now, the quietness in here right now, it seems like it's a little deafening.
Well,
yeah. I mean, it's the unknown. It's
Well, it's the big question mark. I think that's the thing. It's a lot of question marks around this, and I won't lie. From my perspective, I'm not very high on this pick right now. I gotta do my research more. I don't know much about him, but this is a guy that I definitely see having a lot of time in Maine to develop his game more for sure.
I don't
get ready to hop on the Celtics Nation Rise podcast.
I don't even know if he makes it out of Vegas. I don't know.
Well, we'll have an interview with him. We'll have an interview with him. Don't you worry.
For sure.
Don't you worry.
Yeah.
We will interview with him.
My thing with him too is just, first of all, he's 19 years old. That's a very, very young player there. The Celtics are picking up. So they're not picking a player who is ready necessarily to go right away. He's not 20. He's not a Baylor Sharman. He's not 23 coming in, 24 years old. He's 19 years old. So there's definitely some rawness attached to him. He's not going to be a creating presence for the C's. That's why I see him as somebody they could potentially develop while also using at the same time, because I don't think he's going to be a weak link defensively, but then offensively he's going to be able to shoot the ball a little bit. His shooting numbers weren't amazing overseas, but there is upside on his shot. But I think he could be a player in which the Celtics, they don't have to worry about him handling the ball necessarily or being a zero on the defensive end of the floor. I think he can slot into an off-ball role offensively, and then defensively, he's just going to do his thing on that end. I do wonder, though, 19 years old out of Real Madrid, how much playing time is he going to get right away with the squad? But then you think, if we're taking a gap year, a bridge year, maybe this is the perfect opportunity to take a swing on a guy like Hugo Gonzalez. I'm not against the pick. I like this because, and I'm keeping in mind too.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm keeping in mind too. We still have another pick at 32. So theoretically, we could have been picking at 30. Like, say we liked a guy, say you have Hugo Gonzalez, and in the next couple of picks, like Rob, you were talking about how maybe we don't take a center right here because what is the likelihood all three of these quality centers are actually going to go off the board by the time the number 32 pick comes around. So I'm keeping the faith of the Celtics are likely going to pick somebody at 32 who they believed were still going to be available at 32 if they still thought they were going to be available at 32 and thought, well, Hugo, he's not going to be available at 32. Let's go ahead and take him, and then we'll go take this other guy later on in time. And maybe they don't do that. Maybe they don't do that if they don't have that 32 overall pick. So I gotta say, I'm my main question is just how much is he going to play in year one, if any? Is he going to be a draft and stash player?
Well,
I wonder that.
Oh, we have here's
with the
29
pick in the 2025 NBA draft, the Phoenix Suns select Liam McNeely.
Yeah, I mean,
yep, we're gonna. That's one of those moments that you're gonna look back at and you're gonna be like, "Oh, that player was there right on the board, and the Celtics passed over him." But
I agree.
the way he slipped it when a player slipped like that, I never see
Desmond Bain vibes.
Right, and
I think McNeely's comparison is like a Max Strus. I feel like he's like a Max Strus. It's like,
yeah,
can
but
shoot the ball. He's not like
a
a creator, an attacker in that way. He's a little bit bigger than Max Strus.
But you're going to get a lot more from him than you are with the Celtics, which I feel like. No, but going back to that, I feel like he's a guy, though, that is going to spend a lot of time in Maine. All right. I really do believe that. I don't see him playing a lot of time with the Celtics this year. You obviously already said, Seamus, that bridge year he could get a lot of minutes, but I really don't see that. I really don't. I think he's going to develop a lot in Maine. But yeah, I definitely won that. It's crazy that they passed up on McNeely right there. I don't know why they did it. I feel like that was kind of a, but I hope I eat my words. I really do. I really hope we look back at this and it was like, all right, smart move, but
yeah,
I don't see that being the case.
I don't hate the pick, just caught off guard. Got to do a little bit more research, but man, if Cockburner is available tomorrow at 32, that'd be sweet. But I don't know. I'm also interested to see what the Clippers do here with their 30th pick coming up shortly because they also need a center.
My opinion on you got it, Franco.
My opinion on Hugo Gonzalez, I think it diversifies their wing depth in the locker room greatly. Obviously, Sam Hauser is still a Boston Celtic as of now, and so right now you're looking at your wings being Hauser, Brown, with Tatum being out, and then he's going to be slotting in with a Jordan Walsh who plays a little bit more of an athletic, stringy type of wing that is a little bit more on the athletic side and needs to develop his game a little bit more, maybe add a little bit of size during the offseason, which would be beneficial to his game. And then you have Baylor Shireman already here, who is more of a guard slash shooting guard slash small forward more than anything else. And I think that adding Hugo Gonzalez kind of fills in where those guys lack, which is on the defensive end and bringing a lockdown defensive intensity. And he also brings a bit of athleticism. Obviously, I would say a raw talent when it comes to his offensive game, still has a lot to develop there, and hopefully he'll have some time to do that in Maine. I don't see him being a key contributor for the Celtics right away, as most years the Celtics like to stash their rookies, as Joe Mazzulla said to Baylor Shireman at the beginning of this year was, I don't like rookies, flat out. So we'll see where that leads to, but in my opinion, it's a good pick, and it just it still leaves a massive void within the Celtics center position, because right now the only two listed centers are Nehemiah Queta and Xavier Tillman.
Well, it's just like when McNeely is still on the board, how do you pass up on him? And it's like with Hugo Gonzalez, obviously Brad sees something in him from the defensive standpoint, but it's just like this guy, I feel like, could be more NBA ready.
I like this comment right here.
That is a good comment, yeah.
Jaime Hawkins, more defense. Yeah, I like that.
Right, Seamus, I have a question for you. I mean, you're muted.
Hold on, Jaime Hawkins there. Jaime Hawkins. Jaime Hawkins was a good rookie, and second year kind of fell off. Right, so I'm not about that comparison necessarily with Jaime Hawkins, because in my mind, Hugo is actually going to be potentially a better defender. My questions really remain on the offensive end, but this is where I kind of think, well, at this point in the draft, you are definitely picking a complementary player to, say, the Brown and Tatum tandem, right? The Brown and Tatum tandem. Hugo Gonzalez is definitely a complimentary player, good finisher. The shooting, I kind of have a good. I feel as if he can develop as a shooter, but there are questions about his ability to shoot the ball.
So do you think?
Which I'm a little. That is what I'm the most. I'm the most concerned about his ability to shoot the ball and just if you think about on the offensive end of the floor, we've had guys like this on the Celtics before, where if they're forced to put the ball on the ground, what do they look like? The first guy that comes to mind, Shimi Ojale, right? Could not put the ball on the floor whatsoever. Is Hugo Gonzalez going to be that same type of player? To me, there is ability in him becoming a diversified offensive player, because he does have a pretty good downhill attack and he's a good finisher. It's just I don't know about his creation level with the ball necessarily.
Do you see him?
Aaron Neesmith without the shooting.
But I see him as a complimentary player. Like, he's not going to be asked to do, like, he's only 19, first of all. So he's not, to me, he's not going to be a huge rotation piece right away. But I see him as a guy who's not necessarily going to be asked to do a bunch of things right away, and is going to slot in as somebody who's going to come in and be a nice defensive guard, and somebody offensively that you have. Like, I could see the combination of, okay, he's a good driver. He can drive the ball to the rim. He doesn't have, the repertoire of shots. That's not what I see in his game. But if you can bring the 3-point shooting along, you have a guy who I see as, can you mold him a little bit like Derek White? Can you mold him a little? He kind of reminds me of him, because Derek White, we have to remind ourselves too, Derek White was not a great shooter coming out of San Antonio, even coming to the Boston Celtics. So the Celtics, if they think they can get that shot to come along, I think he could be a Derek White type of guy.
Here's the pick.
And let's go back.
Final pick of the first round.
With the 30th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the LA Clippers select Yannick Conan Niederhauser from Freyschel, Switzerland, and Penn State University.
Well, that concludes it.
Yep.
And that concludes the first round, everybody.
How is
Am I
that?
still muted?
We've done.
No, you're good.
I'm good now. Okay.
I wonder how that's going to look on a jersey.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Can everybody hear me right now?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm noticing my internet's a little. I don't know.
Oh,
I don't know,
James,
but hey, the first round is officially over, folks.
Yep, and
we made it.
The center was taken off the board, and Kalkbrenner still stands.
Yep.
As Robin and Justin have exited, but that still leaves the opportunity for one of those players, and if not one of those, it's either they technically still have a chance at either Maxime Reynaud or Kalkbrenner, because it's an either or. I doubt that Minnesota is going to be going with a big man again after taking Thomas Sorber. I think that you're going to, or no, not Thomas Sorber. Which center did they take in? Which one?
Joanne Behringer, Minnesota, right?
They took
and then
Behringer.
Sorber's with the Thunder, right? Thunder?
Yep. So Behringer is now, with the Timberwolves. So I doubt that we're going to see them making a move for him. But I think that, Kalkbrenner should be on the board for the Celtics. If a team decides to move up to 31, they still have a shot at Reynaud either way. So the Celtics are still in a good position. Obviously, there's something about Hugo Gonzalez's game that stood out a little bit more than Liam McNeely's, probably because they probably had a meeting with them and probably didn't expect that Liam McNeely was going to slip that far. I'm very curious to know what led to that slip. I don't recall reading up on any types of injuries or anything in his history in that sense, but walking away with Hugo Gonzalez, you might have a energetic defensive player who is going to be a on-ball and off-ball pest for the Celtics moving forward.
Yeah, James, I got a question for you, because or just anyone in this meeting.
Wait, hold up. I might be a little glitched. Am I glitched right now?
Nope, you're good.
No, you're good.
All right. I'm going to try to hear this question out here.
That McNeely, do the Celtics see that maybe Hugo Gonzalez potentially has a ceiling that could be greater than McNeely's? Do you think that's a possibility of why?
100%. 100%. I think that could be the basis of the pick at the end of the day,
right,
because McNeely, he does strike me as a Max Strus type of player. Mm-hmm. And although those guys can be valuable, as we see in Cleveland. I mean, they have Ty Jerome, Max
If they were
Strus. They're a
replacing
little
Hauser
similar.
with them, it would make sense.
Right.
Well,
But I feel like
I will say it's Hauser. Hauser's
he's
40% from three. Hugo Gonzalez like 27%
Right,
overseas.
right.
But that's the thing with Hugo Gonzalez is as a 19-year-old, I think you can bring the shooting along a little. Like say Shireman last year, if he didn't have the shot at 23, that's a little more concerning if you don't have the shot at 19, right? This player's 19 coming in. That's what we all have to remind ourselves here is he's very young, very moldable. Defensively, I the minute the pick came through, I immediately went, whew, we just picked up maybe the best defender at this point in the draft. I like right now, I would say Adu Thero, keep in mind he's still there out there. I mean, number 32, very quickly tomorrow it'll be 31, 32. Here we go. Adu Thero is another guy I will look at for. I would look at if I were the Celtics when it comes to defense. I mean, I would have at this point in the draft, I would probably have Thero and Hugo Gonzalez as the two best defenders. And I wouldn't be surprised if the upside of Hugo Gonzalez as a 19-year-old played a factor into the pick, as well as the defensive end. The defensive end to me is that is the biggest thing for me. I immediately that pick was made, I went, oh, that's somebody who's going to come in here and just be a hound dog. And that's, I like that, right? There's so many players in this draft where you go, defensively, I don't know. And like, I don't like those guys. Like, and this is a good time to bring up. This is a good time to bring up this point here. Because I was going to bring it up on the draft preview, but I figured, hey, draft coverage. I mean, basically the same thing. So people look a little bit too closely at offense, right? In the draft, a little bit too closely at offense. What can this player do offensively? What kind of player can they turn into offensively? Because sometimes that can determine whether or not a player actually reaches stardom or not. However, defense sets floors. Defense sets floors. If you're a really good defender, you're playable. You're playable, all right? If you can't defend whatsoever, you're not playable. If you can defend, you're playable. Well, 100%.
And to build on that as well, defend, like having that defensive grit, grind, that mindset, like you're not getting by me. That's something that is just innate. Like that's something you build when you're younger, when you're born, like when just the way you grow up, So to kind of like instill that in a player is a lot harder.
And
from an offensive standpoint, you kind of build that up.
And I have this note right here, and tell me if this doesn't maybe fit in with Hugo Gonzalez. It's more likely one brings along their offensive intangibles, the shooting, the cutting, all the offensive intangibles, right? Than the defensive intangibles, pure athleticism, height, physicality, motivation, motor, right? I think it's easier sometimes to add to the offensive end, the shooting, the cutting, the creating, the playmaking, making certain guys see different reads and different angles on the floor and maybe getting that handle up a little bit in the shooting, right? Defense is a little more predicated on effort, a little more predicated on physicality, a little more predicated on athleticism. So if you already have that end of the floor, I believe the offensive end can come along more so in players' games. If they can't defend coming out of college, if you couldn't defend in college, why can you defend in the NBA? It's going to be 10 times harder in the NBA.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
I'm not, and technically Hugo Gonzalez here is not coming from college. He's coming from Real Madrid, which I like too. I like about this
another
pick.
Good thing.
He started at Real Madrid at 16 years old. 16.
Who else did that? Luka Doncic.
Yeah.
Yep. 100%. 100%. So I want to also compare this to Liam McNeely. Liam McNeely is how old here? The only thing, see, this is what McNeely is also 19 years old. So both are 19. So the age thing didn't play a factor in that. But I'll say this as well with McNeely. The Celtics didn't pick him. And who picked him? Phoenix, right? Or no, that pick's going to Charlotte in the Mark Williams trade. So Charlotte gets McNeely. Charlotte is a team that wanted to take a swing right there at 29 because that was a pick in which they traded. or not pick when which they traded away Mark Williams for that pick, and they already secured Con Knipple earlier in this draft. They're more likely to take a swing right there at a guy who was falling down the board. The teams in front of the I keep wanting to say the Suns here. I'm looking at the Suns logo, but uh the Hornets, right at 29, more inclined to take a guy like that. All the teams in front of them, right? I just wonder, was there something with McNeely's profile that stood out to teams that made them go, maybe not? Because I can see McNeely, his athleticism is a legitimate concern, and his quickness. He is not very athletic, not very quick, and he's just a shooter. Like, I don't see him as a crazy defender. I don't see him as a crazy playmaker offense. Like, he's just a shooter. And even then, it's like, how can some of his shots at UConn, and I kind of noticed this too. It's like, I don't know why UConn has a bunch of these players, but Alex Caraban's another guy who could shoot the ball at UConn, but Caravan and McNeely, both pretty slow guys, like both not very versatile at all. And I just sometimes I look at guys like that and I go, does that really translate to the NBA? Like the thought of McNeely for me is a Max Strus. But Max Strus, he was an undrafted player. He came along in the league and he got better on the defensive end of the floor. Offensively was able to stay on the floor and even make himself a contract over time. But Max Strus, something that people forget about him, it's a little more athletic than people think. He's a little quicker than people think. McNeely, Strus is not the most athletic, most quick player in the league, but he's a little more quick than people think. McNeely, I feel as if he's a little lesser in that category. So I'm not, if I'm like just, and this is where I'm coming around now. I'm going, maybe Gonzalez, like, should he be over McNeely, right, in the draft? Like, if you're talking defensive intangibles and maybe bringing the offensive game along later on in time versus a guy who doesn't have any defensive intangibles and just shoots the ball and is big. Just saying, because McNeely is, kind of he's a guard / forward, right? And sometimes I wonder, he's maybe not quick enough, or he's not quick enough to be a guard and athletic enough to be a forward. So he's kind of the squeeze, right? The squeeze player in there. So I'm not upset with Hugo Gonzalez. Like, I'm kind of ramped up. I'm like, look, some of these players I understand, like Georges Niang and Hugo Gonzalez, and people liked Anthony Simons when the Celtics traded for him. But all these other players, and the two others, Georges Niang, 40% 3-point shooter for his career and nearly a decade in the league. He's got some edge to him. He definitely has some personality that I want in a locker room, right? I want that edged. I want
from
that
the Boston area,
right? I want that FU, that dog, right? I want that dog in the locker room. And Niang's going to bring all that. And Hugo Gonzalez on the defensive end of the floor, like, I'm just picturing him as, I'm thinking, okay, at his peak, can he be our like Cason Wallace, right? Can he be that type of player? And that could be one of his comparisons, Cason Wallace type.
Mine's
maybe
Aaron
not so much
Nesmith without shooting.
Yeah,
I think he's Aaron Nesmith.
And I will say,
shooting.
Seamus, yeah, that's a good comparison. And Seamus mentioned earlier too, like, a guy's shot, is it kind of messy? Is it like his form is not bad? Like, it's not the fastest release. It's a little outside of his frame, like a little kind of far out in front of him, but it's not something that can't say it's manageable, And if you can get him like kind of in a set position and just kind of hit him in the numbers and give him a good looking shot, like, I see it only developing, So it doesn't look bad for if you guys are concerned out there.
And I'm sitting here too thinking, man, people. Well, first of all, let's go do a little experiment here. What do you guys think the comments are on the Celtics draft post right now?
I'm gonna say a lot of
negative.
A lot of negative.
Where's McNeely? Where is McNeely? Where is McNeely? And probably people bashing on him, saying we need a center, we need a center, we need a center. Even though they don't realize that we are in the same position to take a center that we were just then.
Right. And then
the only thing that changes that is if someone is dead set another team is dead set on Kalkbrenner, and they're calling up the Minnesota Timberwolves, trying to get the 31st pick in the draft.
Which I mean,
I don't see as the most logical reality heading into day 2 tomorrow. On the board of ESPN, they are saying the top 10. I'll bring up the top 10 best available on the board are Maxime Reynaud is a player that we've brought up, kind of a more of a stretch big center. Rasheer Fleming, hard-nosed 3-4 player. Noah Penda. Don't know too much about him. Kind of a all-around versatile wing from France. Adu Tiro, more of a power forward, Georges Niang type role, and then Ryan Kalkbrenner comes in at around 5, and then the rest of the list is Jameer Watkins, Alex Tuhey, Chaz Lanier, Boglujub Markovic, and then everyone else is all excited about, Johnny Broom, which I think we all understand what we're not buying into the hype of.
Somebody made a Manu Ginobili comparison to Hugo Gonzalez. Again, maybe, because I like guys who start out with the. Yep, there we go. There we go in the comments. Manu Ginobili. I like guys who start out with, how do you say, all of the low level little things in basketball. I don't know, low level is not the word, but like if you were to
intangible,
gauge,
I guess, or
right, like
not
if you were to gauge like
but
what people look at the most, right? Not necessarily what's the most important, but what people look at the most, right? The public, it's like, oh, can you shoot the ball? Can you do it's like I feel as if I like guys who do all of the basic things well, right? Especially on the defensive end of the floor. Like I don't, say a guy like Ace Bailey, right? It's like, okay, Ace Bailey clearly talented with the ball in his hands and can shoot the ball, and it's like, where can he go as a creating force? Can he be this high level all-star, right? You talk about all the top picks in that way, what kind of creating force can they be? Some of these guys, we just forget about all of the little intangibles, right? Doing all of the little things, right? And all the little heady things. And I just want guys who are willing to sacrifice for that angle, right? Where I like that we don't have, and at this point in the draft, we're starting to see those players really fall off the board, or we already saw those players fall off the board. But all the player in which the Celtics just attain, I don't worry about him. 'Cause like say Carson Edwards, right, coming in years ago, it's like what he has to have the ball in his hands to in order to succeed. And he's the 33rd overall pick. Like how often is that going to happen? And can he actually develop into that space of playing in the rotation? So with Hugo Gonzalez, I don't question that. I look at him and go, oh, I can see him in a lineup with Derek White and Jaylen Brown and whoever our center is next year and all the other players on our roster. I'm somehow blanking on right now. We've been live for nearly 4 hours. I don't remember. It's like who do we even have on the Celtics right now? Anthony Simons still. It's a Niang Hauser. Don't remember. We long 3 days here.
Hauser survived, and I'm wondering what is going to happen with that. I'm sure we'll get more into that during the little hiatus we have in between the NBA draft and free agency kicking off. But I'm curious to know what his value is going to be before free agency begins, because he is still probably one of the more valuable players, even though this free agency market is incredibly meek compared to what you've seen in past years, and really what you're going to see while the CBA exists and players are just getting traded back and forth instead of getting offers and going through the process of meeting with teams and all that. Those days are long past us, but Sam Hauser not getting moved for a draft pick today, maybe it could lead to rotational players, but other than that, I still think you can go into next year with him on your roster. If that is the case, you have 3 wings behind him, ready to fill in, and it's going to be weird because they all have different characteristics to their game. If you go down the list, Jaylen Brown is probably the most well-versed player in the Celtics wing room while Tatum is injured, but Hauser is almost a straight-up shooter. Obviously, we've seen the improvements in his defensive game, and we've also seen the improvements of him being able to play as an inside player. And then you look at Baylor Shireman, more of a point guard-esque, a shooting guard type player, and then adding Hugo Gonzalez kind of is the thing that they really didn't have. And I think it's just going to be a grit and grind player that will be able to fill in 15, 20 minutes a game. And what you're starting to notice is this team is going to be taking on a whole different embodiment than they have last year. And it's going to be a lot more hard-nosed basketball. And I have a feeling that they're going to be looking to build this team 10 to 11 deep, that they feel comfortable putting 10 to 11 guys out there for 15, 20 minutes per game. And I think Hugo Gonzalez is a player that can develop into that, but mainly looking towards Maine because that's where we're going to see him. I think that it's a team that if he can get some offensive prowess going, has a few 20-point games up in Portland, I think that it could translate extremely well, and we'll see how he looks during the summer league.
Yeah. Well, is he even going to be up in Maine? Because if he's going to be up in Maine all season, why wouldn't they just keep him overseas at Real Madrid and keep the roster spot? He's 19. Just saying. I mean, if you're gonna keep him in Maine all year, I mean, why would you even bring him from overseas?
I don't think it would be all year. I think it would be kind of let him get his feet acclimated to the NBA game, because it's a lot different, because you've heard about the transitions players go through when they're going from EuroLeague basketball to the NBA, and you see that discrepancy when the U.S. Olympics came around. You see that these different styles of play, this Euro type of basketball, is a foreign type of game that the U.S. isn't used to, and who knows, maybe some parts of those things will translate over. Obviously, one thing that always sticks out about European players is the ball movement. So if he just knows how to play his role and can get his opportunities, is athletic enough to finish, and doesn't need to become the best shooter in the world, but is able to make an open shot, that is almost all the Celtics are going to be looking for from him.
Yeah, and you're right, Franco, too. It's not like he's got to be this lights out shooter. Like no one's going to be saying that. It's just, can he hit the open shot? And we're not asking him to create. We're not asking him to do anything. So I think he's capable of that. And like you said, just from what I've seen, just his ability, like Seamus mentioned it too, just ability to like cut off ball and really, move out the ball within his hands. That's great. And you want to see that. And we got guys already on the Celtics that hold the ball in their hands, that are a little more ball dominant so he's going to be able to kind of fit in that role and really thrive in it. But I agree with you though. Like I could see him just coming over for Maine Celtics, and maybe he's got that two-way where he just kind of maybe plays up for the Maine Celtics, and maybe he comes
Wolf
when
did.
Yeah, right.
Wolf and Jarman both were kind of tweeners when it came to the Celtics, and then when it came down to playoffs and the final stretch of the season, that's when they get the full-blown call-up and
then also
end up playing out the rest of their contract.
Yeah, and then you also give them the potential to maybe he does kind of make that immediate impact, kind of like Sharman does, where you can insert him into the lineup, So I think it would be nice for the Celtics to utilize him. I understand what you're saying, Seamus, about sending to Madrid, but I do agree with Franco. There's a little bit of an adaptation that needs to go, and also he is that kind of guy that could potentially give us minutes and find time in their rotation.
Let's see here. I'm just looking through some draft notes, just in general. I'm gonna exhaust. Wait a minute. Maybe not. Maybe not. Where's my Malwatch note? What? Where is this? Hold up. Never mind. I was gonna say something about Phoenix. Totally off topic here. But as you guys can see, I'm a little all over the place with. See, all my notes were rearranged into this big board, but then you rearrange your big board and okay, here's Harper. Like, come on, you gotta have Malawatch in here somewhere, right? Where's Malawatch? I don't know. We'll find him tomorrow, I guess. I don't know.
Yep.
So, well, we got plenty of time to talk about.
Yeah.
Oh, here it is. Here it is. Okay. Well, the conversation, I don't even know where I'm at right now. Okay, so I want to get into a conversation real quick about just the first round. Okay, the first round. From your guys' perspective, were there any surprises in the entire field of this player's going this late or this player? Well, let's talk about this. Which player are we looking at for 32 now on the board and saying, oh, well, this player, I mean, he dropped out of the first round and now he's here at 32. I mean, we kind of discussed the big man guys like Raynaud and Cockbrunner, but any other players? I mean, for me, I look at a dude Thero and I go, oh, he's still out there on the board. I look at Rasheer Fleming, still out there on the board. Those are two forwards I look at and go, maybe so.
I just see
but
the
for you
forward.
guys, who are you guys targeting for the number 20 or not number 20, number 32 pick tomorrow?
I'm just seeing the forward room get a little too full, and they're starting to have a little bit too much of a young presence there. If there was something I would add to the Celtics, especially during this hiatus that Tatum is going to go through, is actually even then it's challenging because Sam Hauser is still on this roster. But I would be looking, if they are looking to add another wing, make it a veteran one that you can feel confident with, either coming off the bench or being a part-time starter for this roster while Tatum is recovering. But I think that the importance of the Celtics being able to draft a center, especially one that they like and are able to develop into someone who is making regular appearances on the roster and possibly makes it out of Maine within this year or at the beginning of the 2026-2027 season. I think you gotta pick your poison with Raynaud and Kalkbrenner. And looking at those two, the differences are just and offensively, they're both two players that can score on into and space the floor. However, I believe Kalkbrenner has a little bit more size to him, and it is just not the most athletic player. But if you're looking for a player who is a little bit more athletic and a little bit more offensive talented, you would be going towards Raynaud. But if you're looking for a more solidified, true center, that would be Kalkbrenner.
So we do have a report out, and it's more than a report because it's coming from the mouth of Brad Stevens. So it seems as if Hugo Gonzalez will be playing in Boston next season. This is per Gary Washburn, Brad Stevens on Hugo Gonzalez. He's got all the intangibles of a winning basketball player. Said the plan is to bring Gonzalez over to Boston for this season. So right there, we can rule out. We talked about 5 minutes ago. Can he be maybe a draft and stash type of guy? He's left over in Real Madrid. Doesn't seem as if that's going to be the case here, and it looks like he's actually going to be in Boston next year. Hugo Gonzalez will be a Boston Celtic. Other than that, we do have a lot of quotes from Brad coming out here afterwards, and there's a lot of good ones in here. And one of my favorite ones. Let's see. Can I get to it here? We got a verbatim here. Well, it was about Brad. He was essentially saying, oh, here it is. So from Daniel Donabedian, not pulling these up. There's a million of them here. But Brad Stevens with a quick reality check. The biggest problem is our first team All-NBA player is in a boot right now. That's the biggest problem to the Celtics roster. It's like, oh, of course. But Brad coming out with a couple more statements here on Hugo Gonzalez. Just trying to find maybe a good one here to give out from Brad. Nothing specific about a contract extension for Joe Mazzulla. Said they wanted Mazzulla around for a long time, but no extensions. Nothing specific on that. Brad touched on that at his presser. He said Jason Tatum has been at the facility almost daily, and that Jaylen Brown has also been around a lot, so that's good. So Brad Stevens, Griffin and I covered his last press conference. This is his first press conference since that last one. So Brad Stevens, there's another one. Let's see if I can find this one in here. My goodness gracious. We have a lot of quotes coming out from Brad Stevens and this entire press conference right here. Brad Stevens, a big fan of how Hugo Gonzalez plays basketball, says he's got all of the intangibles of a winning basketball player. So we have that. And Brad Stevens says he thinks the second apron penalties are real, and he didn't realize how real they were until they were staring him in the face over the last month. And he said you can't overstate that at all. So Brad Stevens at his press conference, I'm sure that's out live on YouTube. I mean, hey, we're on YouTube. Hey, don't leave. Go afterwards. We'll be done here in a couple minutes. But Brad Stevens, again, I think he's a young guy, but a little bit of an old soul, Brad Stevens says about Hugo Gonzalez. And he kind of mentioned that in terms of the Hugo Gonzalez playing next to older veteran players in the EuroLeague. Brad Stevens, this comes from Jared Weiss, and some of these came from John Corrales, Jared Weiss, Gary Washburn, Brian Robb, Daniel Donabedian. So shout out to all of them. Noah Dalzell as well, Jay King. So shout out to all the great Celtics reporters there at the press conference. Hey, maybe one day we'll be there as well with all these names. But this is also what Brad Stevens had to say about Hugo Gonzalez. Just a big fan of how he plays. He's tough. He's hard playing. He cuts. He goes after the ball. He competes. He's got all of the intangibles of a winning basketball player. So Brad Stevens definitely in on Hugo Gonzalez, and he confirms that he's going to join the team next season. And it seems as if Hugo Gonzalez, there was a draft party, a watch party for Hugo Gonzalez over in Spain. There's a couple of nice videos from out of the draft party there. Officially a Boston Celtic. And I got to say, when you're going from Real Madrid to the Boston Celtics, you're going from amazing organization to amazing organization. So I also, from the standpoint of Hugo Gonzalez, I would think the maturity's got to be there, right? If you're going from Real Madrid, who you played for since 16, to the Boston Celtics, I mean, those are two of the best basketball organizations in the world. And just, I mean, Real Madrid, they're more than basketball organization. We know how great they are in football too, in soccer, right? So I'm a fan of that as well. I like guys who come there's something to be said about that in any sport. Guys who come from good programs. You look at football, right? It's like Alabama guys, Georgia guys, they're the best. Well, this is Hugo Gonzalez. He's coming from Real Madrid. I understand it's overseas and you got to compare the overseas numbers and yada yada. And that's something hard too that it's hard to evaluate is when a guy plays overseas, the same opportunities and the same style of play. Franco, you kind of touched on it earlier. The style of play is very different from the NBA. And also think about a guy who's starring at a college in the United States, a university in the United States versus over in Spain. Say he's the 8th, 9th, 10th man on a professional team, right? And let's make this clear too. We're drafting a professional player. He's already a
Lucas
professional.
said
We're not
that
drafting
scoring in
a
the
college
NBA
guy
was easier.
necessarily.
Lucas
So
said scoring in the NBA was easier.
Yeah, that's what they say. Yeah, right. Because it's a little more less hand.
and it's true though. There could be a little bit more space there in the NBA for Hugo Gonzalez to operate. And again with the pick, I don't see him doing a ton. I just see him as a piece that can fit in with the rotation, and I don't see him as somebody who is right now, at least, somebody who is anywhere near a starter. I mean, he's going to be
No.
a 9th, 10th, 11th guy, if that. But that's kind of where the Celtics need to build out to, because this past year, I think the Celtics, their overall depth was definitely sus, definitely suspicious the whole season. It was, Peyton Pritchard off the bench, and right, Sam Hauser, and then after that, it was, okay, Al
like
Horford. And
don't get me started. Don't get me started on him.
Yeah, there was just like decline that very quick. It was like a quick decline.
It was Horford, Hauser,
is what
Pritchard.
I would say.
Yeah,
Horford, Hauser, Pritchard, and then it was immediate drop off. And the problem with that drop off too was the fact, we had 3 guys off our bench. We were basically playing 8 deep the whole season.
Mm-hmm.
And let's face it, Shireman, Walsh, Craig, Missoula didn't want to play any of them except for Shireman at the end of the season there. A couple of 20-point games. But the bench, we have to keep this in mind too. The bench was only 3 deep essentially, and the whole team was 8 deep. But Porzingis would always be sitting out a game. Holiday would be sitting out a game. Horford, all these guys. I mean, Brown was there. There'd be moments in there he was injured. He played 63 games, dealt with the knee injury at the end of the season. Probably would look a little bit better if that didn't happen. But the whole season, we had guys in and out of the lineup. And if you're only going 8 deep, say you have 2 guys out, well, guess what? You're now 6 deep. 6.
Yeah,
that's it. That's not very good.
And across the board, basketball coaches, all over the world, like, a big thing in their mind is, can I put this guy out there and can I trust him? Can I trust him with these minutes? And the Celtics roster this year, as you kind of went down to that like bench depth, like they're talented players, they can kind of produce, but it's that consistency. It's that, am I going to get exactly what I want with this guy? Do I have confidence in him? And unfortunately, that's just not what we have. But like a guy like Gonzalez, yeah, maybe offensively he's not doing everything that like you'd want in a player, and he's got to develop into it. But like we already said, defensively, you can throw that guy out there and you can be like, yo, go dog their point guard, go dog someone for maybe 5-7 minutes, and we're gonna take you out. But can you give us those minutes? And he can, so that's kind of what I see them doing. And I also see this as well. It's like, maybe we don't have Tatum kind of scoring as much. We don't have like maybe that crazy production on offense. We're kind of, it seems like you already said it, we're kind of going that direction, just like grit and grind. We're going to just be physical with you. We got 11 guys deep. We're just going to kind of make you tired. We're going to make you really work for it. And we're going to see who works harder in the end, and if that's the kind of fight that the Celtics are looking for, like if that's kind of the way this is going, rather than like completely just like outscoring you, maybe this is kind of the change that they've needed, considering the league is kind of understanding the patterns and the play style that Missoula has been kind of utilizing the past couple of seasons,
And I think it's important too to just, again, you have to, if you're the Celtics this summer, you have to get a little deeper. You have to get younger. You have to get a little more athletic, a little more quick. I think this pick does that for the Celtics. You pick a 19-year-old who you project not going to be a maybe consistent rotation player, but can he get there later on in time? I think he can. And furthermore, you look at all these teams across the league. I shouldn't say all these teams, but rather the Oklahoma City Thunder and the Indiana Pacers, right? The 2 teams in the finals. I mean, their depth and the type of guys they had coming off their bench. I can see Hugo Gonzalez as a guy later on in time where we go, wow, and we have Hugo Gonzalez at number 10. I mean, he can, well, not number 10, but as our 10th guy, he can come in and defend a couple of guys, and he can hit a couple shots here and there. I can see that later on down the line for him as a guy who is filling out the rest of our depth. So I gotta say this. People are gonna not, and I'll say this too. I feel bad for Liam McNeely slightly because number one, slid down the board. So you always feel bad for guys who slide down the board, but hey, you're still getting paid millions, whatever. You're still going to the NBA. McNeely goes from, oh, am I going to be a Boston Celtic to now he is a Charlotte Hornet, which might be a rough, like that right there could be the difference in a career going one way or the other. Be it picked by the Celtics versus picked by the Charlotte Hornets. So that's, I will say it's a little rough. And I also want to give this point out too before you hop on out of here. The mid-tier of the draft has been severely weakened by the NIL system. Welcome back, Griffin. Welcome back.
Sorry, I was going through it. My phone wasn't working, and then my computer. We're getting some charge.
No, it felt like you, Justin, and Rob, the minute Hugo Gonzalez was announced to the Celtics, you guys just walked out your doors and found the nearest building possible to jump off. Like that's what it felt like.
That's how I felt.
Like
I won't lie. That's how I felt.
I'm sure. Do you have Rob and Justin are getting graphics out.
Do you have an opinion?
Right.
On
right.
Now that you're a little
no, I'm back. No, we have some charge on our computer now. We're at 15%. Sorry.
Griffin, do you have an opinion on the pick now that you're kind of removed from the?
I'm
moment?
pissed.
You're still pissed.
I'm pissed.
You should have been here for the past hour. You would have been all in on the pick.
I'm not all in on the pick.
Without the bias, what do you think?
We're gonna rip that bias out of you.
I think he really reminds me of Jaden Springer.
Not a terrible comparison, honestly.
With some potential, a little more ceiling, maybe a little more.
Yeah. I see definitely a higher offensive ceiling for Hugo Gonzalez than Jaden Springer. Jaden Springer on the offensive end, he's a guy. It's like with Hugo Gonzalez, there is a little bit of driving ability there. The creation isn't there, but the driving ability, the finishing ability is there. That's not there with Jaden Springer.
But it is nice to say that. You got it.
Yeah, sorry, Andrew. I just want to say with him, the only reason I was upset about it is because there was a lot more better options to get, I feel, at that pick.
But we do have 32 tomorrow.
Yeah, but if you wanted to get him, you totally could have got him at 32.
But see, this is where it's like, why does it matter? Like, it's like, because you get 28, 32, but like, okay, but here's what you got to think too, is so when you're saying, oh, you could have got him at 32, so what? We're picking 28, pick 29, pick 30, pick 32.
So you're saying you get
it's like
and Gonzalez?
Who's coming off the board that we're missing out on in the next two picks is what I'm questioning here.
Are you saying Griffin, we would get both Gonzalez and McNeely in that draft?
Yeah, that's what I think what could have happened. I really
I wouldn't want both of those guys.
Why would you want both of those? That's just more wings to this.
No, you're right.
And the conversation with McNeely was, oh, he's falling. Should we just take him? It wasn't, oh, this is the best fit for the Celtics.
No, yeah, you're right.
And that's true.
We were talking about bigs.
I definitely think he's a good defensive piece. And especially if we do decide to extend Simons, he will obviously take off the defensive load of Simons once he develops and everything, for sure. Like, that's if he even gets to that point. But no, he definitely reminds me of a Jaden Springer for sure. I just feel like, I don't know. I definitely need to watch more film on him, and I need to be all in on him. Like, I feel like once I see him in Maine a few times, like, I will admit, I like when we first drafted Baylor, I was iffy about him. I was like, I don't know. I was iffy. And now you guys know I'm one of the biggest Baylor Shireman fans. When we drafted Walsh, I was pissed. I love Jordan Walsh now. So I don't doubt in my mind that I won't like him. It's just right now I'm like, all right. I would have liked a more known guy.
You might need to.
Well, that's everybody. See, that's the problem.
Yeah.
And also, I want to bring this out too. I don't know if I'm
Because
going to be able to get to it right away, but Brad
it's
Stevens
just
mentioned they had been watching him for a while.
Yeah,
Okay.
and that's what these guys fall into. And I mean, they get these known players, and it's like this guy's sitting, and I mean, I could see it. I could really see it just from watching his highlights and watching how he kind of operates. And Griff, I don't know if you were listening previously to like what we were discussing, but Brad Stevens was quoted saying just he has like the intangibles, like the defensive, like winning play style, like a winning championship. And a lot of guys, a lot of fans want that well known. You got to pick your poison. I mean, you want that well known, or you got to pick. You want that well known player, but when it comes down to it, deep down, everyone wants a championship, man. So,
and that's what Coach AJ and I were talking about when Seamus, you disconnected yesterday, and I asked him those questions. And from his perspective, he wanted to see a player who wants that winning mentality on a team.
Mm-hmm.
And I do believe that's what he will bring to the table from the defensive side, because you guys all know the quote, defense wins championships.
Mm-hmm.
And I really do think, like, if you're aggressive on the defensive side of the ball, you're just more eager than an offensive player.
Also creates offensive possessions for a Celtics team, and it creates offensive possessions for himself, makes life easier. Like you want a guy, the Celtics wants a guy that create. I personally think right now, this past season, the Celtics were too stagnant. They didn't. The ball got stuck a lot of times. There's a lot of isolation. There's not a lot of ball movement, and a guy like Gonzalez seems to have the ability to move off ball, seems the ability to create transition buckets, seems the ability to just kind of float around it and not, be ball dominant. So I think the Celtics need to transition into that play style a little more and make their lives easier on the offensive end, because I think this season they just worked way too hard for some of these buckets, and it kind of started to show as the season progressed and as we got into the playoffs, where you just didn't feel confident in a Celtics possession. It felt like there was a little more
Totally
more, like a little more question in the air, like, is this possession going to be productive for the Celtics?
Yeah.
So a guy like that is just contagious too, and could really take a team and change their play style.
And the Orlando series definitely exemplified that too. Just want to add that.
Definitely.
Yeah. And I'm definitely excited to see what he can give for you. I feel like this is a guy that you're definitely not going to see on the Celtics roster majority of the season, just considering how young he was. I mean, when JD, you might. I feel like he'll play a solid amount like JD Davison did his first time, but JD Davison, I believe, may have been 19 too when we drafted him. So I do see him spending a lot of time in the G League, but I do feel like they could develop him into a good player. I don't doubt that.
I think just from kind of my first analysis and just seeing kind of highlights and hearing Brad talk about him, like, he could be a guy where they're kind of maybe pushing him a little, maybe kind of throwing him into the fire potentially this season to then maybe gear him up for when Tatum comes back. I could see that.
And I said it to Justin, and I kind of regret it because I feel like he's more like a Jaden Springer, but I said he gives me Anton Watson vibes. but
Watson's like a forward or a center.
No, but that's because I was just pissed. I was pissed, so I said,
he didn't pan out.
But
also, like, Anton Watson was here. Like, what a weird. He was here for half of a
very weird. Actually.
Hey, don't diss on my boy Anton Watson.
Unheard of.
Don't diss on my boy Anton
Watson.
No
diss. Just
no. I'm just.
I was just more confused why Miles Norris is still was on the team instead of him, and what was it more that there was something about Miles Norris that they were like,
well,
oh wow, this is the guy that we need to bring in, or was it something with Anton Watson's game that they were like, oh, we can't really have him because Anton Watson ended up going over to the New York Knicks.
Mm-hmm.
And during their graveyard games,
beat us
back end of the season.
Right, they did, yeah.
No,
he got playing time.
Well, Anton Watson, from my perspective, he was a He was a power forward, which on any other team he'd be a power forward. But for the main Celtics, he played a lot of center because they lacked a lot of center depth. And what I saw for him is his ceiling wasn't very high, and you could tell from guys in the G League who, their games don't really. It didn't give a lot. I feel like he was a great person off the court, but on the court he was kind of like very. He has a lot more development to go, and I don't think he's the youngest player, if I'm mistaken. Too, I feel like he's around the same age as Baylor Shireman, so I don't know how much of an NBA role he'll have. However, with Miles Norris, he was the type of guy that, he's had a lot of experience, a lot more, I feel like, in college and everything. And he's that player that could give you a good three ball. And he's a long, lengthy player that the Celtics obviously like.
Right. He seems to fit the mold of a Celtics.
Totally. Like, he's like a Drew Peterson, which they like. They like those tall, lengthy guys who kind of can give you that corner three. And that's what Miles Norris brought to the table.
Mm-hmm. Brad Stevens says our owners, old and new, are committed to spending. Okay, well, actually do it then.
I know.
Actually do it. All right, don't say it. Do it. I don't care until they do it.
That's a Red Sox quote. I'm gonna say that right now. That is 100% a Red Sox quote. Red Sox all the time say, "All right, we'll spend, but we're not gonna spend so much." That right there is a Red Sox quote. Like, do it. Do it. Actions speak louder than words. I feel like the Red Sox had a good off season to do it, but they brought in some pieces, but they never did it before. So before the Celtics say that, then do it.
But I mean, I do see. You have obviously more faith in the Celtics just from evidence standpoint. I mean, the Red Sox
totally
don't. But I do think the Celtics. I mean, it's obvious there's more moves on the table. I mean, there's going to be.
It's really interesting that they would say that, like, "Oh, we're committed to spending," when you just cut off $30 million of But here's the thing: second apron was going to hamper the roster, and also the Celtics. This is an actual stat. The Celtics ownership saved over $180 million by trading away Holiday and Porzingis for Simons and Niang, just off the luxury tax bill from themselves alone. So luxury tax bill has nothing to do with the actual team, like the team building. It's coming out of the owner's pockets. So the owner's pockets, there's now $180 million going back into the owner's pockets. I mean, I'm sorry, if we had $180 million and we split it between us four, it's like, hey, invest that money well, and you guys can live forever. It's like that. Like, literally, they just did that in 2 moves. Put that right back into their pockets. However, we'll have to see if the Celtics do add more salary in free agency. Brad Stevens did talk about Al Horford and Luke Cornett earlier tonight. He said, I don't want to put pressure on them. It's their call ultimately, but I'd love to have those guys back. So it seems as if there are already offers on the table for Luke Cornett and Al Horford. Seems like the offer's already out there, but if I'm reading the tea leaves of that quote and just reading between the lines, I'm going, ooh, they gave him offers, it feels like, already. But it doesn't seem like the Celtics have much control or much leverage to give them more money than they could receive elsewhere. And, I mean, but I'd love to have those guys back. Well, if you want those guys back, then go out and pay them. Right.
True.
That's kind of how I see this.
Right.
And if they're only offering a certain amount, it's like I don't want to pressure them to come back. It's their choice. Like, they could go wherever they could do. It's like I almost feel like that's saying, oh, we have an offer on the table, and it might not be as much as the market is actually offering to those guys.
Like, we'll give the offer, but if you guys get something else, it's like we're not probably going to match, or it's probably going to be.
And there's another rumor, and well, actually, this is an anti-rumor. It's coming straight from the mouth of Austin Ainge. Austin Ainge via Andy Larson. So Andy Larson, notable Utah Jazz reporter out in Salt Lake City. Austin Ainge said there's no truth to the rumors that the Jazz have held discussions about Jaylen Brown over the last few days. So earlier on, we're going, Jaylen Brown to the Jazz? What?
I had a whole mock trade that I was honestly, all over. I was probably working on a trade between the Celtics and the Jazz for about 2 hours this afternoon.
Yeah, I'm sorry. to keep my bias out of it as much possible, and I will. I really do think Jaylen Brown, just as a Celtic, as a player, like I don't think you can just move on from him just yet, and I think you'd have to give the kitchen sink, dude, to get Jaylen Brown. It's like these guys jump, like the fans jumping on this Jaylen Brown trade is I don't know if they're actually jumping on necessarily, but like this Jaylen Brown like potential at all, like there shouldn't be any thought in mind in my eyes of sending Jaylen Brown out. I just think he's a workhorse. He works hard. He's a grinder guy, and like he has not given the Celtics a real reason to move on from him, and I'd be pissed, honestly.
Oh, totally. I agree, but do you agree with this perspective? And this is what Seamus and I were talking about earlier. We said you have to listen to offers, though.
You do, yeah.
There's one that could blow you away. And would you be pissed if it was one where you're like, all right, at the end of the day, we're winning this trade? Like,
well, yeah, to win a trade is a win a trade, I guess. But
like, yeah, I agree, though. If it was like guys like Lowry Marketing and Walker Kessler and Colin Sexton and some picks, I'd be pretty pissed too, though.
No, I don't think. Yeah, I don't see that as as winning pieces. I mean, you got that championship DNA.
That's just like switching
and I just think
with the Jazz.
Just think also as a Celtics organization, you'd be throwing away like, and this is actually like complete bias out. Like you'd be throwing away like a leader in Jaylen Brown, a proven leader who has the ability to develop guys, has the ability to develop that Gonzalez dude, and teach him valuable stuff that can help this organization move it further in the right direction. So there's so many valuable assets of Jaylen Brown where like on court and just like a leadership locker room presence that you're getting day in and day out, that like Brad said, you want those winning intangibles. It's like guys are too quick to move on from those type of things.
Well, Brown also brings to the table that he's very smart. Like he's obviously such a smart guy, and he's the type of guy where I feel like he's learned a lot about Boston culture, and the Celtics City, him narrating a lot of that too. I feel like he learned a lot more about Bill Russell and what it really means to be a Celtic.
I think I think he did. Yeah, he probably did learn a lot.
Like he knew it, but like
in the books for
it really enrolled into him. So like I feel like Brown, and you got to give him this year to see what.
At least give him this year. I agree. Because like the way he's diving into it, the way he's kind of like, there could be this extra grit, passion, fire, and kind of stirs up in him, and he's like, and he could see a different type of Brown, and I mean that's not necessarily like an analyst perspective, like from like an X and O's perspective, but like I could see him really, really taking a step up.
And I look at this, if he has a great year, we say he has a great year, and then Tatum comes back and he doesn't match well with Tatum, because we're going to have to see he's going to have a whole year without Tatum. And you look at that, then could you possibly go with the option? All right, well, we could move off from him. But I have to say, Seamus, it looks so weird without your Celtic stuff in the background.
That is crazy.
Sorry.
It's actually all over here. It's over here. Well, I had to go with this angle because it was the most efficient for me to see the draft. Because I remember earlier you were like, you remember we were all in here and it was, what is going on with this camera? Because I was sitting here, I was looking this way, yet the TV was this way. So I'm not exactly. I was doing this. So got to move this way. However.
Yeah, but
I want to mention something with Brown and Tatum real quick. Brown and Tatum, Brad Stevens did say the priority was he said their health was the priority. So getting them back to 100% is the priority. So nothing is imminent on the movement of Brown and Tatum. Congrats, Brown and Tatum. You've survived what? This is almost not quite the 10th.
Brown for separate the Jays.
I know. Like that narrative of like, that whole narrative, it's crazy. It's just the stirring of the pot with these narratives. Like I understand you you got to get your clicks. But
people like the next thing, right? It's the scrolling
ridiculous.
culture, right? It's the
I know.
scrolling culture. It's like next thing, next thing, next thing.
Enjoy it, and you know, there's some Celtics fans out there too, and that kind of jump on it. It's like, man, there's a reason some of these players are like, you know, sometimes leave because it's like, oh, fans can be like send players away where it's just like there's so much, they cost that so much, you know, turmoil and separation within a program where they're just like, yeah, you know, I'm out here, you know, you don't appreciate me.
Well, I'm excited to see from Brown's perspective too how he responds to all these rumors and stuff, and how Derek White and everything, because I feel like we're at a part in this year where, you know, obviously the Celtics haven't thought about blowing it up in a while, but I won't say they're blowing it up right now, but they're, you know, shipping out Porzingis and Holiday like that. And the past 2 days, I mean, every single rumor you've seen has been teams are aggressively trying to get Jaylen Brown and Derek White. So I'm curious to see how they respond to it too. Will Jaylen Brown, because we saw with the Durant thing, he responded to it well. I think he wasn't selfish. He wasn't pissed at, like, yeah, he was upset, but he wasn't pissed at the team and was like, all right, well, you guys traded me, then trade me. Like, you know, I feel like we've seen that attitude, for example, in the MLB with Devers, you know, like we've talked about that, and he's taken it with a wrong way. However, I'm excited to see how Jaylen Brown takes it. I think he's going to take it at more of a kind of how it was with Anthony Davis. Kevin Durant. Sorry, it's getting late. With Kevin Durant, I feel like he's going to kind of take it more on the chin and be like, all right, well, I'm going to play to my best capability. And and I don't think it's anything against him, because you obviously see Jaylen Brown is still on the team. Like he's still on the team. If Brad wanted to get rid of him, if Brad was interested in finding a trade package, he could have found a trade package easily. People are probably putting up crazy offers for Jaylen Brown, but ultimately I look at it, and I do think now that we survived day one, I do feel like Brown's safe, and I feel like Derek White is safe. I feel like the only way we saw them going was in that timeline, and now that they're still on the team, I don't see them going. I see them now still being on the team for a while now, for a long time to come.
So I do want to say, first of all, Yannick Conan Niederhauser, right? At the bottom there. I wonder, so is Conan Niederhauser going on the full Clippers jersey? Is it just Niederhauser at the end? I'm just wondering right now, you know, I am wondering that, as
Niederhauser spelled.
well, real quick here.
Yeah, that's
as
tough.
We gotta, let's see. Okay, so first of all, let me mention this. So got away from it real quick. Here we go. So talking about this earlier with Hugo Gonzalez. Hugo Gonzalez, right? I talked about it earlier with him, how he's going from Real Madrid to the Boston Celtics. Those are two of the best basketball organizations in the world. And Brad Stevens tends to agree. This is Brad Stevens on Hugo Gonzalez. This is a quote. When you put on a Real Madrid jersey, or Real Madrid jersey, I read it was real, but Real Madrid jersey, you put on the responsibility similar to here. I think that's a good thing. When we interviewed Hugo a couple weeks ago, it's really clear that he's about the team and he accepts and is willing to play any role. Okay, let me just read that again, by the way. When we interviewed Hugo a couple weeks ago, it's really clear that he's about the team and he accepts and is willing to play any role. Any role. Not just one role.
That got him the job immediately.
Let's just hope he wasn't saying it to say
it. If anyone who is watching is going for a job interview, my piece of advice is say exactly what Hugo did.
Oh,
that
totally.
You are willing to do anything.
But you better mean it. You better mean it. When you say anything, you mean anything.
No, you have to mean it too, because there's a difference. You could say that and then be like, oh, I didn't want to do that. But no, I agree. I feel like that's the best skill to have, and for a basketball player too. If you're gonna say, all right, any role on the team, whether it be a leader, whether it be a person off the bench,
filling up the water. You know
yeah,
what I mean?
filling up the water, being the water boy there. If they're like one day they're like, hey, we're down a cameraman, want to go do some film for us and record? I am telling you, if he's saying that, then he better go get to recording, But no, in all seriousness though, but like looking at that though, like that just means that that's the right thing to say, and that's Brad's mentality. He's going to pick the winning player. And that's what Coach AJ said again yesterday. When we were talking to him, he said it's the player who wants to win. Like, because you're going to take willingness in someone who has heart over someone with talent. Not all the time, but like if you have talent sprinkled in with some willingness and heart, you're going to take that over a guy who's cocky and da-da. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I mean, we talked about it earlier.
The comparison right here is Ace Bailey and Shedeur Sanders.
That's what it is. That's what it is.
Like, oh, you think you're all that in a bag of chips? It's like, yeah. No, and this is a problem too with high school players going to college. It's like, oh, I get all this NIL money. It's like, congratulations, you're being thrown into the fire or being thrown into the wolf pit. It's like, you better get ready for that. You better not be, I got my NIL money, I got my first round pick money. It's like, congratulations. There's a bunch of guys making 40, 50, 60, 70 million dollars in the NBA who
totally
does not care about your little $1-2 million
and honestly,
salary out here at the end of the first round.
All they're doing is putting a target on their back as well, saying, man, I think I deserve this.
Well,
I deserve these luxuries. That he's in for some trouble, man, because they're going at him. He's gonna have some welcome to NBA moments, and he just better hope he's ready for it.
Oh, Ace Bailey is screwed. I'm gonna say that right now. I mean, players are frustrated with that. You could obviously see that. Like Paul George already expressed some frustration on his podcast, and it's just the fact that he thinks that he's better. It's that cockiness and the fact that he doesn't want to show up to workouts.
And it's also like, it's also a different mindset too, though. It's like, I don't know. I understand it. You got to be realistic, right? There's got to be a level of understanding. Man, maybe this team is not where I want it to be. Maybe, the Charlotte Hornets, the organization is not ideal. It's not really my type of place I want to be. They don't produce the best players. They don't have a winning culture. I get that. But then there's another thing that you can look at and say, man, I'm going to come into this program and create a winning culture. I'm going to set the standard. I'm going to be that guy that is a dog on the floor. I'm going to run up and down the court like my life depends on it and turn a franchise around. And then I'm going to be the guy that turned the Charlotte franchise around. And that's a legacy, man. That's something that you look on and you say that guy changed something and he made a difference. But these guys seem to be wanting to take the easy way out and not go the hard route. Mm-hmm. But I'll tell you what, that hard route, if they were to find a way to win an NBA championship, if they were to find a way to really be successful, you only need one championship and you got a legacy forever that guys are going to forever be, look back on and say, he's the blueprint. So maybe one day, if anyone's listening out there, maybe you can change the narrative and actually be the blueprint for a successful team.
Well, quick question: did you guys already go over the stat? What are you guys laughing at? Yes, Franco, I am laying down because my computer.
Franco's.
No, all right. But
what's your question?
Have you guys already went over his stats, Hugo Gonzalez, for last season?
They don't really matter in my mind. I mean, the percentages matter. Some of it matters, but it's like when you're comparison.
No, yeah, totally. It's like, can I say this? It's like with Anton Watson. I think last year he was averaging, like in college, averaged 3.2 points or something like that. However, in like the G League, he averaged like 11 points. So it doesn't translate.
No, especially.
Yeah. But the
college is hard to translate over to the NBA, and this guy's come from Real Madrid where he was down in the rotation. So I'm not too concerned with, we scored 3 points a game. That's not really what it's about. He's not going to be scoring at volume. He's not going to put a volume stats.
The reason we drafted him was for I mean, it was for defense. Like
defense, yeah.
I mean, and the intangibles and all that.
No, I was just curious if you guys already went over his stats, though.
But
yeah,
I mean, I do. No, go ahead. Go ahead with this one.
I mean, yeah, when we did go, I mean, yeah, I don't think the stats, like we said already, like with Madrid and all that, it's tough to translate stats in general, and especially because he's so young, it's like the ability to develop him and kind of shift him into something.
And we just don't know what kind of players he's playing with either. Like, oh, who's on his team? You know, who's in the rotation?
Campazzo. What's his name?
Yeah, Facundo Campazzo. Campazzo. I wonder if he played. Oh, I guess he did because he's been with Real Madrid.
Something interesting to think about, like to play with a guy like that who has that kind of playmaking ability, that influence. It's like it's always nice to have a guy like that.
He's played with a lot of good players though at Real Madrid during his time. One of those guys, Gershon Yabusele. Yabusele. Wow. So I will say that. I mean, I'm sure there's a whole list of Real Madrid players because I mean every year they have great players. But I want to go through real quick. We're gonna close out after I do this. 1 through 30. I'm gonna go hate it, like it, or hate it or like it. All right. I'm not gonna go love it. I'm not gonna go that far, but I'm gonna like it. Dallas. Well, everybody's gonna like that one.
Love it.
San Antonio. Dylan Harper. Like it. VJ Edgecombe to Philly. Like it. I like Concanipple to
like it.
The Hornets.
Meh.
Ace Bailey. Ace Bailey. You know, I find funny about Ace Bailey. Ace Bailey, he complained about his draft what's it called? His draft positioning, right? Well, he's going 5 to Utah. Congratulations, you're not on the East Coast. Congratulations, you missed out on $2 million in your first year. Congratulations, you missed out on $9 million over the first 4 years of your NBA career, and now you're going to Salt Lake City, which is not on the East Coast. It's quite the opposite of what he actually wanted outside of the opportunity.
The Jehovah's Witnesses knocking down your doorstep.
It's the Mormons, actually. The Mormons out there, too.
And I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't here for the don't like it because I don't like him as a player anymore.
I wasn't here for the NBA. I wasn't here for the Concanipple draft pick, and I know Franco was like, on it. I'm gonna be honest. I'm a little on it too. Like I think he's good, but like I don't know. He's on the Charlotte Hornets. Like
I don't like. Man. Yeah, I know the Hornets. Anytime a player goes to that organization, the thing is, like Andrew, you mentioned I can be the change here. I feel like Charlotte in the past they would have went, but we have to go with Ace Bailey, right? Instead they went, and I understand they have Brandon Miller there. Brandon Miller, Ace Bailey would be a little redundant to me, but I like the fact Charlotte went with the more mature player.
Okay.
And the more all-around player.
Definitely, yeah.
I like Trey Johnson too, but Trey, I'm willing to say I kind of at the beginning of the draft, like I really like Trey Johnson. I just don't know how much of a star he'll turn into. I think he's going to be a good NBA player, but he's the next guy on this list here. Washington, like that pick, right? Number 6. Number 7, Jeremiah Fears, New Orleans. I absolutely hate it. I don't like Jeremiah Fears whatsoever. 7. He's a guy that to me, it's like everybody's putting him at the top of the draft boards. I don't know why. It's like there's some kind of aesthetic thing going on with him, but if you really read into it, dig deep, it's like this guy is not, I don't see him as a full product. Number 8, Agor Demon to Brooklyn. Hate it. I had him at 28. He's at 8 here. Oddly enough, Keith Smith tweeted out he had Liam McNeely at 8. So McNeely, Keith Smith had at 8. He goes 28. I had Agor Demon at 28. He goes 8. So you just have those kind of discrepancies.
You mean 29.
29. Yes, you're right.
That
29.
made me Seamus. Yes. That made me so sad for a second because I'm like, damn, I wish the Celtics got him.
Right. Yes, 29. But Agor Demon, I had 28 ranked. Toronto, Colin Murray Boyles. Absolutely love the pick. Validating pick for myself, as I said earlier. I thought he was a top 10 prospect nearly. And I had him at number 8. So, I mean, going at number 9, I thought, oh, yep, that makes sense to me. Number 10, Kamen Malawach. Phoenix. Lucky right there. I talked about this the other day. Phoenix, they were hoping for, I just saw a home run ball hit to my dad's bleacher seats. I just Cardinals Cubs. Sorry, I was like, wait, that's what's going on over there. But ultimately, number 10, Kamen Malawach. I love Malawach as a prospect. I think he's going to be a no-fail big in the NBA. He's just so big. He's so lengthy, shot deter, shot blocker, just very mobile on the floor as well. And the shot, not a shooter at Duke whatsoever, but he's another guy where you look at his mechanics and go, normally you have those big guys who it looks a little awkward and a little weird. No, he has a pretty good shot for his size, and he's 7'2". There's a lot of potential there with Malawach. Phoenix needed a center. Absolutely love that pick for them. I'm never about drafting for need. That's a whole nother conversation I'm going to save for tomorrow. But the Phoenix did need a center. Their entire roster is all over the place right now with three of the same players at the top: Jalen Green, Devin Booker, and Bradley Beal. They're basically the same type of player, but they needed a center. Malawach falls to Phoenix at 10. Kind of surprised he fell a little bit there. I would have personally, New Orleans at 13. I'll say, well, I'll go over the next picks. 11, Cedric Howard. Love it. I love it. Hate, well, like it. I keep saying like it, right? Like it, but let's face it. We love these guys, right? Cedric Howard, love it. 12, Noah Senge. Not a big fan of the location he's going to. I would have liked to see him in another location, Chicago. I really question. I go, are they going to be able to develop him as a player? But number 13, Derek Queen to New Orleans. So New Orleans gets Jeremiah Fears and Derek Queen. I would have liked to see Malawach at 7 for the New Orleans Pelicans. Instead, they go Jeremiah Fears and Derek Queen at 13. I'm not a huge Derek Queen fan. I'm not a huge fan of that pick. And I'm not a huge fan of the organization and city he's going to. New Orleans, that organization, I'm not too confident in anybody going there. Carter Bryant at 14, love that pick. OKC 15, Thomas Sorber, love that pick. Good defensive big, could replace Hartenstein in time. 16, Hanson Yang, absolutely hate that pick. He went so early. I mean, he was ranked 30th plus in a lot of boards. He's Edie light. He's very Edie light. I could see the upside of, Zach, and Portland. Let's say this about Portland. What are they doing? They have Robert Williams, they have Donovan Clingan, they have DeAndre Ayton, and Hanson Yang. They have 4 big guys who are sitting there who could all all 4 of those guys could start. I mean, seriously.
Seamus, this is where I said earlier too. It's like now you should move off of one of them, like you or 2.
Yeah, but it's not going to be easy for them at all. But like 17 for Minnesota, I love that pick. Joan Behringer at 17. I would have liked Joan Behringer over Hanson Yang at 16. Just saying. Utah, Walter Clayton. I actually like that pick. I question. I like it. I like that he's going to Utah. I like
Walter Clayton. I'm pretty high on Walter Clayton.
I am too. I'm high on Walter Clayton, but I didn't expect him to go that early.
I'm skeptical on what he can become in the NBA if he's just another small scoring guard, but I do like him out in Utah. And anytime Danny Ainge, I mean, he loves his small competitive guards. That's who Walter Clayton is.
Yeah.
Brooklyn, number 19, Nolan Traore. Hate the pick. I don't see the upside there. 20, Kasparis Yakachonis from Illinois. Love that pick. Fell in the draft. Falls to Miami. Gordon Dragic type, and he falls with a team in which how's Gordon Dragic in the past in the Miami Heat. You go down to 21. 2 Illinois guys. My home state out here, Illinois. 2 Illinois guys in a row. We can ball out here in Illinois. You know, I'm just talking about Maine tonight. Talking about Maine out here. Cooper Flag, but don't forget about Illinois. Will Riley and Yakachonis.
Don't make your match boy act up.
Nah, Justin be talking smack, but we ball out here, man. You see Cooper Flag, number 1 overall pick.
But after that, after the 21st pick, you have 22, Drake Powell to Brooklyn. I like that pick more for Brooklyn. The only thing about Drake Powell is I thought there were better forwards on the board at the time, such as Neek Clifford, Thero's still out there, or Sheer Fleming. I like those guys a little bit more than Powell, but I'm not. Powell's
wingspan though is crazy.
Powell's at a point though where it's what do you like? So like other teams, it's like I like the Powell build a little bit more than the Fleming build out there. I could see that with certain teams, so I'm not mad at that pick at all. I like it for the Nets. Asa Newell, I like the value at 23 for the Pelicans there. I do, and it,
just the fit is weird.
And is he even going to New Orleans, or is he going? Oh no, he's going somewhere else, isn't he? He's going to Atlanta. No, so Atlanta's getting Asa Newell there. Okay, so that makes sense.
That's a good fit.
I'm good with that pick for sure. And then, so after that, we have Neat Clifford to the Sacramento Kings. The only thing I'm concerned about there is he goes to Sacramento, and we all know about Sacramento and their just development, their roster, their roster construction, their development, their ownership, all of that can sometimes be a little bit suspect. And Neat Clifford, I really love him as a prospect, but he's going to a situation that I'm always skeptical of with young players landing in Sacramento. Danny Wolf, or sorry, not Danny Wolf, 25, Jace Richardson. Jace Richardson, I was going back and forth. I'm like, do I like Jace Richardson more than Walter Clayton? I can't tell. I like the pick for the Magic because the Magic are at a point where their rotation is almost set, and I feel like they can kind of take a swing on a guy like Richardson at that point, especially considering he went 25th, and I'm sure some teams had him as high as 10, 11, 12, 13. He could have been that high.
Well, I think Walter Clayton would have fit with the Magic well, though.
Yeah, but he wasn't on the board. Well,
No,
he wasn't on the board.
The more I'm looking at
26.
it, the more I'm looking at it with like Clayton, and like you say, he'd fit with the Magic. I'm kind of on board with like Seamus. We're like, yeah, he can put the ball in the hoop. He's a scorer. He's got that. Yeah. But like, is he a guy that's really going to elevate your team in the NBA? And
You're
like
right.
When you like a championship like that, like I don't know.
Right.
I don't know.
Right.
I don't see it. I think
the Jazz.
Guy, you got to be more efficient with your stuff. I don't know.
That's why I didn't mind him getting picked by the Jazz. But was it so early? I think it was a little early, but I didn't mind that pick. I didn't mind him getting picked there.
Well, they did move up to get him, so it seems as if the Nets, the Heat could have been in on him, the Wizards, the Nets again, the Hawks.
Mm-hmm.
So, well, let's see. Yeah, I mean, any of those teams. I mean, what? So Utah moved up from. Oh, I guess they moved up from 21. So you could say the Nets, the Heat, not the Wizards, but they were probably the Nets or the Heat could have been on it. The Nets. The Jazz traded from 21st to 19th to get, 21st to 18th to get Walter Clayton, which means. Pick number 19 was Brooklyn. Yeah. Number 21 was Miami. Brooklyn or Miami, 100% looking at Walter Clayton. Just saying. In Miami, home state there, or I don't know where Walter Clayton is from originally, but Florida guy, right? But going down the board, couple last picks here. 5 last picks. Ben Seraph, I'm kind of indifferent on. I'm not a huge. I kind of see him as a draft and stashed guy, but he's going in the first round. Has a lot of feel. I'm skeptical on just his general creation. I mean, he's going to Brooklyn. Brooklyn's making 5 first-round picks in this draft. I mean, Brooklyn, I'm not a fan of. Franco, I got to say, the only 2 Brooklyn picks I'm a fan of out of these 5, it's Drake Powell and Danny Wolf. I like Danny Wolf at 27 to the Nets.
All right,
that's a good pick.
Dude, yeah. I have something to say, Franco, though, about Danny Wolf. I don't like how he started crying like that before.
There were a million guys crying, and you said earlier, these French guys don't cry.
You would be crying.
No.
What are you, 19 years old? You'd be crying if your name was on the.
Wait, I guess we got to hear him out.
I would cry.
No,
I'd
listen,
cry.
It was before. It was before he got drafted. He didn't even know he was getting drafted, and he was all butthurt that he didn't get drafted.
I saw 2 puppies playing on my reel today.
We can't just assume. We can't. We gotta.
All right, then maybe he heard that he was getting drafted.
Maybe he has an inside scoop. Yeah. I think Danny Wolf.
All right. If he heard that he was getting drafted, all right, that's different. But if he was just all butthurt that he wasn't picked earlier, then there's no reason for that because he
wasn't crying because he wasn't.
He could have earlier. He could have seen any mock draft and
they call you.
They give you a little go ahead.
They call you like 5 minutes before your name is called, usually. At least that's what I know with the NBA, and I'm sure the same thing holds true with the
maybe it's some allergies too.
The pick is in usually must mean like they got off the phone with the kid and he's wearing the hat.
Maybe he had allergies too. You never know, man. So
yeah, you never know. Allergies are tough right now.
Yeah.
No, but I'm just saying. They crying. I mean, what?
No, but you. I love it. I love it.
No, I love it. I would cry too if I got drafted.
I'm on board. But Danny Wolf, I like that upside pick for Brooklyn at 27. The only problem with Brooklyn is their whole draft night. It's like, hey, we had 5 first-round picks, and I somehow hate every single one of them. It's like, how did they not? I don't understand. Drake Powell, and Danny Wolf are the 2 guys I like. Ben Seraph, Nolan Traore, and Igor Demon. I mean, that I think is just a hellacious draft for the Nets. I hate it.
Sounds like a swing and misses.
There's swings in the dark. I feel. I don't understand. But Hugo Gonzalez to the Celtics at 28. I actually like the pick. I do. I'm not. And maybe people would say, "Oh, you have Celtics bias for liking the pick," but Celtics Nation doesn't like the pick. But I feel more. I feel more objective than Celtics Nation in that regard.
Celtics Nation. Speaking, I'm not going to get too far into this. I'm just going to address it. All these Celtics fans, trust me, I was one of the biggest Georges Niang haters, but the people saying get this guy off my team just are idiots. Don't know basketball and should never open their mouth
and
ever
in 4 months they'll be cheering for him.
Exactly. The cornerstone saying of a lot of guys is you hate to play against them, but you love to have them. That is Georges Niang.
That was the first thing brought up when he was traded. It's like, hate this guy elsewhere, but hey, if he's on the team,
he's probably on your team, so you can just relax.
Well,
you don't have to play him anymore.
I will say, with Hugo Gonzalez, I will definitely turn on him. I know I will, but as of right now, like I'm saying too, I was the same way with Jordan Walsh, Baylor Shireman. I turned to a little more. I opened up to him faster. I think I liked him the night of the draft after I learned a little bit more about him. Hugo, I know I will start to like him. But with Georges Niang, though, I definitely do like him. It's not terrible, but it's just the fact that I felt like giving up Porzingis was just a heartbreak for me. It's not like.
But the thing is, we knew this was happening.
Totally.
You know what I mean? It's for all the Celtics fans out there too. Maybe they're not as in the loop as the other things, but we didn't know Porzingis was going right. Obviously, it's a heartbreaker.
We did.
You got to prepare. You were prepared.
It's the fact that I would have been a lot happier with Terrence Mann. But
is it because he doesn't look like a fat minivan? Is that why? Let's just
penguin. No, it's a
I'm
fat
just sorry.
penguin. It's a fat penguin.
Part of the turnoff for Niang is just the fact he's a fat NBA player. All right, can we just get that out of the way? Everybody? I'm not fat shaming anybody here because the thing is, you need to be in shape if you're in the NBA. All right, because and he makes $8 million a year. So if he wants to go be fat and not be in the NBA, totally fine with that. All right. But he's in the NBA. I got to say, anytime I see that with any player, this is the photo that I thought I was going to bring up on stream yesterday, but I was like, I just shouldn't even present it. I shouldn't. But
hold on. Give me a second, Seamus.
We'll call it NBA.
Hold on. I'll get this up on the stream. Give me a second. Just give me a second.
Jeez.
Okay. Well, I'll finish this. I'll finish this draft here. I'm gonna finish this draft. Okay. So Hugo Gonzalez, I actually like that pick. People are gonna cheer for him. Hugo Gonzalez and Georges Niang. I already said it earlier. Both those guys, people hate them. The minute they deflect a ball and that ball's careening down the floor, and we get it, and there's a big dunk, and the crowd's going nuts at the Garden, they'll love them. Okay, that's just how it works in Boston. They'll love them, and everything. In my mind, is going to work out with those players. Whether Niang's moved else, I don't think Niang's or Simons. They're 40% 3-point shooters. I don't think they're going to be moved elsewhere. I just don't see that.
I don't think Simons goes anywhere, but Niang.
Niang's
possible
because of the expiring for sure. But
potentially I could in a little package deal with maybe Hauser or some kind of trade. But I agree. I at some point I was kind of on Simons where a potential move, but it'd have to be something crazy because Simons does have that star power potential that fits the mold, and so I agree.
Wonder if too, just
I'm shocked we got Drew Holiday for Simons because his potential it like obviously 7 years in the NBA. It's like, all right, well, can't he be at his potential? But he's going into his prime.
But he had a little
And
bit
it's
of a
like
late
the
start
ceiling
in
with him.
development. Like it took him a little longer to kind of
Totally. And
so.
but the ceiling with him could be so high.
And
you know?
being on the Celtics organization now and just being part of that organization after being on like Portland, like he could have a bit of like a, or rejuvenation and like from a winning standpoint too, where he gets a little more kind of juice under him and even picks up a notch. So
totally.
Yeah, and to finish off this draft here, Liam McNeely, 29. I like the swing.
I love that because he could have been so much higher in the draft. So it's really a steal for the Suns right there. I feel like the Suns are very underrated.
Charlotte. Well, he's going to Charlotte. He's going to Charlotte.
Oh, he's going to Charlotte.
Well, no, sorry. He's going to. Where is he going?
He's going to Charlotte.
He's going to Charlotte, right? Yeah, because the Suns traded the 29 and a 2029 first, I want to say.
All right, and I don't like that for him then. Because I feel like I would have much preferred him going to Phoenix. I feel like he could have been a lot better of an option.
Both of those situations are like, why would you want to go to any?
No, totally. But Phoenix
Charlotte
would be.
But Charlotte, I'll say this: they Grant Williams, Seth Curry. It seems like there's a little more camaraderie there than Phoenix. Phoenix seems like Charlotte and Phoenix, they both sucked last year. All right, they both sucked. They were both below the play-in.
Yes,
but Phoenix was a team full of guys who hated each other. Meanwhile,
feels soulless, man.
Charlotte,
but like
they
Charlotte's
were
got some life. They're young.
But Charlotte, like they sucked because of the personnel and all their youth. But they were a team in which liked each other. Like Seth Curry and his wife was on the Bill Simmons podcast talking about he had one of the best seasons of his career just from a in the locker room standpoint. He said this is some of the most fun he's had his entire NBA career. And you got to think Seth Curry's been around the league, right? And Grant Williams is there, and we know he's goofball, not always serious, but exactly.
I'm just saying, I wish I'm shocked he wasn't earlier in the draft. I really am. I can't believe he fell so far.
I agree with you, Seamus. He's got that. Charlotte seems to have like that more of an upward spiral right now, where Phoenix seems to just kind of be that downward spiral, kind of.
So there's no culture in Phoenix.
Lost identity, just feels and I'm gonna say that I'm gonna point fingers at Devin Booker too. I don't know. In my opinion, Devin Booker, and obviously this is a draft and all that, and in my opinion, Devin Booker gives me this vibe of this. He doesn't have that leader winning mentality in my eyes. I mean, I know they brought him to the finals and all that. I don't know.
Pulling up in classic cars with Kylie Jenner isn't a leader mentality?
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like he's more about the fame, the lifestyle that comes with it.
I agree with you.
To that winning.
I agree with you.
I know he brought him to the finals. I know.
But Andrew, I agree with you because you would have thought if like the passion to win was there, like he would have like been like, all right, well, ship me off somewhere. I want to win. Like or give me better pieces in order to succeed. Like bringing in Durant is just a red flag from the get-go. And then you have that championship team, and then still you haven't heard anything for him saying, all right, get me out of here then. So I feel like he doesn't care.
Everyone plays differently, but I just noticed he just seems like there's a lack of enthusiasm when he plays in my eyes. Like this lack of appreciation and like love for the game in my eyes. And obviously he's in the NBA, he's grinded, he's done all that, but maybe he needs to get out of Phoenix. Maybe he's been there for a while. Maybe he's kind of experienced that Phoenix run and he's kind of like, I'm done, man. Maybe that's why. But in my eyes, he's got kind of that soulless feeling.
Totally.
Devin Booker is a player that I've just gone up and down on over times. Like, 21 finals. Like, finally, he's a star. Like, he's winning. Before then, it's like, good player, good stats on a losing team. And I tend to agree with you, Andrew. I just don't really see the leadership components in Devin Booker completely. And I think what symbolized that for me last season was the way he was playing, particularly at the TD Garden during our second matchup against the Suns. Yeah. I felt like that night it was just pure street ball for them. And it was, let Devin Booker do whatever he wants, and the rest of the team basically doesn't matter.
And it starts with your leader.
Right, and it's they had a good team last year. It's not like 11th in the West. Oh, bad teams. Like they were 11th in the West because they could not execute to their standard, to their level in which they actually own. So
and that's why
definitely
Jaylen Brown,
disappointing.
and I know we're not trading him away, but that's why Jaylen Brown's a guy where like you don't want to move on from, because you only get that many guys that kind of have that leadership and that ability to like set a standard for a team so often, which is another thing.
I do have the last pick to mention here. Yannick Conan Niederhauser. I gotta say I'm as a big, I would have liked to see a better big here. Okay. And the Clippers are always that team at the end of the first round where they've never really made a great pick. But can I think of a great Clippers pick? Like, think about all their players, right? Do any of their players come from their draft picks? I'm trying to.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Well, aside from him, in which they traded a year later, but even in that draft, they drafted Shea, and then they drafted Jerome Robinson. So it's kind of the right
dull draft picks.
Well, I have something. Oh, are you done with that talk, Seamus?
Yep. Go ahead, Griffin. Throw this up, and then we're gonna.
We have
here you go.
Fat Penguin in the flesh right here. You heard it here.
Is that the nickname?
It's a nickname that someone gave him. The Fat Penguin, other known as the minivan, the Fat Minivan, as Seamus likes.
That's better. That's better.
We're not.
The Fat Minivan is a little harsh, but. That's basically why I see him as the minivan, because if you look at his physique, it's like a minivan turned on its side, or however you want to picture it. Like, it's up and down in the air. Like, hey, look, that's kind of how a minivan looks.
I mean, that's just me in a jersey, essentially, and I'm not NBA worthy, Like, that's essentially me in an NBA jersey, and like, that literally is what I look like. Hold on.
No, I can confidently say right now, okay, like, Franco, Andrew, I'm sure you can say the same thing. Like, we are in better shape than Georges Niang in this picture. I'm sorry. Like, that's just objectively true.
Low key, I think I might even be. Hold on. Wait, stay on this. I'm going to put on a jersey.
I do not. Okay, hold the phone. Is Griffin seriously about to.
Oh, my God.
Like, I don't want this picture to go away and Griffin's, like, shirtless. Like, maybe.
All right, that's what I'm saying. Give me a second.
So we're just going to stare at the minivan.
All right. Let's check.
I don't even know what's going on behind the scenes here.
Let's check who's in better shape. All right, hold on. Pull it up.
What? How do you not know by sitting down and just
pull it up?
Jordan Yang worked out.
All right, turn on.
Turn on what?
My camera.
Griffin, don't get us banned.
We are.
I'm not. Wait, where are you?
Where'd y'all go? What? Where did everybody go?
I don't know.
What is this?
I feel like I'm in better shape.
No, honestly.
Wait, hold up. Wait, let me get you in the real here. Oh, what? No, I'm no, Griffin. Where are you?
I feel like I'm in better shape.
Yeah, I think.
I feel like you are.
I
feel like you are. I mean, Georges Niang, he got that pudge going. Pudge.
He is in the NBA.
But this is even tucked in, like untucked in. Like, see, I mean, he might be a little more jacked than me, but like, I feel like I got him beat on the shapeness.
He's got the grown man strength. That's what it's
he does.
He does.
He's from Lawrence, Mass, and he's
like what Coach AJ said, bringing back the mass guy. We love it.
Isn't it kind of funny how negative the reaction has been to a Boston guy coming? Right. It's like, can anybody
he's gonna come here and be like an at
But that's just like Duncan Robinson. He's from York, Maine. I think somewhere in Maine, right?
It's always Maine.
No, but Duncan Robinson, I think he was from Maine.
Yeah.
Or somewhere in this, but he was from around here, and everyone hates him. Like, if he came to the Celtics, how pissed would you be if Duncan Robinson came to the Celtics? I'd be pissed.
I can't get pissed about any player coming to
the Celtics. Yeah, why are people getting pissed?
Why do people do that? Grow up. It's
you gotta bring a winning culture to your team.
Duncan Robinson
basketball.
When it comes down to it,
all right, but what is Duncan Robinson gonna do for the Celtics?
He's gonna
shoot the ball, make a three. Like
maybe he won't. Maybe he won't.
Extend the 3-point
Listen,
line.
but this is my thing.
Give
This is
Tatum
my thing.
Allow
A lot of the times, I don't know. Franco, I know you're stressed out by my takes, but listen, a lot of the times, certain guys, like I really have to turn on them. Like Derek White, I did not like him at first. I am one of the biggest Derek White fans out there now. I did not like him at first. It takes a second to turn on players. Like it really does. I need to get.
You're
just revealing yourself as in history.
I'm
gonna
rip the fun out of basketball for you. That's what I gotta do. I gotta rip the fun out.
No. Actually, you're adding fun, Franco. I feel like you're adding fun. Like you get more objective. I feel like it's more fun that way.
It's different.
It's like I feel like it's not fun when you're pissed. Like, oh, I'm pissed and I'm this high and I'm this low. It's like when you're right here, I feel like it's fun. When you're this low and this high, and it's like
Duncan Robinson, like, I mean, it's like, dude, oh, that would be crazy. Anyways,
yeah, but we're on to our Duncan
Robinson.
Here. Let's give this just for the viewers at home.
Oh, geez.
One last time.
Okay, well, we got to get a side shot.
You guys get to see a lot of the mini-man.
But that's going to do it for us here on the Celtics Talk Weekly Draft Special. Do we want to bring us back, or do we want to just end this on George's?
We'll bring it back.
We'll bring it back.
I don't want to see the Batman when we go to leave.
All right, y'all. We'll be back for the second night of the NBA Draft tomorrow night for the second round. However, that's going to do it tonight. Well, for our 2025 NBA Draft Special here on Celtics Talk Weekly. Of course, thank you all for watching. I'm your host, Seamus Zarlingo. Above me, Griffin Aldrich. Over there, Andrew Quinn. Alongside of me, Nick Franco. And then earlier in the room, we had Rob Hayte and Justin Lowe, our two
First of all,
friends.
Franco, safe travels back from the arena.
Yes.
A long drive. Be careful driving.
Be careful. Listen, I'm sorry about your loss with Daniel.
Yes, that was rough. Rough. But
I'll bring it up later. I'll bitch about it at the end of the
Sorry for the distraction.
we'll have plenty of time to talk about it tomorrow for day 2. But that's going to do it for us here on CTW Live. Thank you all for watching. And as we always say, go Celtics. And hopefully, Hugo Gonzalez, welcome to Boston.
Listen, welcome to Beantown.